Data science and any data-inspired and data-driven science is so critical right now. More and more decisions are made based on data. The amount of data that we gather every day and the insights that the data can provide us is just growing exponentially, and that is no exaggeration.
The market for data science and related areas like AI is booming.
It is so important to have women in artificial intelligence in the area of data science and also in leadership roles. It's being able to use data to solve issues and understand bigger problems. It's critical. And we need women in these roles. Every individual brings their own perspective, and so we need to make sure the entire workforce is represented.
And the good news is there's so many jobs and many different ways to combine their passion area and their skills in data science and get involved.
I would like you to say, what are the problems in the world that absolutely have to be changed? And, can you individually, given all the amazing background that you've had so far and all the education that you've got so far, what are the unique things that you can do to change the world towards that mission? And then think of the technology.
If that is going to become completely data-driven over time, then you can't miss that opportunity. You've got to join in and have your say.
If you're not looking at the data from all sorts of different angles, then you could introduce a lot of bias. So it's really, really important that we have around the table all genders, all races, all backgrounds.
We can't ignore social and structural problems. We can't just go in a corner and write some code and read math and then that's the solution, right? Can't do that. So we have to think about who is being affected by these algorithms.
Welcome to WIN!
When we first started this conference, we never would have imagined that we'd be sitting here today with over 200 regional events. We've got over 500 WIZ ambassadors worldwide. Many of them are women, but we've also got a lot of men. And these are people who are just passionate about inspiring others within their community. We're in over 60 countries, and year after year, we're blown away.
Let's make this next decade the Women in the Data Science decade.
What I love about it is that growth is viral. That people will attend one event in one city and then they'll want to bring it to their cohort or colleagues the next year.
This type of industry can be done everywhere, so it should be accessible to everybody. And this is one of the reasons why I love that we are global with WIZ.
So we wanted to create opportunities for women to inspire, educate, and support women at many different times throughout the year. And one way that we decided we could do that was through a datathon every year, which is a predictive analytics challenge using real-world data. We have over 900 teams from 85 countries, and that's in every continent except Antarctica.
When we started WIZ in 2015, we had no idea this was going to be a global movement with tons of international events and a datathon and a podcast show and now outreach to middle school and high school. It's just been such a ride.
Our latest endeavor is to work on some materials that we can hand off to teachers in schools around the world.
This has provided a platform for literally hundreds of women, if not thousands of women, to have an opportunity to be heard.
But the truth is, these are really simple experiments, but they had profound impact because they empowered someone else to be able to do their job better or to be able to take that message.
5 years ago, when we were sitting around a coffee table thinking about what WIZ could be, I never in my wildest dreams thought it would grow so far and so wide around the world in just 5 years. What I'm most excited about is the next 5 years, because I think this is really just the start.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Welcome to WIZ at Jeddah. My name is Khatob. I'm an assistant professor at Nafat University, and I am a Women in Data Science ambassador to the city of Jeddah at Stanford University. And I'm so delighted to moderate this event to you today with my two co-ambassadors, Ms. Ruqya bin Safi, ML and GDE Women Tech Maker Ambassador, GDG Cloud Co-Organizer, and Ms. Tasneem Halawani, IT System Analyst at Saudi Aramco. Under the inspiring leadership of Her Royal Highness Princess Lulu Al Faisal, the Vice Chair of the Board of Trustees and the General Supervisor of Afet University, and Dr. Haifa Jamal Al-Layth, the President of Afet University, and Stanford University in the United States, and our strategic sponsors in Saudi Arabia, the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies, the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority, and Bayani. We are thrilled to share with you today the outstanding achievement of the women in data science around the kingdom in general, and specifically in harnessing the power of data science in the entrepreneurship and the enterprise. Women in Data Science started in 2015 in Stanford, and as said in the intro, it was one event. No one expected the fantastic growth that Women in Data Science will make around the world and around different communities. So Women in Data Science now is in more than 60 countries. I'm privileged today to host you Women in Data Science at Jeddah from a place that has great heritage in women empowerment, Afet University. The first Women in Data Science in Saudi Arabia started in 2017. It was hosted at Afet University, and it was organized by King Abdulaziz City of Science of Technology. After 2017, at that one event, as you can see, multiple events took place across the last few years in the kingdom. And we're so delighted to see this good number and impressive development of this event in the kingdom. Let me share with you some numbers. So in 2020, we had 6 cities participating, 13 ambassadors, 64 presenters, 54,000 attendees, 17,000 tweets. 2021, we have 10 cities participating, 33 ambassadors, more than 100 presenters on board. So the viewing of this exponential growth of women participation in women in data science over the last few years is a clear indicator of the successful implementation of our ambitious vision for 2020. We are a vibrant society, and here I would like to stop and welcome all the gentlemen joining us here and thanking them for their support. More and more women today in Saudi are working in collaboration with their male colleagues, driving our country forward. Data science is a key component now in any sector, in any enterprise, and any entrepreneurship. It creates new lines of business, new business opportunities, fantastic business growth, and really unique scale personalization. And with that in mind, I would like to I'm delighted to share with you today an interesting journey that will be hosted by distinguished leaders in the field of data science in enterprise and entrepreneurship. I introduce my co-ambassador, Ms. Ruqya Safi, to welcome you in this event. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. Welcome everybody. Let me introduce myself. I am Ruqya bin Safi. I'm Google developer expert in machine learning. I'm a women tech maker ambassador, as well as one of women in data science ambassador for 2021. I am also R&D members at Bayaan. I write and talk about data science, artificial intelligence, machine learning, as well as I am provide consultation in them. So, are you ready? A big thanks to all of you for being here with us today. We will continue the 5 round of Women in Data Science under theme Data Science in Enterprise and Entrepreneurship. The Women in Data Science WIDS initiative aims to inspire and educate data scientists regardless of gender. It is aimed to support women in data science to overcome and reduce the gaps between genders. As Dr. Khulud mentions, the number of attendees, speakers, YouTube views indicate that this conference achieved its goal, and the impact of this initiative is growing. So excited. This is reality. So let me tell you something. I started in this field several years ago, since I am trainer in women techmaker Saudi Arabia. I noted a growth of interesting of women in data science, especially in data science. So the number of women who registered in our workshop is rising, and the interaction during this workshop is rising too. And that's what we hope today, inshallah. So everybody is excited? Yes? Yeah, so great. Over next few hours, we will host many inspiring speakers who have a background in both data science and entrepreneurship. So enjoy. Now, Tasneem has more details to tell you. Go ahead, Tasneem.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tasneem Halawani, and I'm pleased to be an ambassador for WIDS Jeddah with my colleague Dr. Khulud and Ms. Ruqya. Thank you, Ruqya, for introducing me. I'm an IT system analyst, as Dr. Khulud mentioned, at Saudi Aramco, who had the opportunity to work on developing and maintaining several monitoring systems, from the ones supporting oil supply, planning, and scheduling activities to IT incident monitoring solutions. All of them are relying on data to drive decisions. Saudi Aramco Digital Vision states that in 2022, Saudi Aramco is the world-leading digitalized energy corporation, maximizing shareholder value and spearheading digital innovation in energy globally. As one of its initiatives to achieve that, Saudi Aramco established the 4th Industrial Revolution 4IR Center to play a pivotal role in uplifting the technical skills of Saudi Aramco workforce and bringing advanced technology capabilities. One of the main zones in the center is the AI Hub, which is focused on developing advanced analytics and machine learning solutions in hydrocarbon-related applications. Big data and advanced analytics make use of the innovative solutions in this domain to visualize and predict the performance of critical Saudi Aramco assets. This hub combines in-house development and external tools to enable the subject matter expert to make timely decisions to improve asset reliability, utilization, and efficiency. The value and cost savings realized from these solutions underlines the significant impact on Saudi Aramco operations and business. Having this in mind, with my co-ambassadors' background and how the impact of data science application is visible at their industries as well, today's round theme was set to data science in enterprise and entrepreneurship, as introduced by them earlier, to highlight the importance of data science in all fields, from startups to well-established companies. Today, we have diverse and inspirational speakers from multiple organizations in different industries as well, such oil and gas, education, transportation and heavy equipment, medicine, innovation, entrepreneurship, and IT. This event is being broadcasted on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook by منصة العطاء الرقمي. We are encouraging everyone to tweet with the event's hashtag WIDSInKSA and WIDS 2021. And if you have any question to our speakers, post them on or comment. Post them in the comment or question section on the platform you are joining us through. I noticed a couple of questions regarding the events today. Yes, it will be in English. The whole day will be in English, inshallah, because we have so many speakers who are speaking in English. We hope that you are as excited as we are and looking forward to an informative and interesting day. Without any further ado, let's get started. Dr. Khulud, the mic is yours.
and Tasneem. Okay, thank you very much, Ruqya and Tasneem. Beautiful introduction, very inspiring. It's actually a pleasure to work with both of you. Just a little thing to share for the last 3 years. The last 3 years I've been working as a solo ambassador for the city of Jeddah, and you don't know how grateful I am to have my 2 co-ambassadors supporting me. Definitely we're going to have a more rich event today with your wonderful support. All right, so let's start with our program for today. I am honored and privileged to introduce to you today Dr. Mervet Shumam, the Provost of Effat University, and she's going to deliver to us the welcoming speech. Welcome, Dr. Mervet.
Thank you so much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we do, Doctor.
Okay. Then it's my pleasure to welcome you all to this conference with the team Data Science in Enterprise and Entrepreneurship. As it was said, this year's conference will explore the major impact that data science has on different fields, including education, entrepreneurship, business, economy, technology, and many others. Actually, the theme is very dear to my heart because this is my personal qualification as a PhD in computer science and operation research, which is like really using the data science in order to solve business problems by providing innovative method, software, and so on. So that's why I was very excited to be opening, to give this speech for opening this conference. Basically, at Effat University reflects on Queen Effat's vision of women support and empowerment, and we continue to take assertive and ambitious steps toward this objective. Actually, we follow an ambitious strategy to provide the highest quality of education for women in the various fields of science, technology, and entrepreneurship with top national and international academic partnership. I will just give a very brief introduction about Effat University, the history, some facts. And then I will leave you with a very interesting video that's representing Effat University much better than just explaining. Then the vision of Queen Effat, God rest her soul, started the first step back in 1955, where the first school for female students in the kingdom was established, which is Dar al-Hanan schools. After that, after almost 40 years, the Effat College was also established in 1999, the first non-profit college for females in the kingdom. After 10 years, Effat College became a university in 2009, and this is the year where I joined Effat University. And then we established, we moved from college to university, and right away we started the journey of accreditation because we want to be recognized. We want to be recognized not only internally but externally from the government and from all the community. That's why we started working on our accreditation. And then, alhamdulillah, we acquired the first accreditation in 2012 and the re-accreditation the full re-accreditation, institutional and program from 2017 to 2024, and we are still working on accrediting all our program or our colleges, institutions are accredited, alhamdulillah, from NCAA. It's not only that, we also have won the King Abdulaziz Quality Award for the private higher education sector, and it was the first educational institution to win this very prestigious award that we are very proud. That was in 2017. Then we are now among the top 100 university in the Arab region, and that's what we are very proud of, and we're moving more and more in order to show our quality, our excellence in teaching and research and all. And it's not only, we did not only work on accreditation for the national accreditation, but also on international accreditation. Actually, most of our program are already accredited internationally. And if it's not, we are in the process of acquiring, and in the final process, because some international accreditation, they take some time. Like for the College of Engineering, with all the programs under the College of Engineering, they are accredited from APEC internationally. For the architecture, they are also accredited from NAP in 2020, just before the pandemic started. Alhamdulillah, we finished and we received this accreditation that we are very proud. And as I said, we're working on accrediting the other colleges and the program at Rifat University, especially like the AACSB for the College of Business. The vision, as I said, the vision, we are really continuing the vision of Queen Rifat. God rest her soul. Then Rifat University strives to be recognized as one of the world's leading institutions in scientific discovery and innovation. So scientific discovery, I highlighted this, and innovation because it's really mapped 100% with the theme of this conference, where scientific discovery is based on analyzing data, it's based on data science, and innovation and more like, entrepreneur and so on. So, so in scientific discovery and innovation, presenting solution to societal challenges. So we want to make a societal impact and to serve as an agent of change that advance inspired leaders and scholars in fulfilling Queen Rifat Al Thanayan Al Saud vision, God rest her soul. How we do that? We do that by preparing aspirational and effective leaders of international quality who contribute to national and global progress by interweaving Rifat University core values, which are Iqra values, into an innovative education which creates a culture of broad inquiry and intellectual engagement. And we can say that, alhamdulillah, I can show you later on in 2 slides actually that we're all achieving in our mission step by step, and we are really realizing a good progress from one year to another. What we offer at Rifat University, our academic programs, we have actually 4 colleges with 12 undergraduate program and 4 master degree program. We have the College of Humanity with Psychology and English and Translation as bachelor, and Master of Science in Translation and Interpreting as master degree. We have the College of Engineering with Electrical and Computer Engineering and Computer Science with the 2-track Artificial Intelligence and Cybersecurity. And we have the Master of Science in Energy Engineering that it was launched just in 2017. And actually the computer science was the first program to be offered at Rifat University back in 1999, when it was still a college. And then we have the Rifat College of Business with 5 undergraduate program where we have entrepreneurship with the Bachelor of Science in Entrepreneurship. And this is one of the very few available worldwide as a bachelor degree, and the first to be launched in the kingdom. We have also the finance, human resources, supply chain management, and marketing with the Master of Science in Finance. And finally, we have the College of Architecture, where we have architecture design and cinematic arts with the Master of Science in Urban Design. All our programs have an international partner. They were developed. They are still having a close relationship with their international partner, like for example, for the College of Engineering, we have the partnership with Syracuse University, Duke University, Stanford University, and Tokai University. And we have all down there, we have all the international partners that they are helping us in not only developing, but they are helping us in ensuring quality education on a yearly basis. So they visit us, we go over all the detail with our international partners. It's not only about academic, we are not only offering academic program, but also we work on the development of the student on other aspects like leadership, like leadership skills, like communication skills, problem solving, critical thinking, and so forth. So IFAT University offers what we call the IFAT Ambassador Program, that is aimed toward the student development, where every student has to fulfill the university, show her that she's fulfilling the university core value of IQRA through the demonstration of the 4 IFAT University graduate characteristics. And then, just in order to do that, it's not, as I said, it's not only by providing a quality education, but also by supporting with research and whether it's the theoretical research that it will conduct to publication or applied research. And in order to support that, we have 4 research centers, 1 research center for each college, and for the College of Engineering, we have the Energy and Technology Research Center that it provides the state-of-the-art technology related to energy, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. And I will show you one very proud result of an outcome of this research center. Then we have the Smart Building Research Center, which is like associated to the College of Architecture and Design, and it's investigating the use of innovative and smart platform technology for intelligent building. And then we have the e-Arabization Center that's associated with the College of Humanity. And then we have the Business Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, that this center specifically serves to achieve and to contribute to achieving the vision of 2030 and catering to the requirement of in-house or outside first stage entrepreneurs. So we help our students to be entrepreneur, or we help also outside the community that in need for any help to launch their own business or to improve their business. And as I said, some facts before I show you just one example. Then the fact of IFAT University graduate. Over the year, alhamdulillah, we have now more than 3,500 graduates. It's specifically, exactly, it's 3,528 graduated already from IFAT University with a bachelor or a master's degree. 139 of them, they are already entrepreneur or freelancer, and 190 students pursued and acquired a higher degree, like a master's degree or a PhD degree, from institutions like Harvard, like from outside institutions like Harvard, like Brunel University, like Liverpool. We have a very, very, very renowned university from which our bachelor graduate, they acquired a higher degree. Now, in order, if I want to give you an overview about all our alumni, 68% of our alumni are already working in different national and international companies here in Saudi Arabia or outside, and 7% of them are currently pursuing their further study with a master or PhD, and 25% only are seeking a job, even with the current situation. Here, there are some companies that they employ our students. Just some example, like مثلا we can talk about Sarah Harsi, which is our ECE and master from energy engineering graduate from IFAT University, and she is working employed by Aqua Power in Saudi Arabia. We can talk about Karima Kander, ECE graduate employed by a Hawaiian unit in Germany. We have Sarah Wahab, that's the CS graduate and Master of Islamic Finance graduate, and she had her own a freelancer, like a consultant in the financial management field in India. And we have more and more, but just I wanted to give you a small hint about our graduate. This is what I said, that we develop our students by not only academic, but also we let them work with the industry. And actually at university participated in the solar project. That it was a project initiative aligned with the Kingdom's path towards renewable energy. So with partnership with different institutions and company, at university helped in the establishment and the inauguration of a larger scale outdoor testing and the training site for solar panel. And this is actually next to our library here inside our campus. Some student achievement, I don't want to take much time, but it's just, one of our students, which is Noor Al-Frey, who won the Golden Palm for the second best film at the Saudi Film Festival, and she's launching her own company. And then we have Maisa, which is the first Saudi female engineer that she acquired her Master of Science in Renewable Energy from Afat University. And then she's currently working as an engineer at Schneider Electric International. And we have Dana who won the Tamayuz Excellence for Women in Architecture and Construction in the Middle East. And we have definitely different conferences. We have the very well-known the Learning and Technology Conference under the College of Engineering. This is a yearly conference. And we just finished, like in January, we have our the 18th one, mashallah. We have Ma'mariyat Exhibition and Conference under the College of Architecture and Design. We have the Islamic Finance Conference. That's also a yearly based conference. And then finally, we have the English and Translation Conference, also with the psychology, it's the biannual conference. And then finally, we celebrate not only about conference, but also we celebrate what we call Queen Afat Citizenship Award. Then one of our brilliant students receive the Citizenship Award every time. And then I think I crossed my time, and then I will finish here in order to leave you with a small video that will show you our campus and then our pride. Thank you so much for listening, and please go ahead and run the video. Thank you so much. Tasneem, back to you.
المرأة المتعلمة هي اللي بتبني الأسس الراكزة للوطن، لأنه هي اللي بتربي الأجيال.
Queen Ifat, the wife of King Faisal, may her souls rest in peace, was a powerful woman with a vision on education as a whole, and on women's education in particular. Queen Ifat, a pioneer in women's education, established Dar al-Hanan in 1955 in Saudi Arabia, the first girls' school in the kingdom. Later, in 1999, the Queen established Ifat College, the first private non-profit college for women. Then in 2009, Ifat became a university, following a royal decree issued by the King of Saudi Arabia. IFAT University offers a variety of innovative academic programs at the bachelor and master degree levels in their 4 respective colleges. IFAT College of Humanities. This college offers a BA degree in psychology and a BA degree in English and translation. It also offers an MA in translation and interpreting. IFAT College of Engineering offers the following programs: electrical and computer engineering, computer science, and an MA degree in energy engineering. IFAT College of Architecture and Design offers the following programs: architecture, cinematic arts, design, and an MA degree in urban design. What makes IFAT University unique is that most of its programs have national and international accreditation. It also has several partnerships with the most reputed international universities. In addition, IFAT University strives to be at the cutting edge of research and advancement of knowledge. To this end, research centers were created, stemming from the 4 colleges: E-Arabization Center, Business Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center, Smart Building Research Center, Virtual Reality Research Center. Most of the important events organized at IFAT University include the Queen IFAT Citizenship Award, the International Islamic Finance Conference, the Marriott Conference and Exhibition, the International Conference in English and Translation, Career Day. IFAT University has also focused on continuing education and on community service through the Center of Her Royal Highness, Princess Al-Bindari bint Al-Bir Hanan. IFAT University was the first university to receive the King Abdulaziz Quality Award. IFAT University also obtained re-accreditation for the period May 2017 through April 2024 from the Education Evaluation Commission, represented by the National Center for Academic Accreditation and Evaluation. Our students have also received national and international awards. IFAT University aims at preparing aspirational future leaders and shaping their careers, hence transforming their vision into reality. IFAT graduates have been employed by top local and international companies. Information to be added: IFAT University Quality Assurance and its liaison role in the accreditation process. IFAT University, aspire to achieve.
Thank you, Dr. Mervet, for a very inspiring talk. You always have many things to offer, always on the frontier. Very nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, so I'm privileged now to introduce to you Ms. Amal Khan, the CEO of the Global Entrepreneurship Network, and she's going to give us a keynote speech titled Entrepreneurship in Data Science. Welcome, Ms. Amal.
Assalamu alaikum, sabah al-khair to everybody. So hopefully we stick to the time, and inshallah it will be a wonderful speech. Thank you so much, Dr. Khulud, for hosting me, and to everyone who participated actually in this forum. I'm very delighted.
Pleasure is ours.
Thank you. So we'll start. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm very delighted to be here with you today. My name is Amal Khan. I'm a startup lover and an entrepreneurship advocate, an innovation educator and practitioner. I've taught entrepreneurship and innovation and managed different startup accelerators in the MENA region. and had the honor of learning from so many great mentors and great educations like MIT, Stanford, and all of those just pursuing more knowledge about entrepreneurship and about innovation as well. My daily work is about helping startups, entrepreneurs. On the other hand, I also work with investors to source deals of good startups, and I also invest myself in those companies. Early stage companies are considered very high risk. They're a very risky asset class when you put money into them, because there is so much unknown. There is so much we don't know. And the innovation factor is really high, right? But at the same time, the risk is higher, obviously, because there's a lot of innovation. I've also worked with many great scientists, researchers, entrepreneurs during my work at King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, at MITF, Babson College, Global Entrepreneurship Network. So what I wanted to stay with you today is we're going to talk about data science and entrepreneurship. How do they work together, right? So prepare your questions. So hopefully we'll have enough time to answer them at the end, whether in Arabic or in English. I wanted to define entrepreneurs at the beginning. So an entrepreneur is an individual who creates a new business, and they take a lot of risk, and they enjoy most of the rewards, right? So they take the risk on their own, but they also enjoy the rewards if the company worked. And the process of setting up a business is known as entrepreneurship. That's what we call entrepreneurship when you bring all of those together. So the entrepreneur is commonly seen as an innovator, a source of a new idea, good services, businesses, procedures. All of you experience entrepreneurship today. If you are ordering from Hunger Station or from Nana or from Jahez or whatever the apps that you use, this is part of entrepreneurship, right? Those are people that changed the traditional business models and took it to a different place. And they play a key role in our economy. They use the skills, the initiative necessary really to participate and to bring good new ideas to the market. And I want to really ask you a question, think about it in your mind. You know, when I tell you or ask you, what does a startup need at the early days? Most of people may say money, right? Finance. But believe it or not, what they actually need, even if they think it's money, it's not money. They need access to data. Because the reason is an entrepreneur actually at the early stage, they need insights. They need evidence that this idea could work. They need to understand the market dynamics and collect data and intelligence about problems and about products. They also need to understand the competition and compare their products to other products. And most importantly, they need customer intelligence. They need to understand the customer behavior, their emotional motives, their daily routines. What do they do? What websites do they visit, right? What do they search for? All of this important data is intelligence that entrepreneurs need. So data that speaks and tells a story. That's how we look at data. It tells a story that allows us to take a better decision and design a better product for the entrepreneur. Most of the time, startups, they solve either a new problem or they look into an angle that needs enhancement in order to create a new innovation, right? But surely, it's not clear and obvious most of the time. That's why it's called innovation. That's why it's entrepreneurial. So they reach out to primary research, they go and collect secondary data, whatever is available, until they find and they shape a point of view, and they create something that could be human-centered or greatly valuable for some of the corporation, until we achieve something called a product market fit, right? So my product is very well aligned and accepted with the customers. Now, why data science? Remember in the long and the old days, maybe my days, not your days as students, the data used to be collected in a very traditional analog way, right? So think of a cassette, put in a kind of a stereo or a recorder. That's a one-way, right, transfer of data. It cannot be utilized, it cannot be tracked, all of this stuff. So it was very, very analog. Now it's super automated with supercomputers, with so many of these stuff. So what is data science? I will not define it better than you, but data science really is about statistics, data analysis, machine learning, and the related methods in order to understand and analyze an actual phenomena of data. It employs techniques and theories to draw from the field. They bring from the market and they bring this data and put it together, and they use mathematics, statistics, and computational science, obviously, to interpret the data. What does it mean? So imagine what will happen if you bring entrepreneurship and data and they work hand in hand together. Well, you don't need to imagine. You are already living in the data and era of data harnessing. And that's what we're living today. We are in times that is filled with data. But imagine, companies need to know why are they using this data, right? There's a study that said that 90% of the data created and generated by some of the companies are never sorted. They're never used. So that's because they keep on capturing. So you have to know why are we collecting the data and what is the purpose of this data? And that's a very important word, defining purpose, the reason of why we're getting this data. And that's one of the most important parts in entrepreneurship. I'm going to give you an old, example. So Nokia in 2009 was one of the leading companies in cell phones, right? Dominating big markets, running large research, and they collected a lot of data, right? Of that time. And when the iPhone was introduced at that time, everyone, even the smartest people, they said, oh, the iPhone and smartphones will not work. It's only temporary, right? People will use it for a period of time and it's going to go away and no one will need that much data. No one will need that much services. And the rest is history. You know what happened to Nokia and you know what happened to the iPhone. We don't see a lot of Nokia in the cell phone, but we see a lot of iPhones, obviously, and other smartphones, right? So data is important, but not alone. So Nokia collected info, right? But was it the right info? Did they use this information to design better product? Did they listen to their customers, right? That is the most important thing. Data might say something, but sometimes we need to extract the real stories inside so we can utilize it and transfer it into products, right, and services. So that brings us to the next discussion, which is, what we're seeing today about big data, right? So it allows us to see more, better, and different. But that's only true if we know what we're looking for, if we know the value that we're creating. If we compare data to another commodity product, any product, right, the way we collect information, it will be interesting to see the difference. So think of an example of harnessing and extracting oil from the wells, right? And imagine for a second, if we did that and we didn't know where we're going to put that oil in, what products, which countries will take it, we will end up really storing a lot of that product, right? And it's going to cost a lot of money. There's a lot of storage, and it's not really targeted, strategy. And that is not what happens in the oil industry, right? Just giving you an example to really see. Now, imagine in data, how much data is generating you as an individual, right? How much data are you generating? A lot. So imagine nations, populations, imagine a country, imagine the globe, right? How do we harness all of that? And that's where data science comes in place. One of the interesting examples we can also look at, one of my visits to Aramco, which you have a couple of amazing people also from Aramco here that will be speaking today, they use all the data they collect, right, in their plants, in their actually refineries, in order to bring those data into a smart position so they can take better decisions on safety, to be more efficient in time, efficient in services, to be more actually responsive, so spontaneous response and even prediction of the future. How much do I need, right? Maintenance in order to get higher response, right? And maintain what's happening on the ground. So you see, data is important. It's much more than just, stored numbers or figures in a certain place. I'll give you another example. Zara, right? Who doesn't buy from Zara? So Zara is actually owned by a bigger mother company called Inditex. And Inditex has so many other smaller companies under it. And what they do with Zara specifically, they have an RFI code that goes into every shipment or every item that we wear. And that item actually is tracked. They follow where the product goes from the beginning it's out, they issue the design, it goes into the manufacturing, it goes into the shipment, it goes into the warehouse until it gets into the store, until you come, pick it up and buy it. So that journey of the product, of the dress, of the shirt, it takes time. Now, why do they collect this data? Why do they need to analyze it? It will help them to know what models do you use in Saudi Arabia, for example. What are the fast-moving items? What are the cost of warehouses do I need? It helps them to even have intelligence. What are the best clothes that are popular in Saudi Arabia, for example, right? Do you see that? This is a very basic level of, the use of data. Now, in order for a startup company or a corporation to be successful, they need data scientists. And the best formula of a data scientist that understands the purpose and the commercial aspect of it. So why are we collecting it, and why are we going to, or what are we going to use it for? And turn it into something that everyone understands. And maybe bring some monetization out of it. Data should serve humans and improve their lives. And because sometimes it's hard to have all the skills, a business acumen, statistical knowledge, and computer science knowledge all in one person. I mean, it would be ideal to have all of them in one person. But the best way to make decisions in some of the companies actually is to have people come in a room and brainstorm. So data scientists need to know how to work with the business decision people, with the statistical analysis department to bring the best to the startup company or to the corporation you work for, right? So we are all concerned. Now, we know data scientists are important for entrepreneurship. Data means knowing future, means I'm a better designer of a product, I will be taking much better decisions. But think of it. From a personal point of view, from a corporate point of view, we are all concerned about the future. Future is coming with an increasingly velocity, right? It's moving super fast. And everywhere we look, we see transformation in technology and life, and it will accelerate more. It's not the end of it. This is merely the beginning. Think about how many times a day you are bombarded yourself by data, Netflix suggestions, Amazon recommendations, Noon recommendations to you, right? Or even Google sending you questions for actually sending you answers for questions you didn't ask because you looked up something. Lots of it everywhere if we start looking. This is predictive computing, right? So data that predicts what people want based on a collection of data that already exists from different bases that are connected together. Or, these are really, really important stuff because big corporations know and they consider data as the new gold, right? That will enable them to make better decisions. Data used and leveraged to help solve humanity problems would be a wonderful opportunity. How can big data impact energy distribution in the world, impact easier shopping experience, or even impact data on healthcare? So in a particular part, we actually know that it's not only the data that's also using, we're not only using it for these sectors, but you can use it for healthcare and medicine to make it better, right? I worked with one company that is still actually developing its product now in Saudi Arabia. And what they do is it's data analytics for every research, for every published paper that ever existed on medicine, on particular cases and diseases. So where the doctor, when they receive patients in their clinic, they don't need to say, oh, I'm going to check on that, you come back to me in another appointment. They can actually see what happened in the world. And it will give them more precision in diagnostics and faster. What is the commercial value? Patients don't need to wait in the waiting room for so long, right? They will get their diagnostics faster with the help of these automated and literally it's machine learning, right? So the machine is learning a lot. And it reminds us, with IBM when they first launched Thomson. So that's important. There's a value proposition, saving time for patients, making the doctor look even smarter. And at the end of the day, customers are happy. So using data will impact also another important element is to impact public behavior, solve society problems. But how do we do that? Analytics helps interpret, predict, and get insights, and you can use and make better decisions. Let's think of this example. Now, of a certain behavior. Find pattern in certain street, for example, right? If we want to change the behavior of people, we can collect data with sensors. Some companies and startup companies do that, where they collect all of this data and they are able to help the authorities make better decisions where the crowded places are, where the empty places are. So, and many more. I could really keep talking about examples. There's a lot. We have another company called Lسفيرات. And what they do, they collect data from the social media to help companies make better decisions about their brand and about their name. If there is not good information, why people are writing it, how do we direct them to a different place? Sadim, another cows company that actually works on IoT systems to predict hurricanes, natural disasters, so they can save people's lives. That's another company that uses a lot of data. So data with value proposition can lead to purpose, and purpose leads to competitive advantage. We need data scientists that operate like detectives, looking for the best data and clean and remove the clutter to get the best insights. And whether a startup is in mobility or IoT or in medicine or in wearable or healthy living, agri-tech, energy, lifestyle, you need to elevate, those data and generate impact. And at the end, data creates pictures of our life. So always start by asking, what problem are you solving, right? What is the impact it's going to generate? Sometimes we tell our entrepreneurs when they first have an idea to write a press release of the future of this company, right? And it may help define some early assumptions to work on. Data scientists are needed more every day. Women in data science with entrepreneurial mindset and empathy is a well-needed talent. So keep your curiosity alive. And that's all what I actually wanted to tell you about today, right? فأنا حأعطيكم دحين عندي 3-4 دقائق. أنا I've seen شوية comments that there's people يبغوا يفهموا العربي، بس حأعطي الخلاصة باللغة العربية. اللي تكلمت عنه هو علم البيانات وأهميته في ريادة الأعمال. علم البيانات اليوم لا ينظر له كعلم يقف لحاله، هو ليس فقط تجميع المعلومات وتحليل البيانات وترجمتها، بينما علم البيانات اليوم ووضعه لخدمة العميل هو أهم شيء ممكن يساعد فيه اليوم الداتا ساينتست. ليش؟ لأنه معلومات كثيرة بتجمع بس ما بتستغل لخدمة العملاء، ما بتستغل لتسوق، ما بتستغل لتخدم وتحل مشكلة. الترند الجديد اليوم في مجال علم البيانات هو كيف أكرس علماء البيانات اليوم أو اللي قاعدين يشتغلوا والمهندسين اللي بيشتغلوا هنا إنه يفهموا السوق. إذا أنا فهمت السوق as a scientist حقدر أخذ قرارات أفضل، وحقدر تجيني وظيفة أفضل، شركات كبرى حتكون بتطالع فيها أكثر، وفي نفس الوقت ستارت اب كومبانيز اليوم حتى الشركات الكبرى تنظر لريادة الأعمال، تنظر للمايند سيت، حيسألوا في المقابلة الشخصية كيف فهمك للسوق العالمي؟ إيش أثر البيانات في هذا المجال في التعليم؟ أثر البيانات في مجال الطاقة؟ أثر البيانات في السوق؟ إذا سواء اشتغلتوا في شركة تتعامل خلينا نقول مع ملابس زي ما أعطيتكم مثال زاريا، ولا بتتعامل في مجال الطاقة، دائما الفكر الريادي بيساعدنا كثير إنه إحنا نقدر نوصل لماذا نجمع هذه الداتا وفي طريقة تحليلها. تمام؟ فهذا العلم اليوم لازم نفهم احنا كديتا ساينتست، احنا ترى لسه في البدايات، مع انه ديتا ساينس بدا يعني كده يدخل بقوه في 2012 ولسه في البدايات، لانه الداتا بتكتر كل يوم. متخيلين انتوا قديش بتعيشوا، قديش المعلومات اللي حوالينكم انتوا في كل خطوه بتسووها في فوت برينتس اوف داتا. فافضل الشركات اليوم بتكرس وقتها عشان يا اما تدرب الداتا ساينتست او تبحث عن داتا ساينتست بعقليه البزنس. Do you see؟ احنا ما بنتوقع ان انتم تعرفوا او تصمموا المنتجات، ولكن تساعدوا مصمم المنتج، تساعدوا الشركه وتساعدوا الكل ان هم يقدروا يوصلوا لافضل نتيجه. وهذه خلاصه تقريبا التاك اللي كنا بنتكلم عنه اليوم. وان شاء الله يا رب يوفقكم، ويا رب نشوفكم كده اونرز لشركات تكبر وتوصل للعالميه باذن الله. فاذا في احد عنده سؤال، دكتوره خلود، tell me where to go from here.
Wow, what a wonderful speech, Ms. Ahmed. You inspired me. I'm very much inspired now.
Thank you so much. It was really great and honor to be here. Thank you.
The pleasure is ours, Ms. Amal. And yes, we do have questions for you. I guess we'll direct them to you, but for the sake of time right now, we will have to ask you to excuse us to follow the schedule. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. يعطيكم العافية. شكرا.
يعطيكي شكرا لك. All right. So now we're gonna zoom a little into the data science in the healthcare and specifically in precision medicine. I have two wonderful speeches for you today. One will be given by Dr. Samantha Horseman, the president of Innovation Ecosystem Society and the lead innovation ecosystem at Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center Wide, and the title of her speech is E-Factory, Data Insight with Human-Machine Interface Innovations. Dr. Samantha, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Khulud. It's a pleasure to be here and welcome everybody to this amazing event. And equally, I'm very excited and very, excited from Amal's speech, some of those amazing takeaways. We are in the era of data, and we're harnessing data everywhere we look, and especially with IR 4.0. So it's a pleasure to be here, and I as Dr. Khulud mentioned, I'll be focusing on data insights for entrepreneurs that are really connected with what we call human-machine interfaces. So a clear example of a human-machine interface, a really quick one, is basically you and your phone. And I study that. I study the relationship between a machine and a human. So I've been able to apply this in the work of the E-Factory, which is a lab and a prototyping lab that takes a lot of what we build inside the lab out to the field to collect all that amazing data. In fact, I have the opportunity to share my 20-year plus history and career with Aramco as an intrapreneur. So an entrepreneur that's actually working within a large organization, and also my work with the Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, WAED, as a role in entrepreneurship. So I am very excited to share with you this screenshot. And the reason why I share this picture of a rainforest is there's two things. Firstly, data science allows us to see the wood from the trees. As Amal mentioned, it allows us to collect structured and unstructured data and make informed decisions. So why do I share this picture of this rainforest? Well, actually, it's my back garden in Australia, and it's the Daintree rainforest. And in fact, it has a lot of big data because this rainforest is the most largest, longest living, surviving rainforest there is in the world. And it's tens of million years older than the Amazon. So can you imagine the data points and the data insights? But one takeaway from this rainforest that I'd like you to understand is that data science allows us as intrapreneurs and entrepreneurs for us to see the wood from the trees. It helps us step out of our products, out of our companies, and to look at undetected data insights. So as I mentioned, I've had the most fortunate experience of being an intrapreneur and also an entrepreneur. So an intrapreneur, for those of you in the audience who this might be a new term, is an entrepreneur that actually works inside of an organization. And we see a lot of intrapreneurs. And also I've been able to step into a new role and work with amazing entrepreneurs, which are really those entrepreneurs that have shifted into creating their own enterprise, their own startup, their own product, the next best inspiration. So I'd like to share with you first my journey as an intrapreneur. And maybe a lot of you can relate to this. But as I mentioned, I've been very fortunate to be working and developing a very specialized lab, or an e-factory, where we've been able to construct, and as Amal mentioned, data science is about innovative materials, computer engineering, scientific thinking, statistical methods. And I've been able to work with a brilliant team of innovators, and we've been able to build various different devices and different types of processes in order to enhance the health and safety of our workforce. So I wanted to give you some data insights of one of our products and prototypes, which is the PPPE, and it's the personal predictive equipment. So already you can hear some data insights already: predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics. And we were able to build in-house, using Arduino programming and a lot of different interfaces, very specialized safety gloves. And you can see this picture on the far side here: safety glove, safety helmets, and belts and shoes. And in the helmet, we were also able to gather insights into what was happening in relation to brain-machine interfacing, so how the brain works, and collecting all these signals. So from biometrics, so the data look like heart rate, respiratory rate, stress levels, for example, galvanic skin response. And then from the helmet, we were able to collect data such as being engaged and thinking, also distraction. As you can imagine, this type of data is very, very important when you think about health, safety, and the environment. So all of that data was collected and also looked at signal processing. And what we were able to do was look at it across various different safety paradigms, and we were able to build all of this in-house, all of these devices. We looked at validity and reliability testing over the years, and we actually applied for a patent very early on in 2017, which was then granted later on in 2020. But the great insights that we gathered was us shifting from lab into a training facility. So we were able to take what we built inside the lab and out into a rig, a training rig, where we're able to collect a lot of this data that remains undetected unless you have these incredible sensors that we actually built into personal protective equipment. And then we're able to gain all those insights into predictive analytics. So, for example, layering on data and data to see where a potential fall might happen, or perhaps there's some disinformation or data that perhaps gave us some information about health status, for example. And you can imagine how really this is such an important information and data right now, because we're moving into collecting data on vaccines and COVID-19. And in fact, this work has been very much standing in a foundation to what we're working on as a smart mask and smart gloves. So watch this space. And part of this work was the intellectual property behind this prototype, which allowed us to gain a patent, which was granted in 2020. So moving on, we now have some fantastic data from this personal predictive equipment, layered with all this great sensors and technology and insights from the brain insights, brain signaling patterns, and looking at predictive analytics of slips, trips, and falls and diseases. But this is where the data science is the most critical. How do we get that now into the market? And how do we step into the role of an entrepreneur that then looks at business decisions and market decisions in relation to commercialization and licensing of this amazing patent and prototype and data? And this is where the work from the Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, WAED, is really pioneering all of this intellectual property and prototypes. So, in fact, we've created an 8-sector innovation value chain that captures all that data and lays it into market intelligence, business intelligence, and then with mentorship. And we call this the 8-sector innovation value chain. And it really is a life cycle of you as an inventor. And you can actually navigate these various different 8 sectors that allow you to take a great idea to reality. So in the role of an inventor, you start at what we call ideation and discovery, moving through tinkering and making, and then you almost become a maker because you're starting to piece technology together. You're doing Arduino programming. You're layering in some nice data collections using Python, etc. And then after you become a maker, you actually move into this new era of an innovator, where you then look at proof of concept, collect reliability and data sets around making sure that your data has great high quality, and then layering it into prototyping, testing again, always back and forth, right? And then thinking about protecting your data through patenting. The next journey is you as an entrepreneur, and this is where the exciting aspect is, where you shift into this entrepreneurial mindset that allows you to look at licensing, commercialization, and then connecting you to venture capital, so investment, being able to have funds in order to scale and grow your enterprise, and then moving into business venture. And then, of course, you could also be a founder. You could create your own. We do a lot of this work with many of our startups at the Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center. And in fact, we've been working very closely with the 24 Steps, which is really about disciplined entrepreneurship. And really, if you look at all these 24 steps, and each step that takes you from start to finish, every single step has a data point. It has some really insightful information that allows you to make some informed decisions as an entrepreneur. So we have I work with deep tech, very early stage startups, and usually some of them don't have what we call a minimal viable product. So we work with entrepreneurs in order to collect all of that amazing market intelligence and all that incredible business intelligence and navigate this 24 steps. And it's actually broken into 6 stages. And often we find that entrepreneurs are very insightful or very internal and focused on their product. So they're really not seeing the wood from the trees, so to speak. They're just very focused on their product and their startup. But being a disciplined entrepreneur, you're able to step outside and get a very, very deep dive or different perspective into aligning yourself into the market. So who is your customer? What can you do for your customer? How does your customer acquire your product? How do you make money off your product? And how you design and build your product? And the last stage is how do you scale? How do you grow? And this has been a very insightful journey for a lot of our early stage startups, that when you follow these steps, you come away with incredible, amazing a business plan. You're able to use the data in relation to market traction. You're able to quantify your value proposition if you're in front of investors. You're able to also look at your COCO, which is your cost of your acquisition of customers. So these are critical. And without data science, we're sort of lost. So again, if I was to think about data science, and if I was to almost give you a takeaway or an insightful aha moment, and preparing the speech actually allowed me to step outside and actually look to see the wood from the trees. And I asked myself, I posed the question, what does data science truly mean to entrepreneurship? And my role as an intrapreneur and as an entrepreneur. And I really thought that, well, you know what? Data science is a maximizer. And if you think about it, if we were to use a factor analysis algorithm, because I know there's many data science experts in the audience today, I thought that if I could bring a factor analysis algorithm to entrepreneurship, what would that look like? And this is what I'd like to present with you today as a takeaway. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Entrepreneurship is the E, which is the delta, and delta means change. And as you know, our markets are always changeable. There's always rapid pivoting and looking at the environment in a different way. With MI, which is market intelligence, plus BI, which is business intelligence, times the maximizer, which is data science to the power of 2. So I'd like to share that with you. And again, thank you for allowing me to think about this, because it made me understand, wow, there is such power in data, and it really is the driver or the maximizer of entrepreneurship. And I thought this would be a good way to explain this relationship. So moving forward, I hope that you were able to understand the importance in relation to the data collected from HSC, so health, safety, and the environment, and how it helps us look at predictive analytics and prescriptive analytics in relation to a workforce, looking at injuries, diseases, and illnesses before they even happen. And then obviously looking at data from how it drives business and how data can also help inform decisions in relation to what's happening in the market. And my takeaway was my factor analysis and algorithm. So if you liked all this work, if you thought, wow, that eFactory sounds a great lab to get involved in, and also the obviously what we're offering as part of the eFactory is our Innovation Ecosystem Society, where we bring likely-minded data scientists and entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs and investors around the kingdom and connect them with various stakeholders, industry sectors, and geographies. So if you don't mind grabbing your phone, and there's a QR code there, and today we're offering complimentary membership to anyone that's in the audience, and we'd love to have you join us in this mission of taking great ideas to reality and also taking great ideas to the market through commercialization and creating amazing startups. So I'd like to also share with you as an insightful takeaway is I hope that you as entrepreneurs and as data sciences are able to step outside and get a good perspective, and often take time in your day to look at the rainforest, but look for the wood for the trees. See the wood for the trees. In that, I'd like to thank you so much and hand the floor back over to our organizers. Masalama.
Dr. Samantha, always a rising star. Fantastic speech as usual. I have so many questions for you, Dr. Sam. In 2 minutes, let's try to manage some of them. So the first question is asking, what is the way you analyze and understand data and collect from the brain? And another one is, what data insight can companies gain from emotion detection system? So any one of them, or if you can give us a brief about each one, would be great.
Sure. I'll take the, because of the brain-machine interfacing work that we're doing, it's so insightful, and thank you very much for asking that question. It really is, collecting data using brain signals allows us to have alpha, beta, theta, delta, and gamma signals. Now, can you imagine that we're also overlaying that data with brain and body? So, for example, we're also collecting data points at different timestamps on respiratory rate, heart rate, galvanic skin response. So if you merge those two data sets together, we're getting some incredible insights into what we collect on our iWatch, for example, or what we collect on a heart rate monitor about what exactly is going on in our brains. But more importantly to that is that we can actually detect when we use the signal processing of all those signals from the brain. We can actually overlay it and pick up specific timestamps when there is distraction, or when there's disengagement, or when there is peaks of excitement. We were able to actually detect in that case study I shared with you today some very important insights on safety, for example. We were able to actually align safety and actual activities, and then align it with what was going on in the different parts of the brain. So, for example, your prefrontal cortex or your basal ganglia, where there's a lot of focus and intention. And so we were able to analyze all this work. I hope that gives you some insights into why the brain-machine interface and the body-machine interface is such insightful work that's happening. And we feel very, very lucky to be pioneering this work, where we can actually make some informed decisions from the basic biometric data that we collect on a daily basis. Do we have time for the other question on emotion tracking, or we're good?
I think we are. Yeah, I think we're running out of time, unfortunately.
Sure thing.
Hopefully, we'll catch you back soon, Dr. Sam, and more interesting insights from you.
Will do. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for being here. All right, and moving on to a very interesting topic and a very distinguished entrepreneur in KAUST. I'd like to introduce to you today on stage Ms. Haneen Abdullah, the Head of Regulatory and Project Manager at Saudi Vax, and Ms. Dua Boukis, the Senior Project Manager of Saudi Vax. Both of them are going to talk to us about the antibodies and how can antibody libraries be the bridge to accelerate vaccine discoveries. Much needed topic now during the pandemic. Ms. Haneen, Ms. Dua, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. This is Haneen Abdullah, and this is the Dua Boukis, the Senior Project Manager. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And we really appreciate this event and your time to hear our story. Can you please share the screen? So, yes. Yeah, my name is Dua Boukis. I'm the Senior Project Manager of Saudi Vax. I got my degree from the U.S., specifically St. Louis University, and then I start after finishing my degree, I moved back to Riyadh and start working with Saudi Vax, specifically on the monoclonal antibody project MERS. And we started, that was the first project I worked on and first project for the company too.
Yeah, and I'm Haneen Abdullah. I have a Master's of Pharmacy from UCL. I've recently graduated and had the opportunity to train at the Vaccine and Immunotherapy Unit in our partner lab in King Fahd Medical Research at King Abdulaziz University before joining Saudi Vax 2 years ago. It's been a great experience to be a part of this company and starting something new in the kingdom, but it's also a huge honor for me to be here with you today. So our presentation today is going to be divided to 2 parts. First of all, Dua is going to give you a little bit of an idea about who's Saudi Vax and how was our entrepreneurial start. Dua has been in Saudi Vax since the first day that it was founded, so she's ancient. And then we'll move on to the topic that we want to discuss today that has to do a little bit with data science, واللي هو can antibody libraries be the bridge to accelerated vaccine discoveries. So we'll get started with who's Saudi Vax and then hand over to Dua.
Yes, Saudi Vax, as mentioned by Ms. Haneen, that it founded in 2016. and it is a biotech company. I would say the first biotech company startup in the kingdom. And back then, in 2016, nobody, I think it was biotechnology company wasn't exist, and a lot of people don't understand what's biotechnology. So our journey, we faced a lot of challenges trying to convince the entrepreneur, investors and government about the project. And now, thanks God, now we start like building our facility, the first facility supported by the government in KAUST. So this facility has the capability of start the production from the beginning from the API production to the fill finish capacity. And it's called the Saudi Vaccine and Bioprocessing Center at KAUST. We are in the middle of the campus, and we had the pleasure to have Dr. Khulud visiting us and know more about us. And Saudi Vax has developed the first biologic, the Saudi biologic for MERS, monoclonal antibody, that's ready to go in human clinical trials. And you can see here the picture of the vial. And that's the project started in 2000. We started in 2018, and these projects usually takes time to develop it and to scale it up, to manufacturing, to fill and finish it, and finally we have it in our lab now. So we're running some tests on it, doing some stability testing, animal testing, and once ready, we can officially submit to the Saudi FDA and move ahead with clinical trials. So basically, Saudi Vax more specialized in vaccines and biologics, I would say, and manufacture it in a volume of clinical trials, and one of the mission and vision of the Saudi Vax is helping improve women empowerment and increase the rate of Saudization in biopharma sector. And so we started it as it was one of the idea of the company is that third of the total world population are Muslim, and desiring halal product. We've seen a lot of halal food, and we are trying to head to the halal vaccine, where the vaccines are made from non-human source. And as I mentioned, it's the first Saudi biotechnology company able to develop and manufacture a vaccine with the help of our technical know-how partner. And it's fully aligned with the Saudi Vision 2020, which is localizing vaccines and biomanufacturing. And we have hired the elite women, I would say, employees. We have scientists, we have PhDs and scientists, and masters for pharmacy, and yeah. So this is basically Saudi Vax. Yeah. So that's it from my side.
Great, thank you, Dua. I hope that gives you just an overview of Saudi Vax and what we do here. So moving on to antibodies and vaccines, as Dr. Khulud said, it's a perfect topic to the world that we're in today. To start, I just like to give a quick overview on the human immune system. So what usually happens when we are exposed to a virus, the immune system gets activated, and B cells are able to produce antibodies, as you can see here, these small white shapes. So these antibodies are usually specific exactly to the virus, because every virus is different, and the antibodies bind to something called an antigen. This process takes around 7 days, which makes absolute sense of why when you usually get the flu, by the 7th day, you're all good and you're feeling better. It's because your body has been able to produce all of these antibodies that are currently now fighting the virus. So the concept of vaccines is to produce or to expose the body to the antigen or the virus, and therefore the body is able to either produce monoclonal antibodies, or you can just give the patients or the people the monoclonal antibody specific to the virus, which means that it will be ready and it will be in your bloodstream. So whenever someone's exposed to the virus, your body is ready to fight it because the monoclonal antibodies are already there. And I think it's just important to highlight here that the relationship between the antigen and the monoclonal antibody is a very, very highly specific relationship. It's kind of like a lock and key. So you need to have the right monoclonal antibody that fits with the right antigen. And there's huge diversity because every single virus, every single bacteria, every single organism has its own unique antigen. Okay, so I've been saying monoclonal antibodies. What are monoclonal antibodies? So these are proteins that are produced by your body. And they are composed of a variable region, which is purple, and a constant region. So the variable region, which is here in purple, is the part that binds to the antigen. So the antigen here, the virus. So they fit in together exactly like this. So you have your monoclonal antibody with the antigen binding region that fits into the antigen of the virus. And you can see here that this is a computational model of the antibody that is made digitally. You can see right here you have your antigen binding site. What's very special about these monoclonal antibodies is they're always in this Y shape, and that's because proteins are very specific and in their structure. And also, usually this constant region never ever changes. So every monoclonal antibody is exactly the same in the constant region. The most of the variation and the engineering happens here at the antigen binding site in order for it to fit the required virus. So it's amazing that us as humans, we're able to produce in our body over 100 billion different variations of monoclonal antibodies. And honestly, it's just mind-boggling what we can do. And that is also due because the structure is usually always the same. The thing that changes is here, the antigen binding site. Okay, so 3D structure, which is this Y shape, is very important when it comes to proteins. And proteins are made up of an amino acid sequence, and that's usually linear. So this is the sequence. This is kind of like the recipe of what your protein is going to look like. So each sequence is unique to the protein, and each sequence dictates the behavior of the protein, because each amino acid has its own chemical properties. So this linear sequence folds together into a very unique 3D shape to give you this Y shape for monoclonal antibodies and different shapes for different antigens. So we have something called computational modeling, and it's the way that you can predict how a protein, whether it was a monoclonal antibody or an antigen, would fold in together from the unique sequence. So if you have your linear sequence, you can do computational modeling, and that helps you visualize the structure of the proteins from the simple linear sequence into the folded shape. Not only that, but you can also study or predict the interaction between two different proteins. So as you can see here, this is a molecular picture or a model that shows your monoclonal antibody in blue. Here you have this Y shape that is very, very unique. The antigen is in a different shape. However, you can see here where it binds. So this is the antigen binding site for the monoclonal antibody, and this is the antigen. And you can predict that using computational models. So here I want to show a real-life example of a product, which is a neutralizing, which is an antibody binding to the antigen of COVID virus. And so here in green, this is the antigen for the COVID virus. And here in purple, you have the light chain. And in orange, you have the heavy chain. And this is only one small part of the monoclonal antibody. It's not the whole Y shape. And what you can do using computational modeling is that you can study the interactions between these structures. So if we zoom in, let's see. You can see these dotted lines. These tell you that there are bonds or there's an interaction here. So I want to navigate a little bit of the interaction between the monoclonal antibody, which is here in orange and purple, and the green here, which is the virus or the antigen. So if we look at a certain amino acid, which you have here, you have the sequence. So let's look at an interaction here. At lysine, you can see once you press the amino acid, it gets highlighted in red or purple, or sorry, pink. I lost my colors. So you have your amino acid here, and it says that it's lysine. It is on the virus. Once you press on it, you can study the interactions and see that here this pink amino acid creates bonds. Here you have a bond with the monoclonal antibody, and you have another bond here with the monoclonal antibody. And this is really the beauty of the antigen and antigen binding site, is that they need to be so specific to create these bonds. And that's how they kind of stick together. Okay. So there are several bioinformatics methods that can help with establishing these structures, and that can be done specifically for a protein on its own, but it also can be done for the interactions between them. So you have homology modeling, which gives you an idea of the protein, how it looks like from the sequence, so it can predict the 3D shape. You have your protein docking, which tells you which orientation. So for example, if this protein here was in a different orientation, you can see the arrow here is moving from here to here. If this was the other way around, these bonds would not be able to happen. So you need to have methods that will tell you which is the best orientation for your protein. And you have your protein interface prediction, which is exactly what we just seen. It tells you how likely our two proteins are going to interact together. And there are a lot of public databases and public domains, a lot of public knowledge when it comes to the sequencing of protein, sequencing of monoclonal antibodies, and these are the necessary foundation for improving these data-driven methods. So the softwares that are being used, they predict these interactions, they predict the 3D shape based on the basic chemical structure, but also based on other proteins that have already been established in the scientific world. Okay, so you can see that it's such a tedious and specific process. So what if we have an antigen and you want to design a drug or design a monoclonal antibody that would fit in it? It's such a complicated process, and antigen and proteins are so complicated in their structure. So for you to build sequence by sequence, put amino acid next to an amino acid to find your perfect structure, that would take years and years and years. And that's why antibody libraries are key to accelerating this process. So what are antibody libraries? So it's a database compilation of various antibody sequences that have been derived from humans, animals, or done in the lab. And as I said earlier, us humans, we have the capacity to make over 100 billion different variation. And as far as I know, there's no antibody library that has 100 billion antibodies yet, but you never know what's going to happen in the future. So you have a lot of bioinformatics tool based on the data that is available online, and also companies are currently now investing in developing their own antibody libraries with their own data in order to be able to cut the drug discovery time in almost half. So you have antibodies that are ready instead of having to construct your own from scratch. So how does the process go? So firstly, and how do you start your antibody library? So firstly, you would gather antibodies from different sources. So whether it's humans, animals, or laboratory, as we've said, you would sequence. So you would have the amino acid sequence, break it down to the linear sequence. You would upload that to the database. So whether it's public or whether it's private, because each pharma company can develop its own private library. Whenever there's a new specific antigen or a new specific virus or something that's targeted, and actually for COVID-19, one of the first things that ever happened with the virus, the first thing is they sequenced it, they got the amino acid sequence, and it was published online for everyone. So there's a lot of data that can be found online and just, for everyone. So once there's a specific need for an antigen, you have your antibody library that might contain millions and millions of different variations, and you would start a process called biomapping, and it's screening. So to see which monoclonal antibody that you have can fit into your antigen. You would then optimize your biomapping process, and every single time you'd have a smaller sample size. So you can start with millions, go down to 5,000, and then optimize your biopanning, go down to 3,000, go down to 1,000, and then do some computation. So really these two steps, they go together. So whether you repeat the biopanning process and optimize it, and you do computational modeling to see what are the interactions that take place. And then finally, you would end up with a few monoclonal antibodies that are a great fit, and you would have to move on. Now you would start your experimental and lab setting. So this really cuts down the time of drug discovery to over half, because you have a ready database of so many different antibodies. So moving on, and this is going to be our last slide. I know I'm a little few minutes over time, but I promise this is the last slide. So advantages of using bioinformatics in monoclonal antibody development and drug development. So you're able to use public data in order to improve your understanding of your monoclonal antibodies, and also to enrich your software and enrich your own private database. And a great example of the database would be this, which we've used, and it's called the Protein Data Bank. There are also a lot of other data banks out there that are available. You can predict your interactions between an antigen and an antibody online without having to do any lab work. So that's really time saving. You can analyze the characteristic of your monoclonal antibody. So let's say, for example, here, you get a hit and it's great, and the antigen and the monoclonal antibody fit in together. However, when you analyze the biochemical properties, you kind of realize, oh, I don't think this would fit perfectly into a human body. It doesn't interact well. It might be X, Y, and Z. So you really save a lot of time and effort instead of investing in putting it in clinical trials, because you can already analyze the properties of the monoclonal antibody. And as we've said, we're cutting down time by doing biopanning. Also, something that's really, really interesting about bioinformatics and antibody libraries is that you can detect spots that are prone to mutations. So you hear there's this UK variant, this Brazil variant. What are these different variants of COVID? That means there's something changing in the sequence, and that is due to, at the end of the day, chemical properties. So with bioinformatics, you can detect the spots that are prone to mutations and prone to giving you different variants. So you can keep that in mind while you're developing the drug, or you have kind of like a like a step forward. So you're a step forward ahead and you know what's going to change in the future and what's not. And you can model different pathways that are very difficult to simulate in lab. You're able to do that online on software before moving on to the labs. Yeah, so I hope that gave you just a brief idea of how bioinformatics and computational modeling can play a huge role in antibody development and how it cuts down the time. And that really explains how a lot of companies were able to produce products for the vaccine, for the COVID, in such a small period of time, because this is definitely something that pharmaceutical companies are heading for, which is developing their own little database that has a lot of information. So yeah, thank you all for listening to me, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dua and Ms. Haneen. You really presented to us a live case how data science help you to develop products out of the abundance of data available and the tools that can be applied. Honestly, mashallah, tabarakallah, all the best to you. I have to say, when I visited your head office in Chaos, I felt that this is the real interpretation of women empowerment. All the respect to you, all the respect to the founder of Saudi Vax, and all the best. Yes, we do have questions for you. We'll direct them to you, but due for the schedule, we will have to move on to the next speech. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you soon. And we are really vigilant to learn more about your developing news. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. The first panel discussion for you. Very inspiring, very refreshing. We have Unlocking Entrepreneurial Success Opportunities with Data Science, moderated by Dr. Sarah Ghalib. Dr. Sarah is the head of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Ecosystem at Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, Wa'ad. Along with Dr. Sarah, we're going to have a very distinguished panelist, Ms. Fahreen Said, Vice President Business Development of Mervec IT. We have Ms. Ragad Al-Baijan, Saudi Development in Workhead, and Ms. Zainab Kemal, Data Architect at Penny. Dr. Sarah, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. صباح الخير. Thank you so much, Dr. Khulud, for the warm introduction. And thank you all for really inviting me. This morning, I have heard some very inspirational and motivational perspectives so far. We heard of this incredible impact from the Women in Data Science initiative. Then we heard that powerful history of Ifat from Dr. Mirvat. We heard awesome market examples from Amal. And then Sam gave us that really cool building data insights in labs, and then that algorithm, which I am just so in love with. That is such an incredible gift to the ecosystem. And thank you, Dua and Haneen, for the very timely insight, absolutely, to data and vaccines and antibodies. I want to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to have a couple different perspectives in this session. So my name is Dr. Sarah Ghalib. Ahlan. I'm the head of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Ecosystem at the Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, otherwise known as WAID. And one of my responsibilities is to design and oversee the data platform that we use to optimize the initiatives that we offer to our entrepreneurs. So today we're going to learn how to unlock entrepreneurial success opportunities with data science from, like I said, those two perspectives. So I am going to give you the first perspective as a practitioner who actually designed and developed our virtual business incubation initiative at WAID. And then we are going to shift, and you are going to hear from our incubatees themselves, not only how they use data for their own success, but also the benefit of having our virtual incubation program. So before I get into the details of the how-to, I'd like to go back a little bit, if you will, and give you some context about, how all the magic began. So WIDE, first of all, the purpose of WIDE is to really promote the economic diversification in Saudia by nurturing tomorrow's innovators and investing in our impactful startups. And we achieve this twofold. So first of all, through our true end-to-end services offering, and that includes both our pre and post MVP business incubation initiative. We also have that lab to market, as Dr. Samantha said earlier this morning, that professional innovation certification intensive 3-day initiative. We also have our signature venture builder initiative, and of course, as WIDE is known for, our funding through our loan and VC. And it actually is unique globally in that I have not found another entity that offers a true end-to-end service as we do here at WIDE. So the other aspect of it, of course, is our impact. We support the emergence and growth of homegrown startups to really drive that economic diversification and, of course, our job growth and socioeconomic impact. So when I first came to WIDE, it was like the end of 2018. There was already an existing business incubation program, and they had successfully incubated 64 startups. And similarly, at that time to other incubators in the kingdom, the feedback from our startups was that they wanted more in terms of support and mentorship and access to a network that really connected them, of course, us being a subsidiary of Aramco, with that Aramco supply chain, because it's all about traction, right? So there was this expectation. And so that, from our startups, and then from WIDE, it was requested of me to be able to scale our services across the kingdom. And so, challenge accepted. I picked up the phone, I spoke to my other colleagues that were also running incubators and accelerators in the kingdom. And what I found out was that WIDE had that incredible foundation so far, alhamdulillah. But then I had to ask myself, if data truly enhances our human potential, how do we build and optimize our startups experience? How are we putting the right data points in place to ensure that we're reaching the needs of our entrepreneurs and actually contributing to their growth? So the first answer, of course, is look at what your data is telling you, right? What I realized soon enough is that although we had a really good foundation, we didn't have the right data collection methods in place. And although WIDE had the potential to dramatically impact the value that our entrepreneurs were receiving in terms of enhancing the internal process as well as the services that we offer, I found that this, ladies and gentlemen, was definitely an opportunity. So I had to be best prepared, and along the way I became certified in business incubation management as well as KPI strategy and business planning. And then, of course, with my statistics background, it was like the perfect trifecta to just roll my sleeves up and get the job done. So the very, very first step, and this is literally taken from my KPI certification, because so many people they overstep this, and anyone who's worked in project management, this literally is going to be, something that you probably dream about at night, right? This is the godfather of strategy, Mr. Henry Mintzberg, who created the 5 Ps. And so what you do in an entrepreneurial perspective and developing those initiatives, you start by identifying the patterns of what strategies have been implemented before you. What supportive services were offered to the entrepreneurs that you're serving. And then you kind of have to ask yourself, what worked and what didn't, right? And having this plan in place, it'll position your organization in the market, and then it gives you an opportunity to really ask yourself, is what we're delivering in alignment with the expectations of our stakeholders? And so, finally, all of this, of course, it contributes to that larger perspective of how your organization is perceived, not only by the public, but also by your employees and your entrepreneurs as well. So after you have your strategy in place as the first step, then you want to start looking at your benchmarking. So what are the basic data that you should be collecting as an incubator and as an accelerator? Well, the first question you have to ask yourself is, what kind of incubator are you? Are you tech-based? Are you service-based? Some incubators are strictly for web-based businesses. So this question and answering it properly with your team will determine really what data you collect. And of course, what you want to do is also assess, what are the needs in the market and truly what resources you have as well. And then you move on to question number 2, which is, what services will you offer? So there's a basic that, incubators and acceleration, there's expectations that you'll have, help with the business basic development, networking activities, mentorship, coaching. Maybe you give them access to grants or other funds. So all of these things you need to make a list, because you're going to be building your data points around this. And then my favorite one, which is how you will measure your data success. Dun, 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 dun. This is the wonderful, beautiful world of your KPIs. So these are the subcategories that you really want to take a look at when you're building that database of it and collecting all of your data. So the very first one is around funding. Where do you get your funding from? Is it local? Is it from government? And then this one, I'd like to impress that what you want to ask is, if one of your funding channels goes away, will I be okay? It's a really important question, because you want to build your activities around sustainability, of course. Then you want to look at your programming performance, and this is, of course, how many clients have used your services, what trainings you offer, how many mentorship sessions, what types of services they're asking for, legal, accounting, and so on. Then you want to take a look at your utilization of community assets. So this is where you get to tap into your universities, your fab labs, and making sure that you're really looking at what resources you have to tap into and leverage. And then, some of you are interested in, recruitment and outreach performance. You really want to pinpoint what channels are working for your marketing, and how are people learning about you? How do people know about the services that you offer? It's important to identify those channels. And then you want to look at your influence on the community. I especially love this one, particularly for this event, when you're looking at, what type of founders are you seeing? Women-led founders? Are you hiring females more versus males? Are you tapping into other, minority groups and so on? So this gives you a great glimpse of the structure that you're building behind your incubator or your accelerator. And then, of course, you've got your client performance, looking at the startups that you're incubating. What accolades are they receiving? Are they winning competitions? Are they getting outside investment? And so on. And also, of course, it's one of our, KPIs that should be embedded is, the jobs created, how many, and also you can take it even a step further and say, are they low paying, medium paying, high paying jobs? Then you can really see how you're contributing to the development of the economic ecosystem. And then finally, you have your custom KPIs. For those of you that are really working on a niche area, this is really your opportunity to develop KPIs around them. So once we had our strategy, we did a complete analysis of our past and current startups, and as well as the team really deep diving into identifying our value, capability, long-term objectives, and of course our growth strategy. We audited the need in the kingdom through our stakeholders, of course, and our beneficiaries, and these are our key offerings. So our virtual business incubation program, this is the one that, really, alhamdulillah, especially with the given pandemic, we started this in the end of 2019, and I'm so grateful that we did, because it was really our opportunity to scale across the kingdom, and I'll share with you in just a minute the outcomes that we've had since that. And part of that virtual incubation program is we developed our own in-house mentorship platform that was customized. We used WorkHint, which you'll hear from in just a few minutes from one of our esteemed panelists. And this is what I like to call my assembly line automation. Now, it's still a work in progress, but literally we have developed a assembly line of virtual engagements, and this was truly an opportunity for us to make our data as smart as possible by really automating our internal processes. And I mean, again, it's still a work in progress, but the objective really is to make your data more effective, and whenever possible, leaving as much little room for human error as possible, of course. So from orientation, monthly feedback forms and communication, quarterly data reports and check-ins, we make sure that we're providing it optimally, through an automated assembly line. And of course, all of our interventions are KPI driven, and the variables are, collected and connected back into our overall KPIs and company strategy. So we also, listening to our data, did a little bit of a shift where when I first came to WAD, the focus, as as I think many of us were, being that entrepreneurship as an ecosystem is rather young. But what we did was we did a shift from the focus on volume of applicants to innovation. And I'll tell you a little secret why. So one of our board members challenged me, and he said, Dr. Sara, I want you to use the 10 types of innovation as a framework to be able to, weed through and, all of the applicants, and that will be the shift and the focus. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, using a framework is absolutely a game changer. Like, when you get to that point, it is awesome, because really what it does is it keeps your services and your evaluation processes consistent, but most importantly accountable, and replicable for those that are building models of excellence, as we do at WAD. And it's also, of course, most powerful when you can again tie it back to your company strategy and objectives. So that was a really, really cool shift that we did. Now, for the last one, using data to determine your services and your progress and success factors, well, unfortunately for confidentiality reasons, I cannot share with you my dashboard, but let me tell you, I have the most beautiful, colorful dashboard that is updated almost daily from our team, that gives me that glimpse at any time of the status of all of our initiatives and all of our startups. And subhanAllah, having that in place, so despite all of the challenges with COVID, despite all of the challenges that we had in 2020, I am so proud to report to you that our incubated startups reported receiving over 10 million SAR in outside investments, exceeded over 3.5 million in sales. They created over 100 jobs, and I was able to successfully meet the challenge of my my management, which is our presence increased across the kingdom, and alhamdulillah. So again, I ask you, what is the number one key to success when you're building those initiatives for your entrepreneurs using data? We said, first of all, to look, and I'm also going to tell you, it's also to understand and listen, because it goes back down to looking at the distribution of the feedback that you're getting from your entrepreneurs. And the data points, if you properly align them at various intervals throughout your startup's journeys, they will really give you critical insight into what of your services is working, and maybe some of the things that need to be revisited. And by doing this, you're always having that confidence in front of your management that you're always making data-driven decisions. We talked about this actually in several of the other perspectives that we heard this morning. And really it comes down to that. And so, having said that, though, there are some challenges that you're going to face. The first thing is really the quality of the data. One of the things in this field you always hear about is becoming a data detective, right? And it's true, because you're always looking and ensuring that your numbers are correct, and where you're getting them is accurate, and always scrubbing and cleaning them up to best reflect all of your efforts, really. And also, the other challenge is, building your proprietary tools. So my knee-jerk reaction for anyone that says, how do you start and how do you build and how do you do this? What's the first steps that you do? I always say, if you're, consistent with what everyone else is doing and they're benchmarking, it's your bread and butter, so don't reinvent the wheel. So, if there's great software for monitoring, tracking, and evaluation that everyone else is using, use them. However, when you reach a level where you start to look at more things that are niche, or you're not able to benchmark properly because you have unique offerings or services, my suggestion always is to build them in-house and really customize them, because it does offer you that competitive advantage. So in a recap, it's definitely starting off with a complete audit of your services and understanding really what you want to achieve. Strategize with your team, with your management. That is your very, very first step. And then tie that with your objectives and your KPIs. And then it's consistency, monitoring, tracking, and evaluating your efforts, and really listening to what your entrepreneurs are telling you. So in closing, when our MD, Mr. Wasim Basrawi, when he first came to WAID, shortly after I came, he came on board and he completely digitized WAID, like totally. And I'll never forget what he said to all of us in the town hall meeting when we were going through this process. And he used the famous words of, everyone knows, of course, the guru of management thinking, Peter Drucker. And he said to us, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And if you can't measure it, you cannot improve it. And it is absolutely true. And I hope this review of some of the challenges and successes from a practitioner's perspective has been helpful for those of you that are looking to use data science to build initiatives to support your entrepreneurs. And just remember, the most important aspect of a data scientist is really asking the right questions to the data. And for those of you IFET entrepreneurs that are ready and excited, or maybe you're already receiving services from IFET, your feedback will only enhance your journey and your experience. So thank you very much. So now I'd like to shift, and I would like for us to hear from some of our incubated entrepreneurs and how they use data science for their success. Okay, so Khulud.
Wow, أهلا وسهلا. واو.
هلا والله. I hope it's helpful. I hear, because really, Amal was giving this great perspective of, the market and examples and even, Dr. Sam. And so we really let's hear from our entrepreneurs themselves and let's learn and hopefully inspire our listeners for those that are, receiving services or looking to make that journey into entrepreneurship. So ladies, I would like for you to please introduce yourselves. So Farheen, would you like to start?
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah and Dr. Khulud, for having us here. Good morning, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Farheen Said. I'm the Chief Business Development Officer at Maverick AI, and I am so happy to be here to introduce to you what Maverick AI is doing in terms of data analysis and artificial intelligence, incubated, of course, by Saudi Aramco Entrepreneurship Center, WIDE. So I'll be happy to give Dr. Sarah our experiences in terms of an entrepreneur and how we've moved on in the world of data science.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Ragad?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ragad, business developer working at Work & Company. It's a software startup company that provides digitized platform solutions for different organizations. We mainly use HubSpot software as our main tool to track our client progress and analyze data, which are the qualified leads that I have communicated with them previously and gathered their data online or over the phone.
Nice. Awesome. Thank you, Ragad. Zainab?
Hello. Good morning, everyone. This is Zainab, and I'm a data architect at Penny. Just to give you a quick intro about Penny. So Penny is a procure-to-pay system. It helps organizations to digitalize their full procurement cycle, including payments, all in one intelligence system. Also, Penny has the largest B2B marketplace in the area.
Awesome. Mara shukran, Zainab. So ladies, I'd like to begin by asking each of you, what data collection, monitoring, tracking, analytical tools do you have in place, and how do you use the data that you collected? Farheen?
For us, Dr. Sarah, our app itself has all the data. So what we're doing typically is picking up the data which is embedded within our app. We're looking at different forms of data. We're looking at emotion recognition. We're looking at gender recognition. We're also looking at crowd control and demographics and things like that. So all of this data is already encapsulated in our application. That is picked up, and we use several tools. Some of them are ClickSense and Google for analyzing that data and helping us improve what we do. So typically, whatever data we get is helping us improve the software that we already have. It's trying to improve what we already do and what we offer in the market. So that is a huge thing for us. The data itself makes us better every day. And because it's machine learning, we get better every time we do something new with whatever data we've learned from our own consumers, from our customers.
Absolutely, and especially since, in Saudi, we're shifting over, putting that foundation towards smart cities. So that's an incredible offering and to be able to give to the ecosystem. Thank you, Farheen. Ragad.
Typically, this data tool that I mentioned, HubSpot, helped us a lot in categorizing our clients from the highest to the lowest potential, which this is affecting positively, of course, in achieving success in the market. And of course, preventing time waste. Like, for example, we have a great feature, helped us a lot to predict whom are the most interested clients, which can prioritize them than the others, of course. Once we finish the meeting, we send email for proposal and quotation details. So since HubSpot is connected with Gmail, we can view how many number of the clicks and opens the client pressed after we sent it. So the more clicks number, probably the client is more interested and is taking us seriously to purchase. So this tool has helped us a lot.
I love that. So that way you can really give your pitch and focus on specific features that your customers are really looking for. And that's, that makes a lot of sense. And I can see how that is incredibly beneficial and saving a lot of time and energy for the clients as well. So thank you for that. Zainab, would love to hear from you, dear.
So we track different types of data using a variety of tools. First, we track the product data, which is basically the data that are shown in our system. And we work closely with vendors and brands to collect this data. The other type of data is collecting the data about the behavior of the customer while using the platform. And for this, we're using Full Story, which is basically a tool to enable us to track the customer activity while using the platform. And the last tool that I would talk about is we're using Google Analytics to track the website traffic. So these are some of the tools that we use in Penny.
I love that insight of, the customer behavior and activity, and I think that, it's one of the perspectives that Amal had shared earlier with Zara and how people, the consumer behavior, so you can really see where you need to focus on so you can absolutely increase your sales. Thank you for that. So ladies, you're monitoring, you're tracking, you're collecting your data. And now you shared with us how you're using that data that you're collecting. I'd like to hear from you now. How has the data itself contributed to your market success? Farheen?
Data has definitely contributed in a big way, Dr. Sarah. For us, we are currently in conversation with the Eastern Province municipality, which is for the smart city. And what they're trying to typically find out is they want to be able to find out the safety of the people. They're concerned about the safety. They want to be able to track gender. They want to be able to make sure that crowds are properly distributed and things like that. So for this, typically, when you talk about market success, data is a big factor for us. What it helps us with is to be able to build that trust. That trust that we need to build with our consumers. Data is available everywhere. It's literally, we're drowning in data today. But what is that data doing for us? How are we going to be able to contribute to our consumers? Let's look at, for example, a supermarket. Our solution can tell the supermarket exactly where to place their products to be able to attract their customers. So this kind of data story that we tell our customers helps them and helps us. So it's really the reliability between us and the customers shoots up because of this data. And that's what we really want, that bond, that unwavering reliance on us to say that we're going to be able to tell you what you need to hear. And that's going to help you unleash your potential. That's how data has helped us. And I'm sure it's going to keep on helping us in future as we uncover new data points and new stories for our consumers.
Absolutely. I love it. You heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Maverick AI's contribution to smart cities in Saudiya. That is awesome, Farheen. Thank you for that perspective. Raghad, I'd like to hear from you and Workent.
Actually, I agree with what Farheen said. She spoke very great. I also think data helps us categorizing and prioritizing, as I mentioned. So we can prevent time waste and time effort. So all of this really helped us in data. So it could be affected in success of the market, of course, positively.
Yeah, absolutely. Time is money, right?
Yeah, of course. It's also lowering our costs and all of that factors. It's helped us a lot.
All of them, absolutely. Thank you, Raghad. Yeah. And Zainab.
So as I mentioned, Penny is building the largest marketplace in KSA. So our mission is to bridge the gap between supply and demand, and we're doing it in a data-driven way. So we're building the marketplace from scratch because when we went to look for a source, we couldn't find a reliable source to curate the data from. So we went from data curating into data creating, and that gives us an edge.
Love that. I love that. Data creating. I love that. So I know we only have a few minutes left, and I'd just like to wrap up, and ask you, first of all, We talked, or I spoke about, the virtual incubation platform that we've created, which all of you are a part of. So I'd like to hear from you, really, how WAID has contributed to your growth and success. And then I'd also like to, you've got a great audience of entrepreneurs and pre-entrepreneurs is what I like to call them. So what tips do you have for other startups and using data science that they can truly use to reach their traction or product or service goals? Farheen?
Yeah, so if I had to start off about what WAID is doing for us, I would have to go on and on and on, and I know I don't have the luxury of time.
Like my number one cheerleader. Thank you, Farheen.
Absolutely.
And Dr.
WAID
Sam too, yes.
Amazing job. Starting off with Mr. Wasim Basrawi, Dr. Sarah, Dr. Samantha, and everybody in their team. They're doing this awesome job for all the entrepreneurs in Saudi Arabia. And I think they're doing something that is not describable in a few words, if I can say it that way. It's almost like they're this guiding, shining light that guides us and helps us move forward. And it's literally like they're holding our hands and guiding us forward. It's not even that simple, right? I mean, I might say it and it might sound simple, but honestly, they're doing an amazing job. We at Maverick AI really value the guidance that we're getting from Dr. Sam and Dr. Sarah, and how much effort they're putting into showing us that nothing is going to stop you guys. There is this huge horizon ahead. Just look and keep moving. And that is, enormous support. So that is definitely something great that you're doing.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to tips for other startups. Again, like I said, I'm going to tell you what WAID told us. The sky is the limit. There's nothing stopping you. There is huge opportunity. And if there's one thing I would want to leave you with, it would be listen. Listen with an empathetic ear, because the world is telling you a story. Your consumers are telling you a story. The data is telling you a story. You just need to listen and use that data to tell your customers the story they want to hear. So honestly, data science is giving us this huge opportunity that we as startups can use to leverage our services and literally take them forward in a way that has never been possible before. So it's literally like how the cops uncover something when they look for clues. It's almost like, they pick up something and then they've got this whole thing discovered because they found one little clue, right? So data can give you that pain point, use it and help it to go forward.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Farheen. And you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Look, listen, and understand. Absolutely, listen. And Ragad, I'd love to hear from you. What few words do you want to give of inspiration to our audience?
Firstly, I think WAID did really amazing job. We are really, really thankful for that. Like WAID advisors offered us at Workhint introductions to potential clients. In addition, the mentors network helped us tailor our strategy in some areas that would have been expensive if we paid for it. Also, the startup community support and ecosystem offered to customers trust. So all of these factors helped us a lot, and we are very, very grateful for that. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarah and everyone.
Most welcome.
Also, for the tips, I believe that startup companies should use data analytical tools. It's really helpful to analyze their data, such as what we are using, for example, HubSpot. Or if the company wants to predict some data results with minimal cost, they could also use some statistics or predictive analytics based on prior similar data for another similar business or previous project. That would be really helpful for them. So that's my simple tip.
Yeah, thank you so much. And that's an incredible perspective. Those data analytics are critical because they'll help you to best prepare, so you always have that competitive edge. Thank you, Ragad. Zainab.
So WAID provided support, and it helped in kickstart the company from the beginning. So we're getting a great access to mentorship and great access to good talents from different parts of the world. And that is all through WAID virtual platform. And regarding the tips, I'd like to say that track your data, because tracking your data can pave a clear path for the business needs, and also it tells you what's not working in your system, and it helps you in understanding your customer performance, and of course it will help you in improving your product.
Absolutely. Could not have said it better. Thank you so much, ladies. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve you all. I look forward to your continued growth. And everyone, look up the amazing accomplishments of these ladies. Some of you have, raised millions, literally, in funding, and you're doing amazing things. And we're looking forward to your continued impact and contribution to the ecosystem. Thank you so much. You heard it all here. Dr. Khulud, listen to your data and really understand what it is. And most importantly, don't forget about it, because it's going to give you great insight on how you can be strategic and grow and scale and contribute, most importantly, to our awesome economy here for Sardiya. Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Khulud. Thank you all.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Hagigi, very refreshing. You left the inspiration level to the top. Mashallah, was a wonderful foundation, and mashallah, barakallah, it was just excellent to hear from all of you. Dr. Sarah, I'm so proud of you for accepting the challenge. And it feels good.
Wallah, challenge is always accepted, Dr. Khulud, whether we're here in Dahran or in Sheba having fun. I miss that. Good time. Yalla. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much. Ma salama.
Thank you. Dr. Sarah, I also would like to thank you for showing our audience really successful models, mashallah, for female really breaking the ground, making their own companies. I know many of the females think about entrepreneurship, but just, wonder about the possibilities and wonder about taking the risk. Taking risks sometimes is a challenge for females. Maybe you and one of your panelists can talk to us about this idea of, taking the risk, approaching the entrepreneurship zone.
Sure. One of the things, and I'll say a couple sentences, and I don't know if ladies, if you want to jump in, but I'm launching my second startup in a few weeks, and I think that we have come such a long way for Sardiya than when I first came here 7 years ago, in terms of automating our services, the initiatives that are erupting, the support that we're getting. Now is the time more than ever that we are getting the support that we need to be successful. We are seeing, and I'm so excited and so proud that, a few years ago, if you remember, Wa'ad had a huge hackathon. It was awesome in 2018. And our winners across the board were all female led. And that speaks volumes as to what we're seeing now, with more engagement from our ladies in the ecosystem. We're specializing, we're becoming technical experts. And this is truly the definition, this platform, what you're doing right now, this is the definition of women empowerment. You heard all these incredible perspectives from ladies. I mean, a founder of someone who's really tackling, life and death situations that are happening right outside our doors nowadays. I mean, this is truly your time. Just do it. Just like Nike says, you go and you run with it, because if you don't, you will always regret at not being able to contribute. Because that, alhamdulillah, when I look back on, my achievements and how, most importantly, we've all supported each other. We're all friends. Everyone who's in this ecosystem, we all want to see each other thrive. And I think that is going to give you the confidence you need. If you have, if I'm speaking to the audience now, if you have those 10 ideas and you have this energy and you want to do it, do it. I know that there's challenges with the pandemic, but whatever, you can make it happen. Pivot a little bit from a business model you were thinking about a few years ago, but if it's still in there, Amal told you, use the data, do your market research, and really truly understand what is needed out there, because it's a lot. And the ecosystem needs you, absolutely. Did any of my other ladies want to mention anything about starting up? I see Farheen is reaching.
I would echo everything that Dr. Sarah said. Definitely, now is the time. There's no better time than this. The only thing I would like to add is that women have always been at the forefront, maybe not recognized as much in the past. Literally, in data science, one thing that always inspires me is the story of a lady who managed to get the first man on the moon without being called a data scientist.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
She did her mathematical calculations, and everyone depended on her to get this guy back alive. And she managed it. She was a woman, ladies, so come on. I mean, we can do anything. So with all the support that we have and all the encouragement and all the lovely women around us, I'm sure even the moon is not our limit. So good luck with that.
Absolutely. Could not be spoken better. Thank you so much, Farheen. And thank you so much, Doctora, for the time today. And thank you all, and looking forward to seeing your success as well coming from Afet, inshallah.
It's an honor and a pleasure to have you and the panelists. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, and all the best, Wa'ad. And inshallah, we will keep following your news, and we'll see you, inshallah, soon in a following event.
Inshallah. Thank you all. Ma'as-salama.
Thanks, all the best. All right, very refreshing, a lot of positive energy. And that would conclude the entrepreneurship track of our event today. And we will start with you now, the inspiration of the data science in the enterprise. I have for you today Ms. Leila Bukhari. She's a Senior Service Account Manager at SAP. And Ms. Leila is going to talk to us about designing an enterprise data strategy. Ms. Leila, welcome, and the floor is yours. Ahlan wa sahlan. Ms. Leila, if you can just unmute yourself.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an, and good morning to you, Dr. Khulud, and to all the wonderful audience that are watching us today, and to the entire Women in Data Science community across the world. I think that having this great initiative, I think on 3 years in a row now, is such a testament to the great work and the great talent by Saudi technical females. Quite inspiring, and I'm happy to be here with you today. Basically, I'm going to be walking you through a very high level sort of foundational talk about how to approach designing an enterprise data strategy. Because when we start talking about AI and ML, the source is basically data at the end of the day. And we know that data is such an indispensable corporate asset that we need to make sure is collected, governed, and managed in a proper way. So with that, I will take you through my slides. I hope you can see the first very short introductional slide. And I'll just talk a little bit about why do I have a little bit of experience that puts me forth in a position to talk about an enterprise data strategy. Of course, designing a data strategy is an effort and a journey. What I'm going to be speaking about today is very high level from a practical experience, being in the tech field for 9+ years between Microsoft, Cognizant, and very recently SAP. I've covered the banking and financial services sector, including insurance companies across the kingdom. And part of my work was to, number one, make sure that my customers, my enterprise customers, are basically adopting the latest technology based on the company that I was working on with, and making sure that they're working and experimenting with the latest portfolio of technology. In parallel to that, I worked a lot with helping define business problems, translating them into technical or digital solutions, because as we all know, here in Saudi, Vision 2030 is sort of our North Star. And if we look closely at that vision, it's very much about digital transformation at the heart. So with that, my work has exposed me to working on different digital transformation initiatives, a lot of which included data modernization, as well as starting to chart an AI roadmap. And this is what I'd like to share with you today. So, as you know, AI, ML are not buzzwords anymore. They are very much industry centric frameworks that we need to, and technologies that we need to start investing in and experimenting with. Enterprises across the world have definitely understood the importance of AI, ML from a revenue perspective, from a customer service perspective, because they realize that these two technologies are going to have them not only transform the business, but also grow the business and make sure that they're closer to their stakeholders, whether they're internal or external stakeholders. And obviously, having the right algorithms and frameworks for AI is not just a competitive advantage, but it's a way for companies to survive. We've heard so many stories of enterprises failing to transform their business model and therefore fading away into oblivion. And that's not what customers or companies want. And of course, AI and ML are great technologies to be investing in and experimenting with and landing. However, the foundation to both is data. And usually when people start talking about adopting AI, they forget that they need to kind of take a step back and make sure that their data foundation, from a warehouse perspective, from a governance perspective, from a management perspective, is all streamlined. So this is what I'll be focusing on, taking care of the basics first. And this is what I'd like to sort of shed some light on. So I'll start by defining very broadly what a data strategy is. The best definition that I felt captured that was actually by a very well-known tech giant, SAS. And they have very concisely put down the definition of a data strategy as a plan designed to improve all of the ways you acquire, store, manage, share, and use data, obviously within an enterprise setting. We know that in an enterprise, there are multiple internal stakeholders, multiple departments, both generating, acquiring, and sharing data. And those need to all kind of be aware of what is the master plan or master roadmap that they can use to make use of their data for more advanced uses of AI and ML. And another nice complementary and insightful definition actually comes from IBM. IBM is actually one of the leaders in AI practice. A lot of their resources and their scientists and their architects have authored great research papers about, the whole stack of architecting data all the way up to, what to do with advanced analytics. So I would really recommend that you take a look at some of their consulting material on that. But going back to their complementary definition as well, is that a data strategy should also be able to align your business plan and priorities with your technology strategy. So it's not supposed to be a separate entity, that is siloed. It's supposed to be a connecting vehicle to both your business and technical or digital strategy. So this, of course, leads us to the conclusion that a data strategy should fulfill the goal of establishing a roadmap that connects the activities across the different data posts within a company, and to make sure that different management disciplines like governance, data protection, data management, and so on are very much aligned with the business needs and the business objectives of why we need to, or how we need to use this data actually. So in a nutshell, a data strategy is supposed to be a connecting vehicle between your business and digital or technical strategy, and it needs to help achieve the business objectives. This is, of course, why investing in a proper data strategy started, right? It's to empower and fuel the business to begin with. This is a very simple visual that I borrowed from a great report by SAS, just to help you visualize what the different stakeholders would look like and the different outposts of business needs that data would be generated to and from. Of course, there might be more figures and more stakeholders depending on an enterprise's size and their business line and what they actually want to achieve, and also depending on the complexity and the basically existence of different harmonized technologies together. Because data warehouse is a whole other field that we can get into, hopefully in another session or down the road. But this is sort of a very high-level snapshot of what is really needed, or what a data kind of outpost plan would look like. Now, going back to one of the points that I just made earlier, I want to branch out a little and talk about why is data viewed as a business driver. It has been said, at least in the last 7 to 8 years, that excuse me, data is the most crucial corporate asset as of now. Companies invest so much in data security, data management, data governance, and one of the things that is important to focus on as well is making sure that you invest in data modernization as well, to create that foundation that we talked about to empower AI and ML usage. So a few pointers, and these are very concise pointers again, is that data reduces operational costs when it comes to manual overhead, when it comes to having different siloed systems to kind of pull the data out of. So making sure that, streamlining it in a way where different internal stakeholders can make sense of it and go on to use it for an AI and ML strategy, is that number one, getting your data warehouse modernized, getting a proper sort of plan on how to manage, collect, use, store, share will help reduce operational costs. And this, of course, as we said, takes away the extra work of having manual related data work, and also allows for more innovation, right? Because when you can do more, you can achieve more on the outpost of your business. And that, of course, leads us to the fact that this type of investment will increase revenue and allow for competitive advantage for the business that we're discussing, or the business at hand. One of the interesting topics that I also kind of wanted to shed light on is, how does AI and ML fit into this? So we know that data is having a proper enterprise data strategy is the foundation. The next question is, okay, so if we have it all aligned and we have let's say an effective data strategy with all the right KPIs and all the success metrics achieved, how can we now fit in AI and ML into it? So in a very basic I would say, abstract sense, AI and ML is the second layer of operationalizing your data, or monetizing your data, if you may. As we know, a lot of businesses and enterprises, especially those that happen to be in the consumer field, are very much interested and keen on knowing about what their customers are saying about them. So this is where being closer to your customer on social networks through different social listening and analytics tools helps you in the back end operationalize and monetize the data, either for increased offers or even better customer service offerings. And of course, one of the important aspects as well, after you get your data strategy into place, is to understand that it's impossible to know what algorithms to use for business cases without having access to streamlined data sources. So once you have your data strategy in order, you know what kind of business objectives it's going to serve, this is where the creativity and sort of the beauty and magic of AI and ML comes into place. And I'm using AI and ML together. They're not interchangeable, but they are definitely two separate entities that happen to be two sides of the same coin. So this was just a bit of a clarification. And of course, let's not forget that we cannot use the power or utilize the power of AI or machine learning without having a public cloud as a platform. And of the Women in Data Science events. So it's very important to know that in order to receive real-time data, to be able to work your algorithms, your AI algorithms on, and make sure that that then gets automated through machine learning, is to make sure that you're using a public cloud. We know that AWS is a leading market shareholder. Then comes Microsoft's Azure. And lastly, of course, or not lastly, but third, Google Cloud. There's also many other public cloud providers out there, but those three tend to be the market share leaders. So basically, these components of having a data strategy set and then an investment in getting your AI algorithms and frameworks into place, which will then empower your machine learning automation processes, is sort of like the trifecta of making use of a proper AI data strategy within an enterprise. Once again, I would like to offer a disclaimer and say that it's not so simple as ABC. However, those are some of the key points that I wanted to summarize based on my practical exposure and experience within this field, actually, which is a very interesting field and has great potential not only here in the kingdom but across the world. So with that, I will open up some time for questions, and yes, I look forward to it.
Thank you very much. Very inspiring speech, mashallah, tabarakallah. I guess one of the questions that we have for you, you have a very bright career path, Ms. Leila. Tell us more about the professional development. How did you develop yourself to reach that, mashallah, career path?
In general, you mean? Through because I'm still studying, when it comes to, data and AI, I'm still novice. Okay. So, sure.
Someone who did computer science, did you focus on in your career on AI or machine learning, or how did things develop for you to be in this stage?
Sure. So definitely adopting a growth mindset and making sure that you fulfill your curiosities. I'm technical by study. I did my undergrad in the States in information science because I knew I didn't want to be a software engineer. I wanted to be a systems developer. And one of the key elements that helped me reach that is doing 2 co-ops, one of them being at MIT, one of them being at Pfizer. This is a long time ago. So I discovered what I liked and what I didn't like. And I just want to say here that knowing what you don't like is actually just as powerful as knowing what you like. And then I came back to Saudi, and I was, applied everywhere, and actually got headhunted or contacted through LinkedIn by Microsoft. And honestly, and I love Microsoft, as you probably know, but I wasn't thinking of joining them because when I was in college, Google was sort of the, cool place to be. However, you have to be practical and challenge yourself and say, why not? Let me see where this goes. And, I was recruited by them, ended up, getting an offer and accepting to go there. And then spent some time there working in different cities as well. I was lucky enough to have families in every city, so I was able to work in خبر, رياض, and شرقية. And المنطقة الغربية, Jeddah, where I'm originally from. And that has really enriched my experience from a Microsoft perspective. And then I was headhunted into Cognizant, which is a platinum GSI for AWS, Oracle, SAP, because I felt that I needed more exposure and more of a, let's say, overview on the entire services vertical or portfolio when it comes to technology, which was such a great experience. And then recently I decided that, okay, I'm done with services. Maybe it's time to explore a transformation that's happening at SAP. And here I am. So try to challenge yourself by having a growth mindset. I'm not an expert, technical guru. I used to be way more hands-on technical back in the day. But, once a techie, always a techie. So I always like to go read up and try to challenge myself to get a certification in either like Azure AI fundamentals or understanding just the foundational aspect through courses by IBM, which is, one of the courses I'm currently taking. You never know when and where this type of, learning might come in handy. So if you're curious, definitely try to fulfill that.
Very interesting, very inspiring. And another question that I have for you, Ms. Leila, apparently you intrigued thinking of many audience about the data strategy. So do you recommend any courses or any approaches in which people can master the skills of data strategy?
So data strategy in itself is more of a, I would say, a consultative-like process. I would go a step back and say, let's focus on what makes a good data analyst and then a data architect, because those, along with the business consultants, tend to be the people that get involved in writing the requirements and signing off on a data strategy. So one thing I will say is focus on, from a data analyst perspective, focusing on advanced mathematics and statistical skills. Not forget data, because of data science, to get to a data scientist level, you do have to be very much a hands-on person when it comes to math and statistics, applied math and statistics. And then having the programming skills of Python and R. Those are because you are going to be, developing algorithms, and having relevant relational databases experience, whether it's on Oracle or SQL or SQL. And then, of course, the soft skills or the complementary skills will have to be creative problem solving, and analytical skills, and data visualization skills, right? And that can be complemented by tools, but you have to know what exactly you want to present to your stakeholders visually. You know, all the great stuff that you do in the background needs to be visually appealing at some point.
Very interesting. And another question I have for you, Ms. Leila. You talked about cloud computing, and you've experienced Microsoft, and now you are experiencing SAP. As a lot of the startups nowadays might use some web services offered by these companies. Can you tell us a little bit more about the cloud computing and the regulations, the local regulations of using the cloud computing and data used or travel through the cloud and back to the enterprise?
That's a very good question. And this is sort of like a double-edged sword. So from a data privacy perspective, I think the kingdom has very mature cloud and data privacy frameworks, whether it's issued for the financial sector by the Saudi Central Bank, or formerly SAMA, or actually, as of November 2018, the National Cybersecurity Authority. So again, the master regulation is actually issued by the NCA, and it calls on for data residency when it comes to public cloud usage, especially for customers who want to use the service, who want to host, you know, their data through cloud providers that don't have a presence in the kingdom. Now, luckily, SAP already made that investment almost 2 years ago, or a little over 2 years ago, in having a data center and its disaster recovery site built within the borders of the kingdom. And the second company to do that was Oracle. Hopefully, you know, we might hear soon that you know, the rest will follow. We know that in December, Google Cloud has signed a joint venture with Saudi Aramco when it comes to hosting the services, or kind of selling the services of a Google Cloud. And Google Cloud has, or Google has invested and announced officially that they will be initiating and establishing a data center down the road in Saudi, because they've, you know, mapped out Saudi as a geographical site for that. So regulation is there for maximum protection, to make sure that you know, data, personally identifiable information is protected, especially for, you know, Saudis and Saudi residents. Or let's say any Saudi generated data needs to be protected. From the other side, it does create a challenge, because the cloud vendors have to prove that they have the right frameworks and controls in place, not just from a feature perspective, but also from the terms and conditions perspective, and SLA perspective, and all of that, to make sure that your data is very much, as an entity, your data is yours. You hold the keys to them in the server racks in their data center, you know, somewhere in the world. So that's a very key question, and I think it's a work in progress, because we see here in the kingdom some industries that are more regulated than others. Like the banking insurance sector has always been, you know, highly regulated, you know, rightfully so. So the beauty is to go through that journey with your customer to ensure that, you know, they're using a technology that is not just, you know, creating business or, you know, creating business results for them, but also protecting them, because, you know, stories of data leakage and cybersecurity attacks are all too many now, and those don't really sound well or end well. So yeah, we will see.
Very, very interesting. Ms. Leila, thank you very much. Very inspiring speech. And I have to say that you were with us in Women in Data Science 2019 at Exeter University when the world was normal. And we had the pleasure of having you with us at that event. And you are, mashallah, a key figure for women empowerment. We are so proud of you. And we are honored to have you in this session today. Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you so much. And I'm extremely inspired by the work you do as well, Dr. Khulud. So happy to be a part of this amazing community. And thank you so much.
We're definitely going to see you soon in probably another great achievement, inshallah. Thank you very much, Ms. Leila. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I guess after all this enriching sessions, you need a little break, maybe for lunch and prayer. We will give you an hour break and we'll meet you here again around 1 p.m. So enjoy your break and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We hope that you get a very good break and you enjoyed the first session in the morning as we did. And we'll come back to the afternoon session. So as Dr. Khulud mentioned, now we're moving into the enterprise section of today. And we're after the very interesting staging talk that Ms. Layla took us through. I'm delighted to introduce Ms. Amal Maawad, who is an IT system analyst and advanced data. Can you hear me? Okay, Amal Maawad is an advanced data analyst at Saudi Aramco. She is a certified specialist in big data analytics and PMP project manager. In addition to certification in material management, GRC, and ABAP programming, she worked with major projects within Saudi Aramco to digitalize procurement modules and process to achieve Vision 2030. That's why she's talking to us today about procurement optimization utilizing advanced analytics. Go ahead, Amal, and welcome.
Thank you, Tasneem, for your introduction, and thank you, everybody, for joining this session. For my presentation, I would like to start with this figure that shows the global procurement as a service market size, where you can see it was valued at 5.4 million in 2019, and it's expected to grow up to 7.8 million by 2024, at a compound annual growth rate of 7.6% during the forecasted period. As this market continues to grow, there is associated costs that are also expected to increase. As a result, companies are progressively adopting procurement outsourcing and technology-driven solutions that enable them to streamline their process and achieve significant cost saving at optimization. But before we go any further, we would like to ask the question of what is procurement, or in particular, what is service procurement? Well, procurement is basically a request or a demand to do a service. That demand could be, or that service could be as small as painting a wall, or as big as drilling a gas well. That request is called a purchase requisition, where you in a procurement system, where you detail the service you want, specify the list of vendors that provide this service, and initiate a bid slate where you contact them to sense their interest. And that is called request for quotation, where you send the vendor the list of services and you wait for their prices. Once they provide you with their prices, then you will start your process of price comparison to select the best vendor that fits your needs. Once the vendor is selected, you would award him and sign the contract, or to start to issue the purchase orders for them to start work and deliver their services. Lastly is the payment or the invoicing process, where you verify that the vendor has completed all the ordered services and payments are accounted to them. So we're talking about service procurement or service outsourcing that involve various activities, which include identifying the companies or the external suppliers to provide that service, conducting request for quotation process, and negotiating prices with them, and setting contracts. However, it also involved looking at different factors to ensure that the balance between the service, the quality of the service, and the price. For example, we would look at the procurement type. Am I procuring this vendor as an engineer contract, or as a construction contract, or as an LSTK or SBSB? Also, we would look at the supplier internal compliance or external compliance accommodation, their performance or average performance from previous services. If there is any active bidding, they already are included in. We're also will be looking about the manpower within that supplier, the age group of the employees they are recruiting, their skill set, is it advanced, is it beginner skill set, their nationalities. Also, there are other factors associated with the service location. Is this service will be conducted within the city, or are we moving to remote areas to do that service? Other surprisingly factors are the weather conditions. There's a difference if the service will be conducted in summer or whether it's in winter. Also, other factors that might impact our decision is the scheduling and the milestone of the full period of providing the service. The tasks and assignment to that vendor, are we within a tight schedule, or we have all the time we need? The equipment that they will be using, will it be in a good quality? Is it maintained? Or is there any historical failure data? Also, if there are any change requests that we need to initiate in order to extend this service or to accommodate other services within that procurement contract. And also, we'll be looking into other data sources that could be external or internal within the organization. All of these factors are data that we need to examine them in order to provide an insight into about the past, helping to deliver the cost avoidance and optimization by anticipating future behavior, and made the best procurement decision possible. This practice is called data mining in procurement, where a large of predefined or pre-existing database are collected and examined. And this is done through a structured and processing stages. The first stage would be understanding the business. What is the objective of that organization? What is their business objective? What are they focusing on? Are they focusing on the customer, or are they focusing on operational efficiency? And what is that big data or advanced analytics project will do for them? The second stage is data understanding, where we look to answer to specific business questions to understand the flow of their data, or the flow of the factors or information they have from external and internal sources, their data warehouses, transactional system, and maybe also the internet. The third stage is to collect the data and start to prepare them or structure them in a way that could be readable. For example, in a list format, matrix, or arrays, in order to attempt to summarize these data, try to find patterns, and most importantly, to visualize them. That brings us to the next stage, which is modeling techniques or visualization techniques. There are many techniques of modeling. For example, there would be a regression or clustering, where the objective is to formulate the model, identify the cause and effect relationship, mutual relationship, and connection among variables. The first stage is evaluating our models in order to find a pattern or a solution that would read this historical data and help us to estimate or to forecast the future. Once that is done, we would be confident enough to implement that solution in order to make the best decision possible in regards to service procurement and optimization outsourcing services. It's worth to note that this cycle is not necessarily sequential, where you need to alter or revert back many stages along the cycle and overall the cycle. Implementing such cycle, that will bring us to a similar solution as you can see here on the screen. That would present the results of data analysis as well as insights where you possibly make a better or easier decision with machine learning. This feasibility, where you see here, is necessary to understand how much, where, and with whom organizations are spending money. This can help to identify potential opportunities to reduce expenditure when it comes to procuring services from outside your organization. Having said that and implementing such solution, then the question arises, what advanced analytics can achieve for me as an organization leader after implementing such an intelligence solution or intelligence tool within my organization? Well, statistics has shown that big data analytics continues to be the significant area of focus for supply chain and procurement. 54% of survey respondents believe that analytics would be the highest impact technology for business during the next year. Also, Deloitte Chief Officer Global has conducted a survey with participation of 504 procurement leaders presenting their organization, where their turnover is above 5.5 trillion. Accessing our regional overview and regional trends, you can see that how organizations compare to a procurement function across the globe. And looking into oil and gas industry for particular, reducing cost continues to be a top priority within this industry with an 89%. Also, utilizing advanced analytics will help in achieving 54% improvement in visibility and also 37% improvement in spend avoidance and optimization. And all of this was through structured optimal pricing and enhanced understanding of how contract risk identified through analyzing historical data and failure data through advanced analytics solutions and tools. In conclusion, advanced analytics is proven to have provide data-driven insights and power that procurement can leverage in order to make impactable and business decisions. That was my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amal, for the presentation. And the process was very smooth, and I believe, inshallah, everyone has got the idea behind the procurement as a process and how machine learning and data analytics would help in enhancing this process. I'm looking into some questions, if there's any, in the comments. Let me ask you again a question regarding the survey that you just showed. So, who are the entities that this or the audience for that survey? Yani, what is the sample that were collected from specific sector of the industries or a public survey? Do you have any idea about
that? Can you repeat your question again? Your voice was not clear.
Okay, sorry. So I was asking about the sample for the survey. You just showed us the result about the machine learning and how it's impacting the procurement process. Is this like to a specific industry or it's a public survey?
It's a public survey. But for the sake of this subject or this session, I have extracted the data related to procurement in the supply chain sector, and working in a gas and energy industry, we would be more interested to providing data related to that industry for our specific region.
Great. Thank you so much, Amal, for your time and for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you all. Inshallah. Thank you very much.
Now, let me welcome Ms. Suzanne Sadiq, who is an IT ERP project manager at Zahid Group. With her more than 8 years experience, she is working as a project manager officer at Zahid Group, leading IT projects effectively to cope with the rapid technology change and ensuring its growth and sustainability. Suzanne will take us through a talk titled Applying Data Science Techniques in Pricing Strategies and Harmonization. Welcome, Suzanne.
Thank you so much, Tasneem, for the introduction. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure for me to be here in this initiative, talking about our success and experience so all can benefit out of it. And as mentioned by Tasneem, pricing strategy is a critical part for any organization. In this speech, I'll be walking you through our story in Zahid Group, how we apply data science techniques into our pricing strategies to optimize. Okay, the topics we'll be talking about are who we are from Zahid Group, as a bigger umbrella, focusing on the commercial vehicles division. Then we'll be identifying our problem statement with the current process we are working with. After that, we'll be introducing Synchron as a solution, the business value addition, why we chose Synchron and how it works. After that, we'll take you into a practical example of how this process for Synchron will be implemented for us in Zahdi Group. Will be followed by a case study market proof on Synchron business value addition. Last but not least will be our takeaways. So, who we are? Proudly, I'm coming from Zahdi Group, a diverse workforce with more than 5,000 employees, 36 nationalities. We are existing in 21 countries, with plus 13 countries where we have projects execution there, 50 branches with 50 plus brands. Zahid believes in its responsibility globally and specifically in the kingdom, so we exist in 11 sectors as listed below, starting from the construction and heavy machinery, commercial vehicles, all the way to transportation and logistics. Our main focus in this presentation is on the commercial vehicles division. Zahid Group, CVD, is a leading provider of Renault and Volvo trucks and buses across Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, providing training transport solutions for heavy trucks and for fleet operators. The division additionally requests the Renault brand of UD trucks. These all are done with a joint venture with Volvo Truck Corporation, where our Arabian Vehicles and Trucks Industry Company is doing all the assembly of these trucks to serve it and sell it in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Something I'm proud to share here is the picture you are seeing in the presentation. It's from our factory in Cay, where you can see the Saudi women role. It's not only part of the data science, but they are existing in every single business aspect, especially in the factories. So, what is the current process for our pricing setting right now? It starts with our data scientists team dealing with the costing factors and analyzing purchase price, shipment prices, taxes and custom duties, and exchange rate with the foreign currencies we're paying for. All these factors will be taken into consideration to identify our sales markup. Here, where the economical factors will come into place, from supply and demand, what competitors we have, I mean from the global, from the market perspective, and our awareness about the government regulations. Now, these all will pour into our pricing to identify what selling price we have to set, what discounts we have to provide to our customers, the marketing campaigns we have to establish, and what estimate we have as a gross profit. So why we're implementing that project? What is the need, or where is our problem statement? Since pricing defines the value and worth of the products, our resources are spending most of their time on pricing analysis according to many factors to develop an optimized strategy. This manual work results in too many negative things. I'm listing only the major out of them: higher costs, loss of time and opportunities, data erroneous, employee dependency, unproductivity, and inefficiency. Also, with globalization and the expansion of Zahid Group, we need to define the right strategy for our e-commerce platform with global benchmarks to be considered while building the local strategies due to the direct impact of competition. So, all the process starts with the customer. When a customer raises an order, our sales team come to provide a quotation. And as usual in the business, a lot of negotiation about pricing happening. How the salesman will identify what type of discount and what price I'm gonna bring to the customer, it's based on whatever data we have in our ERP system. These data are coming from our data scientists team, who are getting our data along with some advanced analysis for many other factors as we spoke above, to take it into consideration and come up with the final setting prices to serve our customers. With that process, you can see now and relate with the negative drawbacks we just spoke about. So here, introducing Synchron as a solution. What business value addition Synchron will provide for us? Synchron will replace all these manual processes with their advanced AI cloud services integrated with global pricing and with our ERP system. With that integration, Synchron will provide all the analysis our team were doing, leaving them as productive employees for the process of decision making to come up with an optimized pricing strategies. And by the way, what is Synchron? Synchron is a leading provider, service cloud-based, with their advanced AI in many modules, starting from inventory planning, your uptime, your pricing. The module we're focusing here is on pricing, and the factors they are taking into consideration to win the game are varying from revenue, profit, your operational excellence, and your customers' feedback. And Synchron is a well-established organization with historical records of many implementations across the globe. How Synchron works. This AI algorithms or the machine learning, it includes 4 stages, starting with first the information gathering, where the AI machine will be integrated with our ERP system to capture all the data and track our pricing. These data will be taken to feed the second step, which is evaluation and adjustment, where we'll do many analysis on these data from the revenue, profit margins, the cost management, life cycle management. All these will be done through what-if simulations using the AI advanced for Synchron. Now that left part represents Synchron. The right part is where our data scientists come into place to take these analysis and make wise decisions based on what product segmentation we have to identify, how are we going to deal with our customers, what discounts we will be handling. And by these 3 steps, we will have our strategy formed, where it will start the execution in the 4th stage, from quotation perspective and all the etc. details. Now here I would like to mention that this AI will help mainly in 3 areas. The first one is in our product segmentation. So for example, when in business you are trying to identify a new product or an item, the AI will suggest what classification that item has to be in and what other master data related will be considered. Keep in mind that the one who will decide, it's not the AI, it's our data scientists. The second advance in the AI algorithms is in the customers. So the AI will provide you a historical records or trends for your customers and for purchasing habits, so you can make decisions. The last point, which is interesting for the sales team, is something called quotation scoring, where Synchron, the AI, will provide something called scoring, smiley face that will show how likely it is for us to win a quotation. By that, the sales team will be proactively taking actions for better serving our customers. Okay, now here we explained the general process of Synchron. How that will be applied in Zahid during our proof of concept. The process will be taken in 5 steps. First, it will start with data request, as is and to be pricing. We are providing our data, invoicing lines, costing structure, all these data to Synchron, with some surveys or questionnaires about our expectation on the to-be pricing. These all data will be taken, received, validated, loaded on Synchron system to be settled and configured. The 4th step is where the AI will take place for all the simulation, what-if cases, and some workshops. The recommendations then will be presented to us, so we can take it further for these decisions. Some outcomes that we will be seeing are these screens where you will see, we'll have charts, trends, some comparison analysis with the recommendations. Here we have a case study market proof for Synchron's added value, said by Lori, the Global Inventory and Pricing Manager of Konecranes, a Finland company. Said, By implementation of the Synchron Global Pricing Management application for parts, it is possible to manage prices and margins by, for example, identifying historical trends to optimize price strategies for parts in various segments, and to easily execute price changes by distributing global and regional price lists to connected systems. Konecranes were able to increase their margin by 40 million profit. So finally, we come to the takeaways. Now, a question is, why Zahid Group is investing in such technologies? This project is of great strategic importance for our transport group pricing strategy using data analytics in partnership with Synchron. In Zahid, we plan to develop on the AI and go beyond the parts to cover used and rental businesses. We believe that we must embark on the advancement of technology to fuel our growth strategy, and more objectively, relying on our decision making and on our data scientists' processes. Finally, the data science is a crucial part of any organization, and it's a major part of Zahid Group digital transformation strategy that will drive our objectives domestically and internationally. Thank you for listening. Tasneem, all yours.
Thank you so much, Suzanne, for this informative presentation. Actually, you brought the pricing, which is important to all organizations in the market, into the light. So I have a question regarding the Synchron application. So how long does it take to implement or adapt Synchron solution into, for example, our organization?
That's a good question. First of all, it's based on the data size because we're dealing with big data, but we can say as an estimate, it varies from 8 to 12 weeks.
Interesting. This is to implement for full implementation or for proof of concept only?
For the proof of concept only, the 5 steps we spoke about.
Okay, very interesting. Thank you for clarifying this. We wish you all the best with the proof of concept and the project as a whole. And thank you for being with us today, Suzanne.
Thank you so much, Tasneem. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
So now, after covering the procurement, optimization, and pricing, let's move into cybersecurity. Why not? With Johar Al-Jari from Saudi Aramco. She is a cybersecurity analyst, and I will let her to introduce herself. Go ahead, Johar.
Thank you, Tasneem. Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and good afternoon. As mentioned, my name is Johara. First, I would like to thank you all for inviting me to this conference and for giving me the opportunity to talk about the role of machine learning in cybersecurity vulnerability management. So without further ado, let's start. Before we get started, I would like to give you an overview about myself. I have over 6 years experience as a cybersecurity analyst in Saudi Aramco. I'm also a board member of Information Systems Security Association, Saudi chapter. I got my bachelor degree in computer science and information technology from Imam Abdurrahman Faisal University. I got several professional certifications in the area of IT and cybersecurity. I also filed the 3 patents in the area of machine learning and cybersecurity. So this is all about me. Let's move to our topic. I would like you all to imagine a scenario. You're a healthcare provider in the middle of a war zone, and you have so many injured soldiers that you have to treat. And you have to treat each soldier based on the priority for medical care. So you will treat first the critical conditions that require immediate actions, then the the less serious conditions, and then the low until the non-urgent. And you started treating those soldiers, but soon you get more and more soldiers being injured, even the ones you treat before. So you acquire more medical care providers, and more better technologies to treat those soldiers. But the number of injured soldiers kept increasing with no light at the end of the tunnel. So with this scenario in mind, this is essentially what we are facing as a cybersecurity analyst in vulnerability management. Basically, in the industrial revolution, so many devices are entering the market and new technologies entering the market, and so many vulnerabilities that we have to treat and take care of. Vulnerabilities are what we call in cybersecurity, and those injured soldiers are what we call vulnerabilities. And the meaning of a vulnerability is basically a weakness of an asset that belongs to the organization. For example, a server, a workstation, a printer, or a software. It can be anything that belongs to the organization that can be exploited, meaning taken advantage of by the attackers, or by one or more, that can cause more threats to your organization. And to give you an example of a vulnerability, a year ago, there is a vulnerability in the Mail app within iOS devices called Mail Demon. This vulnerability, basically, you can get in trouble by opening the Mail app and all your mails will be leaked. So security advisors from all around the world advised us to use different mail application until Apple patches that iOS mail vulnerability. So this is just one type of the vulnerabilities that we're facing every day. There are so many types of vulnerabilities within the hardware, within the device itself, or within the software, operating system, application, firmware, or within the network interaction that we have in the organization. And the severity of those vulnerabilities can range from high, to medium, to low. And there are so many vulnerabilities out there. And to show you the magnitude of the vulnerabilities that we're facing every day, the National Vulnerability Database, along with the Skybox, showed us the number of published vulnerabilities over the years. So starting with 2016, there were 6,500 vulnerability. And over the years, the number kept increasing of those published vulnerabilities with the introduction of IoT devices, digitization, cloud environment, containers. The number kept increasing. And in this year only, for those 2 months, 3,000 vulnerabilities were published. And we're expecting that this year we will reach 20,000 vulnerability. The number of vulnerabilities that we have to check every day is not only those 3,000. We have to check all of these old vulnerabilities and the new ones against our infrastructure and our assets in the environment. And it's a process by itself called vulnerability management. So vulnerability management is basically a process, iterative, a proactive process that you have to check across all your infrastructure. It's broken down into 4 phases. First, the detection phase. The detection phase is basically checking how many assets you have in the organization, how many servers, databases, workstations, applications. You check these and run your vulnerability scanner against them. The vulnerability scanner is similar to an antivirus, but only specified for vulnerabilities. It checks all your infrastructure for weaknesses. And it will show you a lengthy report that a cybersecurity analyst have to analyze whether the finding is true or false. And you can validate that finding using the logs, the firewall logs, the proxy logs, the DNS records, and the logs from the asset itself. And you can validate it through penetration testing activity, which is basically mimicking the bad hackers and the bad actors, mimicking them, and you see if you can take advantage of that vulnerability. So once you validate that it's a vulnerability and it's a true finding, there is a weakness in your organization, you go to the next phase, which is the classification. You have to see if there is any other protective controls against the vulnerability. So if the vulnerability only will impact you if you're connected to the internet, and the vulnerability you have it on a device that is not connected to the internet, then you have a security control or a measure against it. And you have to check if it's old vulnerability or new. Older vulnerabilities usually have so many attacks open in the wild and everyone knows about. So you have to compare with historical data if this vulnerability is kept repeating on your iterative process or not, to take care of it. And then comes the last stage, which is treating the vulnerability. Treating the vulnerability can have so many types. You can treat the vulnerability by isolation and quarantine, or you can treat it by accepting the risk or patching the vulnerability, updating your software, updating your hardware, changing some configuration. So all of that requires the analyst to interpret large amount of data and compare it to a historical data, and able to process that data. And all of that has a data-driven decision. All of these data-driven decisions require machine learning. That's why we need to incorporate machine learning in cybersecurity in general. Basically, machine learning is all about developing patterns, manipulating those patterns with algorithms. So the this is the required. So we can say it's a transformative technology for cybersecurity, machine learning, for cybersecurity in general, and for vulnerability management in specific. In the future, we won't see cybersecurity technologies and security solutions. We won't see them effective if they're not relying on machine learning. We will change from from incident response way to a continuous response, because machine learning will predict what bad actors and bad behaviors how will they attack us. So we will be constantly changing, and we will be constantly securing our network and securing our organization. In the upcoming slide, I will show you a use case. How can we utilize machine learning in vulnerability management? So in our use case, we were going to identify the critical vulnerabilities, which one we need to treat first, based on the process that we discussed earlier of the vulnerability management process. So starting with vulnerability assessment, you conduct your vulnerability assessment, and you will have a knowledge base of all your DNS records, firewall logs, proxy, and server logs, all of that. You will see it, and the data analytical component, where it contains the inventory that is the organization inventory and which assets are critical to the organization. This is the detection phase. And all of that will be fed into a machine learning model for the analysis and classification. The machine learning model will usually in cybersecurity, we're using logistic regression, decision trees, and random forests. Those are the common one used for machine learning in cybersecurity. So all of that will be fed into the machine learning model to classify and analyze. And the analyst will supervise that model. After that, we will get a prioritized report for us to show us which vulnerability is important to treat right now, that is important to the organization. This way, we will be able to respond faster to the attacks and threats. So with machine learning coupled with vulnerability management, we will be able to cognitively process a huge volume of data, and we will be able to respond quickly to those vulnerabilities, treat them, and utilize our resources more strategically. Instead of focusing on routine tasks, we will focus on more important tasks to analyze the result, and secure our organization efficiently. Also, we will be able to retain the expert knowledge using the machine learning. So in short, machine learning can make cybersecurity simpler, more proactive, less expensive, and far more effective. There are so many opportunities out there in merging machine learning and cybersecurity. And to show you and give you some example, malware detection. Usually malware is all based on digital signatures. So if we couple it with machine learning to detect the behavior of the malware or the virus, machine learning can predict that this virus is which virus is impacting your devices or your assets. And we can add it as a spam filter. Basically, if you receive a spam on your end user device or on your social media, the machine learning will tell you that this is likely a spam, even if it changes the URL. And we can also assess the reliability of detection. Usually in cybersecurity, we receive so many alerts that sometimes are false and they are not correct alert, and waste our time. So we have to, if we have machine learning to tell us what is true that we need to take care of and what is not, this will help make our life easier. And we will be able, also we can check the dark web for exploitations available or some attacks that are available that might harm our organization. With machine learning and natural language processing, we will be able to detect that and secure our organization. So machine learning can help the business and better analyze the threats and security incidents. It will increase also the security posture of the organization by coupling it with machine learning. With this, I conclude my presentation, and if you have any questions, I will be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Johara, for this interesting presentation, actually. Different than unlike the other topics or different fields, in cybersecurity, we don't only grab the benefit from the machine learning and data science. Actually, if we didn't implement it well, or if the model did not work well, we will face, we will be harmed. The organization will be harmed. So what is exactly the risk of adopting and relying fully on the machine learning in cybersecurity world?
Our talent or our cybersecurity analyst might really rely on the results of the machine learning without actually checking the validity of the machine learning. Usually, machine learning has algorithms to check the accuracy level, the overfit and underfit, and the precision. So we have to check all of these and not rely solely on the what the machine learning result in.
Okay, clear. So always the analysts will be always present, of course, to take the right decision when needed, right?
Yes.
Thank you so much. By the way, I very much liked the story you tell in the beginning of your presentation. It brought the idea simpler to all audience, I believe. So very well done, ya Johara, and thank you for joining us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Now, let's move to Dr. Abir Al-Himamdi. She is assistant professor at the Department of Software Engineering in King Saud University. She is the digital transformation advisor at the Ministry of Education as well. She will deliver a presentation about find the similar trademarks using image processing and AI. Go ahead, Dr. Abir, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for you, Tasneem. Thanks for العطاء الرقمي and TED Makers to invite me to this prestigious event, Women's in Data Science. And this is to share my recent work in image processing and AI to find similar trademarks, which is really a very hot topic that is needed urgently in KSA. And please allow me to proceed by mixing a little bit of Arabic with English like I do in lectures based on a request from the audience. Okay, so I will start by explaining what motivates us to start this research. Can you see? Okay, before it's my recent work in reverse image-based search engine for trademarks. This was a joint work with my master student Abir Al-Hamad. As Mr. Tasneem said that I am assistant professor at the Department of Software Engineering, King Saud University. I'm also an advisor for digital transformation at the Ministry of Education, and I'm also a principal investigator as a SCURGE research group. I'm doing also a collaboration work with the King's College London at UK, and also I am a founder and a board member of تواصل جمعية تقنيات ذوي الإعاقة. So we will start by some motivations, then we will explain what's the aim of the project. We explain the methodology and we end up with the implementation. For the motivation, عامة الملكية الفكرية أو intellectual property has different types. أشهر الأنواع اللي موجودة اللي هي الكوبيرايت والباتنت والتريد ماركس. الفوكس حق الريسيرش هذا هو التريد ماركس. ففي التريد ماركس عندنا مثلا لو كان عندنا كافي معين زي ستاربكس، عندنا برضو كافي برضو يتقدم من دكتور كيف، يتقدم من جافاتايم، من أودوري، من دوزج، من أيا كان من أنواع الكافيز اللي موجودة، وكلهم they deliver coffees. بس عشان to distinguish الwork حقهم they represented service حقتهم by a sample, and this is the main purpose of trademarks, to represent the distinction of the service. فممكن تعريف التريدماركس على أنها هي symbols and awards service. المفروض أنها it's uniquely identifies source of goods and services. under the law of الملكية الفكرية المفروض أنها trademark is protected internationally. avoid duplication. why you need to avoid the duplication، عشان ما حد يغطي على أحد، بحيث أننا تقدم بطريقة مختلفة، ولا يصير فيه ميكس بين السيرفيس اللي مقدمة مثلا من ستاربكس ومحل ثاني يقدم كف. الهيئة السعودية للملكية الفكرية تحمي التريد اللي تتبع في الوايبو، اللي هي الورد انترناشونال بروبرتي اورجانيزيشن. الوايبو يعتمد على نظام اسمه مدريد سيستم. نظام المدريد سيستم هو text based research engine، انت تدخلي sentences and phrases ويطلع معاكي الايمجز اللي matches الphrases or sentences اللي a screenshot من المدريد system. As you can see, you can enter text, you can enter images classes, اللي ممكن تكون tree or apple or something like that, and you can enter goods and services. What's the type of services? Is it food? Is it beverage or something like that? It's the type of the service. ويطلع معاكي الايمجز اللي matches التكست بيست اللي انتي ذكرتيه. المشكلة في الريسيرش انجن اللي موجودة زي كذا انه it depends على الشخص اللي دخل الكلام. فمهما يعني على قد ما ان الشخص accurate وقادر انه describe images in a good word and a good classes، راح يطلع معاك similar images. لكن إذا كان ما هو قادر إنه يعني معتمدة على إمكانيات الشخص، على skills حقة الشخص نفسه وعلى قوة الملاحظة حقته، فعشان كذا يعني النمبر and matching النمبر والquality of images retrieved depends على الphrases والsentences اللي موجودة. مثل ما قلنا المشكلة هنا أنها تعتمد على الشخص نفسه، على skills نفس الشخص نفسه. من المشاكل برضو اللي موجودة إنه to search can retrieve two sets of images. مهما كان الإنسان قادر على describing images، ما هو زي لما تدخلين image فعليا وتطلبين إنك أنت تشوفين السيميلر images اللي موجودة. لذلك جاء الايم، كان المين اوبجكتيف حق المشروع حقنا انه to develop a reverse image search engine for trademarks، بحيث انه you can submit an image و you retrieve similar images. فالشخص يدخل على ويب سايت، وهذا هو الديزاين حق الويب سايت، وعن طريق البروسيسنج في الموديل يطلع الريتريفد ايمجز، similar images. طيب وش الميثودولوجي؟ عامة الريسيرش انجنز اللي زي كذا يكونون مبنيين على التكنيك اللي المسمى content based image retrieval. التكنيك هذا يعتمد على اولا ادخال ان يكون عندك ايمج داتا سيت معروفه. الايمج داتا سيت اللي معروفه هذه نسوي اكستراكت للفيتشرز حقتها، والايمج اللي داخله از كويري في الويب سايت واكستراكت الفيتشرز حقتها، وبعدين وي ماتش تو features، وإذا كانت متشابهة نطلعها as a similar image، بحيث إنه الكويري image تشابه هذه الإيمج لما سوينا extracting للفيتشرز. لو طبقناها على الموديل حقنا بنشوف ان الموديل حقنا بيدخل فيه as an input query trademark image. query trademark image بيصير extracting للفيتشرز منها. عندنا الداتا سيت اللي اشتغلنا عليها سوينا extract الفيتشرز منها وطلع معانا extracted features. الاكستراكتد فيتشرز هذول والاكستراكتد فيتشرز من الكويري image بيصير لهم الماتشنج والكمبيوتر سيميلاريتي واكوردنج تو ذا سكور، يعني بحيث انه الاقرب اللي يكون السكور حقهم 100% مثلا ماتشنج 98% matching we take it and we retrieve it assorted ونطلعها على السايت. ونبي نشوف في آخر شيء as سكرين شوت من بعض الأوتكمز اللي طلعت معنا. نرجع مرة ثانية للتكنيك. عامة التكنيك هذا ما هو موجود من يعني من مدة. يعتمد التكنيك هذا على انك تدخلين image you import region detection detect normalization feature computation and aggregation وبعدين feature representation replaced الآن مع using deep learning by convolution neural network or CNN. CNN will do the feature extraction using detection region detection والnormalization والcomputation وفي الفيتشر aggregation وخلافه. يعتمد الكونسبت حق الكونفولوشن نيورال نتورك على انه عندك اكثر من كونفولوشنال لاير. الكونفولوشنال لايرز يعتمدون على فلترز. الفلترز هذولي يسوون ديتكتينج patterns معينة إلى مثلا إلى edges إلى patterns معينة even shapes، يعني حتى ممكن shape معين it's detecting it. فالconvolutional layers اللي موجودة in the middle according to the type of filters اللي موجودة according to the number of layers اللي موجودة يكون الquality اوفر النتيجة أو الأوتبوت اللي بيطلع معك. فعامة يعني هذه هي مجموعة من الديتكشنز اللي صارت. فمثلا إذا يعني مثل ما قلنا it's different layers، فمثلا في layer يعني كلمة زدتي الlayers كلمة زي complexity of detection اللي موجود. فمثلا layer 2 كانت هنا تعتمد على patterns معينة مثل corners مثل circles، لكن لما وصلنا إلى layer 4 قدرنا we detect patterns معينة زي مثلا صورة الكلب هنا، صورة الطير هنا. ففي يعني يصير الكلمة ارتفعتي في اللايرز اللي موجودين، كلمة زاد الكومبلكسيتي حقت الباترنز اللي تسوي لها detection. أول ما طلعت CNN في البداية كان النمبر اوف لايرز أقل والنمبر اوف فلترز أقل، لأنها إلى الآن as a concept جديدة. فكان تقريبا أول موديل معروف واستخدم في الريسيرش الألكسنت. طيب بعد كذا طلع الفي جي تبي تلاحظين النمبر اوف لايرز أكبر وكذلك الفلترز أكثر، وبالتالي الأكيورسي اوف الأوتبوت تطلع أفضل. خلينا نشوف الامبلمنتيشن. حنا بالاعتماد على المودلز اللي موجودة، أي موديل يكون أفضل للديتا سيت اللي موجودة عندنا، حنا we partition الديتا to different sets باعتبار يكون training sets وبيكون في training set والتست set. التريننج set دخلناها على pre processing، نظفناها الداتا set عامة كلها وسوينا feature extraction و feature selection. we build the CNN اللي موجودة and we see الoutput اللي طالع number of similar images وفعليا هل هي it's matching الquery image or not. لحد ما طلع عندنا accepted percentage of similar images, so we accept CNN. فعليا حنا سويناها على 4 موديلز. بدينا بالألكسنت وكانت النتائج ما هي لهالدرجة accurate. جربنا الفي جي 16 كأول شيء، بعدين جربناه على داتا ست قبل تجينا حقة الهيئة، بعدين استخدمنا لما جت الداتا ست حقة الهيئة واشتغلنا عليها طلعنا ان الفي جي 16 ما يعطي satisfacted date يعني اسف output. فاستخدمنا الفي جي 19 وبعدها استخدمنا الريسنت 5، وكان الريسنت 5 هو احسن يعني تقريبا output طلع معنا. الداتا سيت اللي جتنا من الهيئة كانت عبارة عن zip فايل في folder و excel sheet is explaining what's in the folder. الفولدر كان فيه trade images تقريبا 35,000 as a PBMP. كانت السايز حقها عالي جدا فاضطرينا نحن we partition it يعني وناخذ جزء منه ونترك. اضطرينا لتغيير الايمجز من PMP إلى PNG باعتبار إنه we reduce the size بس we reserve سوينا زي الكلينينج للايمجز اللي موجوده، طلع معانا من الداتا سيت اللي جايه من الهيئه 865 ايمج دامجد ما هي صحيحه. كانت الايمجز اللي جايه من 2 كلاسز. عامه الهيئه تقسم تريد مارك لديفرنت كلاسز، كل كلاس في كاتيجوريز مختلفة. لما تجين تسجلين التريد مارك حقتك لازم you choose which class to register التريد مارك عليها، باعتبار انك اذا سجلتيها اندر الفود اند بيفرج فمعناتها التريد مارك حقك بيسجل اندر ذس كلاس. طيب فممكن احد ثاني يكون مسجل تريد مارك تشبه حقتك في other classes، وهذا الطريقة العالمية اللي ماشية. عشان كذا حنا طلبنا إنه الداتا تكون من 1 or 2 classes. يعني ما في داعي ناخذ كل لأنه الكلاسز اللي عندهم فوق 40 فما في داعي. يعني مثلا أنت مثلا جافا تايم سجلت تحت الفود اند بيفرج، لكن احد ثاني سجلك تحت الكيميكال، فما في اي مشكله، يعني باعتبار انه different services فما يصير في تضارب ما بين المصالح التجاريه. طيب فلذلك اخذناها من classes 30 and 43. سوفت وير اند هاردوير، عامة احنا استخدمنا البايثون وتنسر فلو، يعني بمعنى اصح استخدمنا طبعا للويب سايت ال HTML وال CSS، واستخدمنا الجافا سكريبت للكوميونيكيشن بين الموديل وبين الويب سايت. هذه صورة من الاوتبوت اللي طلع معانا. يعني احنا الان شاشة بيضاء او ويب سايت ابيض. الويب سايت الابيض تتخيل في الكويري اللي موجودة. الكويري طبعا احنا اخذناها من الويب سايت، يعني ما اخذناها من الداتا سيت، اخذناها من الويب سايت مثل الدكتور كيف اخذناه من الويب سايت. وحسبنا السيميلر، وهذول هم اللي جايين من الداتا سيت اللي موجودة في الهيئة. المشكلة كانت في الهيئة في الداتا سيت حقت الهيئة، واللي صراحة مثل ما قلت انه كان تحدي. قلنا السايز اول شيء، والكواليتي. الجزئية الثانية برضو الكواليتي اوف ايمجز، كانت الصور شوي باهتة، ما هي بالريل كلر اللي موجودة، فاضطرينا نحن نشتغل عليها ونسوي كلر سيجمنتيشن وكلر انهانسمنت بحيث انه ما يطلع معنا هذه المشكلة. لو تلاحظون انه الايمجز مرتبة حسب الماتشنج اللي موجود هنا، وتلاحظون انه في كل مرة ينزل، باعتبار انه يعني مثلا هنا عن فنجن كيف تلاحظون انه صورة الكب موجودة وفي كلام تحتها which is matches دكتور كيف، لكنه بطريقة مختلفة. يعني اللي بعدها تلاحظون انه في سامبل، فيه فيجر قصدي اسفة، وفي كلام لكن بترتيب مختلف. فترتيبهم يعتمد على اللون، يعتمد على قرب اللون، يعتمد على قرب التوزيع حق الفيجر والكلام، على عدد الكلام ومكانه. فعشان كده تلقون الترتيب موجود بهذا الشكل. Thank you very much and I'm ready if you have any question.
Thank you so much دكتورة عبير. ما شاء الله very يعني valued effort الصراحة. And you did great in explaining it to the point that we understand what trademarks and how the similarities are calculated. A question to you, Doctora, is this already published and used, or it's still under testing?
Yeah, it's under the process of publication. It's already accepted. يعني it will be إن شاء الله near يعني online and can be accessed, but used now. No, until now. SAIB interested في الwork اللي موجود, and يعني from the beginning we take the data set from SAIB, and it was under the academic alliance with the program with الهيئة with the SAIB. يعني SAIB has a program called Academic Alliance, and we register our research with them in the first time, and we start the process with them. But we need to to test it with them, with the real department there, to see if it's has a future and it can give a realistic يعني impact على الشغل حق الهيئة.
Very interesting, mashallah, tabarakallah. Good luck, Doctora, and we're looking forward to see the other classes as well included, not only the beverage and food. Thank you so much for us, and looking forward to meeting you, inshallah, in the future soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now allow me to introduce Ruqya. Allow me to introduce Ruqya, our ambassador colleague. She is a Google developer expert in machine learning and a research and development member at Bayan. Moreover, she is an ambassador for women trademarks, tech makers as well. Ruqya's main expertise is in data science, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, where she writes, talks, and provides consultation too. She will deliver a presentation titled Data Language for Non-Native Speakers, Entrepreneurs, and Business Owners. Go ahead, Ruqya.
Thank you, Tasneem, so much for introducing myself and lovely words. Okay, today I will speak about interesting topic, as Tasneem mentioned, data language for non-native speakers, entrepreneurs, and business owners. Actually, I prepare my presentation in English, but if you want to switch in Arabic, I don't have any problem to switch in Arabic or mix between English and Arabic. The title in Arabic, لغة البيانات لغير الناطقين بها لرواد الأعمال وأصحاب الشركات. Okay. Let us start with this questions. Should the entrepreneurs have data science background? The answer in this age, yeah. You have background in data science if you are belong entrepreneurship or business. Why? Because this age, data-driven anything. If you ask you why data science and machine learning are some most important tools for founders, because the data-driven approach to the whole business development. So today, it is very important for everyone to have background in data science. There are two kinds of entrepreneur. First, entrepreneur and datapreneur. What's the difference between them? Let us start with datapreneur, which mean رائد البيانات. Who is datapreneur? Basically, datapreneur is entrepreneur but fixed on data science. For example, let me explain more by examples. For examples, who build products depend on data. For example, Tableau or MicroStrategy. These products based on data. Another example for service, like Pro solution, which depend on recommendation system, or Opera solution, which depend on recommendation system, or provide service that recommend for client, and also Data, which is service which provide machine learning analytic for business. Another example, training, which for example Coursera or Udemy. This is the business need data science to launch it. Another example, community. For example, Kaggle, a huge community based on data science. Another example, DataTau, another community which based in data science. So I think now you have the main idea about
the data entrepreneur, which have a strong background in data science. On other hand, there are entrepreneurs who just have tech or non-tech background. For those, we have question: what should an entrepreneur do if they don't have background in data science? So, for these entrepreneurs, I have my advice: learn the fundamental of data science. What I mean, the fundamentals of data science, I mean some basic information about data science, just to be close with this field, to understand what doing around you. For example, you have to learn the basic concept of data science, like what is data science? It's the study of data. What the relation between data science and artificial intelligence? What's the relation between data science and machine learning? And also, what's the relation between deep learning and data science? So you have to learn the basic concept of data science. My second advice: learn data science project life cycle. There are many approaches. One of them, this approach, which the first step, obtain the data from any location, for example, query or database or API, or extract from another resource, or gathering data like lake data or warehouse data. The second step in life cycle, scrub, which means clean the data. By filtering, by extract column of words, or replace value, misvalue, handle with the misvalue, and so on, or converting the format, and so on. The second step in life, or phase in life cycle, explore the data. Why explore the data? To understand the data, to find the meaningful from the data science. That this data, the raw data. After explore data, build the model. There are many models, for example, clustering, classification, regression, and so on. Or build dashboard, not just for machine learning. You can use analytic and build dashboard. After that, interpret. What that mean? Or need strong communication to explain, to tell us what the data, the story in this data. The third advice is learn about analytic approach. There are 4 analytic approach. First, 2 approach in the past and other in the future. Descriptive and diagnostic in the past, what is the value less than in the future. And the second 2 approaches, predictive and descriptive. So let us explain more about, before explain more, the complexity go to more if you go to the future, and also the value. Let us go deeply in these 4 approaches. First one, descriptive, which means or based in live data. Tell us what happened in the real time. It is very simple, very easy to visualize and use for daily operation or operation management. The second approach, diagnostic, which is answer what happening, what the root cause analytic, why this thing happening. So this is the second, and answer the question why this happened.
The third approach, predictive, which tell us what likely happen in the future based in heuristical data. Assume a static business or model. So this is in the future, and it is predictive, and tell us what likely happen in the future. And usually use machine learning algorithm and deep learning algorithm and so on. The last one, prescriptive, which define the future action, what to do, what we need to do to find solution, to put plan, to put goal or objective and so on. It is advanced algorithm for potential outcome and for take decision about the future plan or recommendation, something, and so on. Okay. The fourth advice, learn about the machine learning algorithm. There are three. Basically, there are three algorithms: supervised learning, unsupervised learning, reinforcement learning. Under every kind or every type, there are many algorithms like regression, classification, and clustering, and so on. Let us explain deeply. Supervised learning. What means supervised learning? We put the model or the input to model, input data, and the annotation, the label, the class, the example. This input for model, and model learn from this input, data and annotation, and the predict what is this. For example, this is the model. If a query, what is this? The model answer, it is an apple, and so on. So there are classes, there are example, there are annotation, and there are label as input to the model. The second type of learning, unsupervised learning, which mean the input just data. There are no labels, no example, no classes, just data, and the model find the similarity between these data, and sometimes group or cluster the input data based on the similarity. A last type of learning, reinforcement learning. The main idea behind this algorithm or this kind of learning, there are agent and environment. The agent reacts with its environment. Observe its environment, select action, use policy, and look to the action, to reaction. If reward or penalty. If reward, update the policy. If penalty, also update the policy until reach to the optimal policy. Okay, so the agent learn from action and reaction. That is my 4 advice for non-native speakers or client or for entrepreneurs and business owner. There, what the fundamental thing that they have to learn about data science. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ruqya, for your presentation. It's an informative one and to the point again, mashallah, tabarakallah. So you're telling us that as a business owner, our startup, for a startup company, we need to be aware of all of these, let's say, concepts regarding machine learning and data science before we go into the market, right?
Yeah, you're right. Because in this age, it is very necessary to learn the basic of data science and the field around data science.
For everyone, not just for data analyst who belong to data science, for everyone, like entrepreneurs, like a business owner, and other fields, for example, in education or in medicine and so on.
It's actually interesting, the title for your presentation, for non-speakers. You mean the language of data science non-speakers. So I believe it was very interesting and attractive in the first place. As you are providing consultation services in these areas, right?
Yeah.
How frequent or do you see like the need to raise the awareness about data science and the knowledge of these concepts instead of hiring, for example, data analysts or data scientists? You as a business owner, you need to know these fundamentals information.
Sure. For everyone, you need to get the basic information or the basic knowledge about data science and data analytics. Business owner, the most one or to need this knowledge. For example, for read a graph, for read a dashboard, to communicate with data analytic in or department of data science to be close with them.
Okay. One last question, please, Ruqya. So, mashallah, you shared a lot of concept or level, let's say, in the knowledge base for the science and machine learning. So, I am a business owner and I want to enter the market. I want the minimal, let's say, the minimal level of awareness in this field. So what do you recommend? For example, you said that we have descriptive, diagnostic, predictive, and then prescriptive, I believe. So is it okay to start or enter the market with my like descriptive analytics knowledge, or should I go to the predictive at least or something?
You don't have to go deeply how build this approach or this algorithm, but you want to know there are 4 approaches, and every approach what do exactly. For example, descriptive just for visualize the operation, management operation, diagnosis for answer why, predictive to predict what's in the future, and prescriptive for take action, take decision, what the next, and so on. If you know this, the basic, you don't need how build this algorithm, how use the coding. You don't have to go deeply in the algorithm or the coding, just the concept.
Okay, great. If you allow me just to ask you, Ruqya, do you recommend any, for example, resources or an area or a field that we can acquire this information from?
Yeah, I remember course, I think in Coursera, called Data Science for Business. I think Data Science for Business, for all they work in business field.
Thank you so much, Ruqya, for your advice and for your comments. We really appreciate having you as a speaker as well today. Very much appreciated, and you will join us shortly as well. Thank you, Ruqya.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. So allow me now to move to Rima Abdurrahman Al-Umar. She's a software asset management supervisor at Saudi Aramco. She's holding a bachelor degree of computer science and certified software asset manager. She will talk to us today about artificial intelligence in assets management. The floor is yours, Rima.
Thank you, Tasneem. يعطيكم العافية جميعا. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. I am Rima Al-Umar from Saudi Aramco. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about artificial intelligence in asset management field. Now, let me start by introducing myself. As Tasneem mentioned, I currently work in Saudi Aramco as a software asset management supervisor. I'm also a certified software asset manager with 7 years experience in the IT asset management area. So here is our agenda for today. We will start off by IT asset management in the enterprise, and then followed by artificial intelligence in the asset management industry, how AI techniques will improve compliance measurements, and finally we'll conclude by machine learning examples. So today we will discuss the transformation that will happen in the asset management industry with the artificial intelligence. AI techniques will improve how we measure compliance, which is the ultimate goal of any asset management programs in the company, and also manage the risk in the asset management field compared to the traditional approaches that we're currently using. It can also systemize or automate certain compliance decisions and generate a list of actions to be taken. All of this will lead to a reduction in manpower and resources in IT. So to begin with, what is asset management and why is it important? Asset management is an important part of an organization's strategy, as it means managing and monitoring the company-owned assets. And mainly, it includes two important parts: the hardware, which includes servers, computers, storage, and switches. These are the tangible assets, and the software assets, which includes the applications, database, operating system software. These are the intangible assets. So it usually involves gathering detailed hardware and software inventory information, which is then used to make decisions about hardware and software purchases and redistribution or reutilization if possible. The review of the current software and hardware used is important to ensure licensing compliance and track how IT assets are being used and where changes may be needed. So the asset management program in every enterprise acts like an audit tool that may save you money by identifying software for which you're over-licensed or an asset that you are spending money on but no longer using. So it protects any company from external audit. You may save cost or avoid cost by looking into the over or underutilized assets in your company. So how we can implement it in any company, and what governs all the underlying processes and policies? Well, we have an international guidelines or standards to help us establishing the ITAM program, which is the ISO 19770 family of standards. It basically focuses on IT management, ITAM, including how to manage both software and hardware asset management. So it provides a process framework to enable an organization to incorporate the ITAM processes and policies sufficient to satisfy corporate governance requirements and ensure effective support for IT service management overall. So applying these guidelines will help the organization to be compliant with their software and hardware process. It will also enable them to reduce costs and protect the company from external audit and any potential penalties against the organization. So let's have a quick look into the asset life cycle. Of course, the processes under the asset management are a lot, depending on how you implement it in your company, but mainly the high-level process is the asset life cycle management process. The process will start when you buy an asset and bring it to the company. Then, as a start, you will have to have a complete inventory scan, which is done automatically through agent scan or network scan or whatever tool you're using. It's an automated process. Later, your asset management team will have to look deeper into the data to classify them and analyze the utilization. Also, they will have to track and monitor these assets and provide support if required. Then, based on the provided information resulted from the previous step, a risk assessment must be conducted to evaluate the company position and finally prepare the compliance figures, which is the goal of the asset management in general. The compliance is focused on guaranteeing that the organizations are not under-licensed or over-utilizing the assets. As you can see from all of these processes and the sub-processes that we are relying on human resources with experience and time to be able to achieve a good result and to make a good judgment on all of these steps. So what if computers are trained to do this on behalf of us? Wouldn't that save a lot of money, effort, and relieve manpower? So the answer is definitely yes. Applying the machine learning techniques will let us have an entirely different perception of our assets and how to manage them. Several artificial intelligence algorithms will automate all the review and analysis processes we mentioned and discussed earlier. So we'll talk more about the benefits of applying these techniques in the next slide. We will take one aspect of the asset management process as an example on how AI will improve the overall process, which is the compliance part, as the compliance is the ultimate goal of any ITAM program in the corporate. And companies want to comply and they want to avoid external audits from their vendors. So we can achieve almost 100% resource utilization by eliminating the human factor in the process, and then replace it with a trained algorithm to perform all the analysis and decision making. Machine learning enables powerful algorithms to analyze large data sets in order to make predictions against defined goals. So instead of precisely following instructions coded by humans, these algorithms are self-adjusted through a process of trial and error to produce increasingly more accurate perceptions as more data comes in. So it will automate the risk mitigation and rectify issues. It will then maximize the value and returns. It's not just about learning and executing repeatable patterns and automate tasks or events based on the business rule, but being able to identify issues and fix it. So it will help in automating the diagnosis and repair to increase asset availability. As an example of this, if a printer is not working in your area and it's connected to the network, so instead of sending a technician to fix it, just like the regular way, so what if the artificial intelligence algorithm is there? It can fix it, it can detect the issue first, and then it can fix it automatically. So anyone to fix it automatically, thus it will increase the asset availability. So once we can see the bigger picture clearly, we can tell that IT will shift from optimizing assets to optimizing impact on the enterprise. So do you remember the process that we saw earlier that goes through the inventory scan and all the steps and the sub-processes to generate the compliance figures? The same process can be handled by a trained computers rather than a human, which will save us a lot of efforts and time. It's not the AI techniques is not limited to only being used in that area. It can be used also in asset trading. So it can reduce transaction costs by automatically analyzing the market and subsequently identifying the best time, size, and venue for trades. So it can replace the human factor in the trades as well. And also algorithms can be trained to automatically execute the trades based on provided signals. So it's not only analyzing the market, but actually executing the trades as well. So we will conclude by one example from McKinsey reports on asset management firms who applied advanced data analytics techniques across a full value chain. They noticed that there was a 5 to 30% high revenue in the asset acquisition, which was related to the trading algorithms used, and also an improved performance in the investment management compared to the traditional approaches, and finally 10 to 30% lower cost in the overall asset administration area. So based on McKinsey reports, AI usage has accelerated over the last 2 years, and it is now being applied in a wide range of areas within IT assets. So with these higher numbers of performance factor and lower cost at the same time, and once this digital transformation occurs, we can guarantee that IT asset management will never be the same in the near future. With this, I conclude my presentation and thank you all for attending. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome.
Thank you so much, Rima, for the presentation. I believe asset is like a valuable part of all organizations. I mean, there is no organization without any assets. This process that you explained is applicable to all type of assets, right? Not only IT assets.
Yes, definitely. Any assets owned by a company.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification, because we kept saying the item, so just to make sure that it's clear for everyone that this is applicable to all assets.
Yeah.
And I believe
but let's clarify this name. We're calling it ITAM, and the program is called ITAMs because it's usually managed by IT. So they're referring to it as an ITAM, IT asset management, as they own the process. However, the assets can be owned by the company and by different entities, not necessarily IT.
Okay, very interesting. This is new to me. Thank you so much for informing me. So I always keep knowing that ITAMs is IT asset management, so it's the IT assets. That's it. Thank you for clarifying this, Rima. I have another question here. What type of enterprise use these systems the most? If you have any idea about that.
Well, the ITAM program should be used by all companies, even for smaller companies compared to our size of. Small companies are usually having their own ITAM. They build it on their own. Of course, they're following some standards, but for large companies, it's a must, as they will have external auditors coming from time to time. So it's a must. Otherwise, they will end up with a lawsuit and suitcases and
yeah, I understand. Okay, great. طيب, is there any like future enhancement or future prediction in this path in this system? Yeah.
Sorry, can you come again, please?
Okay. Is there any future like goals or enhancement in this field?
I can't hear you today.
Can you hear me now, Rima?
Eva?
Okay, I'm asking about the future trends, the future of this process enhancement mechanism or tool for the IT assets. I'm sorry, for assets in general.
Enhancement in terms of applying the artificial intelligence techniques?
Yes.
Yes, that definitely would help. But again, it will be challenging to adapt such technologies, and it will be challenging to depend on such technologies. So the human factor will be there for in the near future. However, maybe by time, we will depend more on the machine rather than the analyst.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Rima, for being here with us today and for the informative presentation that you delivered. We appreciate your time and your valuable comments as well. Thank you so much, Rima, and we hope to see you soon, inshallah.
Thank you, Tasneem. We really appreciate all your efforts.
Now, allow me to introduce our panel, led or moderated by Noura Al-Ghamdi. She's a data analyst and consultant in علم. And we have with her Ruqya bin Safi, our machine learning GDE women tech makers ambassador and GDE cloud co-organizer. We have as well Noura Nishwan. She is a business transformation consultant and at IBM and the co-founder of Code for Girls. Last but not least, we have Sarah bin Laden as well, who is a chief technology officer at Quantum Platform. Welcome all. The floor is yours.
Hello again. Thank you all. Just waiting, Noura. I think have bad connection.
I think, Ruqayya, if you want, we can start introducing ourselves.
Yeah.
Maybe I can go first, بس
Yeah.
إذا شيء نقلب عربي أتوقع نبي نتكلم عربي في هذه الجلسة اليوم. إن شاء الله الكل الحضور يقدر يفهموا علينا، وإذا في أي استفسار أو أي سؤال لا تنسوا تستخدموا الكومنتس. طيب رقية، أنا حبدأ. أنا سارة بن لادن. I'm the CTO of Quantum، المديرة التنفيذية التقنية لكوانتم، وخلفيتي شوية كذا ميكس ما بين تقنية معلومات وما بين إدارة. جدا شغوفة في الشركات الناشئة. ودوري في كوانتم ببساطة أني أنا مسؤولة عن كل الأشياء التقنية. أشرح لكم شوية عن كوانتم. كوانتم عبارة عن شركة تقنية تسويقية نساعد عملائنا زي P&G وبيبسيكو ويونيليفر إنهم يقدروا يوصلوا منتجاتهم وعيناتهم للفئة المستهدفة باستخدام علم البيانات وتحليل البيانات. فكمثال مثلا إنه إحنا ببساطة تخيلوا لو عندنا شركة بيبسيكو عندها مثلا ليز وعندهم منتج جديد يبغوا يوصلوه للعملاء، وعندهم فئة معينة مستهدفة يبغوا يوصلوا لهم هي. فاللي بيسووه إنهم بياخذوا هذا إحنا بيقدموا لنا هذا المنتج مع المعلومات اللي للفئة اللي بيوصلوا لهم هي، وإحنا باستخدام التقنية الموجودة عندنا بنساعدهم ونربطهم مع متاجر إلكترونية وشركات توصيل المطاعم عشان نقدر نوصلها للعميل لباب بيته للفئة المستهدفة اللي هم طالبينها. هذه ببساطة اللي إحنا بنسويه.
جميل جدا. طيب أنا أبدأ أعرفكم عن نفسي. اسمي رقية بن صافي، خبيرة مطوري جوجل في التعلم الآلي، سفيرة وومن تيك ميكر، وأحدى سفيرات المرأة في علوم البيانات لعام 2021 لمدينة جدة. بقدم تدريبات مدربة، بكتب، بتحدث عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، بعمل مشاريع، وبشتغل كمان على الأبحاث في الذكاء الاصطناعي والتعلم الآلي، وبقدم استشارات في هذا المجال، علوم البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي وتعلم الآلة في هذا المجال. هذا باختصار عني. نشوف البقية. نورة رجعت. تفضلي.
أهلا.
هلا فيك، تفضلي.
كيفكم بنات؟
الحمد لله طيبين.
خير الله
يسلمك. واضح إني داخلة من جوال.
مو مشكلة، احنا مسكنا المودريتور إلين ما ترجعي.
ما أدري إيش فيه فجأة كذا أنا داخلة من جهازي اليوم، بس ما أدري إيش فيه فجأة كذا ما عاد يدخل من الجهاز.
الحمد لله.
أوكي. طب بس أنا بشوف طب حلو. الجلسة راح تبدأ 3-5 دقائق صح؟
إيه نقدر
أظن إحنا لايف.
لا
طيب عنوان جلستنا اليوم اللي هي إيش؟ كيف إنه علم البيانات بيضيف قيمة للعمل، بما إنه إحنا مركزين على الثيم اللي هو ريادة الأعمال والإنتربرايز الشركات وهذه الأشياء. فهنتدردش سوا لمدة 40 دقيقة 50 دقيقة على هذه المواضيع. هنتطرق على مواضيع كثيرة بتخص كيف إنه بنقدر نسخر علم البيانات لتحسين أو نضيف قيمة للبزنس تبعنا أو الشركة الناشئة تبعنا. فعندنا كده مجموعة من النقاط اللي حابين كده ندردش مع بعض معاكم. هتبدأ إن شاء الله بإذن الله.
رقية، قبل ما نبدأ ينفع نور النشوان تشرح هي مين
أيوة.
ونبدأ في الجلسة.
تفضلي نورة.
شكرا لك رقية. أنا أعمل ككو-فاوندر لكود فور جيرلز، منظمة نهدف فيها لتمكين البنات في التقنية، وبزنس ترانسفورميشن كونسلتنت في IBM.
يا هلا فيكي نورة.
أهلا جميعا، أعتذر عن التأخير، حصلت مشكلة. حياكم الله جميعا معنا في نهاية الجولة الخامسة بجلسة حوارية تحت مظلة علم البيانات وريادة الأعمال. طبعا ما قصروا صديقاتي أو زميلاتنا وضيفاتنا تداركوا الخلل الفني اللي صار لي وعرفوا بنفسهم. معاكم نورة زياد، محللة بيانات في سدايا. راح نتكلم إن شاء الله اليوم عن كيف يضيف علم البيانات قيمة إلى عملك، وتعرفنا على ضيفاتنا، فراح ننطلق إن شاء الله بأول المحاور. نعرف إنه علم البيانات مجال واسع وفضفاض، وأكيد من خلال الجولات السابقة شفنا كيف أثر علم البيانات بنطاقات مختلفة. فبهذا الجلسة إن شاء الله راح نسلك مسار علم البيانات مع شخصيات ريادية وما شاء الله عرفوا بنفسهم ولهم وجهات نظر مختلفة. فلو نبدأ معاك يا سارة في موضوع إن تتكلمين لنا عن تجارب جمعتك بعلم البيانات، وكيف من وجهة نظرك استثمرتي هذه البيانات، وكيف كان العائد لاستثمار البيانات؟
تمام. أتكلم شوية عن خبرتي في مجال علم البيانات. صراحة أنا من زمان أنا إنسانة أحب الرياضيات، وأحب أكثر إني أعرف كيف أقدر أخذ قرارات بناء على معلومات. وصراحة كان دائما واحدة من الأشياء اللي أنا أطمح ليها إنه أقدر إني لما أنا أجي أقنع أحد أقدر أقنعه وأنا عندي معلومات وزي ما يقولوا إثباتات تثبت وجهة نظري بهذا النقطة. ومن هنا بدأ شغفي لعلم البيانات. وصراحة واحدة من أهم الأسباب لوجودنا في كوانتم إنه إحنا حاولنا نشوف كيف نقدر نصنع تغيير في مجال كان تقليدي جدا، بحيث إنه كان أي أحد يقدر يدخل في سوق العمل وبيكون بيوزع مثلا زي ما تشوفي في السوق يوزع مثلا عينات ترويجية بطريقة عشوائية. كيف نقدر نقلب الموضوع ونخليه بطريقة مرتبة، بطريقة بتستخدم علم البيانات، بطريقة تحلل البيانات، بحيث إنه نفس العملاء أو الشخص اللي أساساً بيحط العينة الترويجية أو حتى لو البروشور يقدر يسووها بطريقة أوضح وأفضل وترجع لهم بمعلومات أحسن. فالحمد لله يعني الطريقة اللي إحنا بنسويها غيرنا. يعني اليوم عندك طريقة الديجيتال أونلاين بتلاقي أي أحد بيقدر يدخل يسوي إعلان على جوجل، إعلان على فيسبوك، لكن لما تبغي توصل المنتج ليد العميل وتبغي توصليها بطريقة تبغي تقدري تاخذي المعلومات بطريقة أوضح عشان تقدري فعلا تستغليها وتستفيدي منها. فبدل ما صار التوزيع عشوائي صار توزيع targeted مباشرة للعميل المثالي اللي نفس الشركة تبغى توصل لها. وهذا الشيء اللي إحنا نقدمه في كوانتم، واستخدمنا علم البيانات بحيث إنه إحنا نقدر نوصل لهذا المجال. ولسه في مجال أكبر إن إحنا ندخل فيها، يعني لسه لازم نطور أكثر ونوصل لمعلومات أكثر عشان نقدر فعلا نفهم سلوك المستخدم ونقدر نوصل له بالضبط الشيء اللي هو يتمناه.
جميل جدا سارة طريقة تفعيلكم للبيانات، ونترقب خدماتكم القادمة المبنية على البيانات إن شاء الله
بإذن الله.
نورة، نحتاج منك بعد إنك تتكلمين عن تجارب وتقاطعات جمعتك بعلم البيانات، ونفس الشيء كيف تصفين تجربتك وكيف العوائد من هذه التجربة.
واحدة من التجارب اللي أخذتها في علم البيانات كان لبناء Q&A chatbot. في أي منظمة أو شركة عادة يكون في أسئلة تتكرر دائما من العملاء، فكانت فكرة المشروع أن نستثمر في الإجابات على هذه الاستفسارات المتكررة حتى نقدر نجاوب على الأسئلة الحالية أو المستقبلية المشابهة لها. وطبعا يعني قد ما تكون هذه البيانات شاملة للاستفسارات من أكثر من جانب، وقد ما يكون عندنا إجابات لاستفسارات أكثر كل ما كانت قيمة المشروع أكبر. لكن عوائدها يعني بشكل مختصر أشوفها مباشر في إنه مو بس نحفظ وقت وجهد موظفين خدمة العملاء اللي يجاوبون عادة على استفسارات متكررة وإن كانت بسياقات مختلفة أو بصياغة مختلفة. أيضا فيها حفظ الوقت العميل، الوقت اللي ينتظر فيه على الإجابة، وبشكل غير مباشر نزيد من القدرة الاستيعابية على أننا نجاوب على عدد أكبر من العملاء وفي وقت أقل، وهذا الشيء بيؤدي لزيادة رضا العميل. فهذا يعني واحد من الأمثلة اللي ممكن تطبق في عدة نطاقات وأشوف لها قيمة كبيرة.
جميل جدا، يعطيك العافية نورة. رقية، قطعا لك وجهة نظر وأوجه لك نفس السؤال، لأن أعتقد أنه سؤال يحتوي على وجهات نظر وتجارب مختلفة.
أكيد كل تجربة تعتمد على الموقف للشخص المعين، البوزيشن اللي هو فيه، البيئة المحيطة فيه. فجميع التجارب اللي أنا سمعت فيها أو أنا خضتها بشكل شخصي هي الأساس والمحور فيها إن القوة في البيانات. ليش القوة في البيانات؟ لأن البيانات هي إيش؟ هي القوة المعرفة، هي بتعني المعرفة، هي بتعني الحقائق، هي خلف كل البيانات بشكلها بالرو داتا في ستوري، في قصة بتختفي أو مختبئة في هذه البيانات. فكلما كان قرارنا أو نشاطنا في البزنس أو في ريادة الأعمال مبني على معرفة، مبني على حقيقة، مبني على مرجع لنا، كان أقرب للصواب وكان أقرب لتحقيق الهدف. البيانات هي إيش؟ هي مصباح لرائد الأعمال، هي النجم، هي السراج لهذا العصر. يعني هو الشيء اللي بيهتدي فيه في زخم العصر المعلوماتي أو التضخم المعلوماتي. فإيش؟ إذا ركزنا إحنا على نقطة إنه إحنا عندنا بزنس أو ريادة الأعمال، نجاحنا بيعتمد على إيش؟ على استثمارنا لهذا البيانات، على مدى تفعيلنا لاستخدام هذه البيانات. خليني كذا أوريكم أحد الأمثلة اللي مرت علي أو التجربة اللي مرت علي شخصيا. هي استشارة، بس يعني حسيت إنه بعد هذا الاستشارة في فرق إنه في كانت ثروة مهدرة ممكن إنهم يستثمروا فيها ويكون العائد أفضل وأفضل وأكثر. كانت هي استشارة لشركات تقريبا هي متوسطة، عمرها 2 سنين في السوق. المشكلة اللي عندهم أو التارجت أو الكي بي آيز اللي يبغوا يوصلوا لها إيش؟ إنهم يبغوا إنهم كانت هي تجيهم طلبات، رحلة العميل أو الاستغراق إنهم يلبوا هذه الطلبات إما برفض أو قبول، بتستغرق 7 أيام. هذا أول نقطة. عدد الموظفين فوق 20 موظف، أو زي ما قلت الأيام، قصدي 7 أيام. الموظفين تقريبا فوق 20 يبغوا إنهم يقللوا الوقت هذا، وقت القبول الطلب، من 7 أيام إلى يوم واحد. هذا كان واحد من الكي بي آيز اللي كانوا يطمحوا لها أو التارجت اللي بيطمحوا لها. فإيش الحل؟ بعد كذا جلسنا في الجلسة، أحد الحلول اللي قدمناها إنه إيش؟ إنه هم عندهم بيانات already من الطلبات اللي موجودة، والطلبات هي في ليبل فيها إما إنها قبلت أو رفضت. فممكن إنهم يستثمروا في استخدام هذه البيانات، إنهم إيش؟ يبنوا موديل، predictive موديل اللي هو بيسوي إيش؟ classification، binary classification بناء على السنة اللي هم already اشتغلوا فيها. يدخلوها في الموديل، يدربوها، إما تطلع النتيجة إنه قبول لهذا الطلب، يتنبأ إنه هذا الطلب ممكن إنه يكون مقبول، إما إنه يكون مرفوض. فحيكون إيش العائد من هذا الاستثمار في البيانات اللي لمدة سنة؟ إنه حتخفض تكلفة الموظفين اللي عندهم، مش ضروري يدفعوا مرتبات عالية. الوقت حيخفض من 7 أيام إلى ممكن إنه يكون 1 ساعة، مع احتمال إنه ممكن يكون في خطأ وارد. الخطأ طبعا في كل الحلول للذكاء الاصطناعي واردة، ممكن إنه يكون في خطأ، فبيستخدموا الحل اليدوي فقط ليش؟ لمراجعة الطلبات، خاصة لما تكون البرسنتج أو نسبة الدقة للتوقع للموديل شوية منخفضة، ممكن إنه في تدخل بشري وفي مراجعة للطلبات حقتهم. فصار إيش؟ هم كانوا يطمحوا إنه يوم واحد يخفض يوم واحد، فصار بعد اقتراح إنهم يتجهوا أو يفعلوا علوم البيانات حيكون ساعة واحدة أو بالكثير ساعتين إذا في تدخل بشري أو يدوي في الموضوع. فكان إيش؟ فكان هذا نوع من الاستثمار، بس استثمار داخلي، لأنه بيكون بيساهم استخدام البيانات بشكل صحيح في إيش؟ في تقليل تكلفة الرواتب، في تحسين الأداء، في تحسين تجربة العميل. مش ضروري يستنى 7 أيام، ممكن يستنى ساعة ساعتين يوم بالكثير. فكان من الأشياء اللي بتحسن تجربة العميل وبتحتفظ بالعميل. وكمان ممكن أن يكون تجربة يعني استثمار في البيانات، بس لأنه الاستثمار إيش يكون مش داخليا، مش بيؤدي إلى الجروث للبزنس نفسه، لا، إنه يكون عندهم بيانات ضخمة. هذا بإيش ممكن إنهم يستثمروا فيها بإنهم يبيعوها على طرف ثالث، وهذا غالبا ما بيصير، بيستخدموها بيبيعوها على طرف ثالث، استهداف إعلانات أو شيء، أو إنه تستحوذ عليها شركة أكبر. لما تكون في عمليات يومية، ترانزكشن يومي، احتمال إنه تيجي شركة وتشتري هذه الشركة أو تستحوذ عليها. ليش؟ لأنه فيها عندها بيانات، عندها ثروة، عندها مصدر مهم، نفط. فإيش هذا كمان من الاستثمار اللي ممكن يكون خارجي، زي ما سوت مثلا أمازون لما استحوذت على سوقكم. ليش استحوذت على سوقكم؟ لأنها شافت فيها إيش؟ فيها بيانات، فيها ترانزكشن، فيها بيانات، ناس بتشتري وناس بيصير فيها عمليات يومية، بيع شراء. هذه كلها ممكن أن نقول هذه تجربة ناجحة، استثمار ناجح في البيانات. هذا باختصار يعني.
جميل جدا، خصوصا البيانات هي المصباح والسراج. يعطيك العافية رقية. نورة، برأيك كيف يمكن للشركات الناشئة أن تصنع قراراتها أو تفعل دور البيانات في مشاريع ريادية؟
برأيي أشوف أن الشركات الناشئة أو ممكن استخدام علم البيانات في دورة بناء خدمة أو منتج جديد، سواء كان في شركة ناشئة أو في أكبر الشركات. فممكن نستفيد من البيانات قبل إطلاق المنتج أو بعد إطلاقه، أو في النهاية بعد ما يستخدم العميل. فممكن قبل الإطلاق يكون في تحديد الخدمة اللي يحتاجها السوق وتحديد السعر المناسب، هنا البيانات ممكن تفيدنا. بعد الإطلاق ممكن نقيس أثر هذا الخدمة. فبضرب مثال في كود فور جيرلز، إحنا نطلق برامج تدريبية في أوقات مختلفة في السنة. فلما سوينا أو لما حللنا البيانات السابقة قدرنا نعرف فيها إنه فيه أوقات معينة في السنة يكون فيها التسجيل أقل ما يمكن، بينما فيه شهور أخرى يكون فيها التسجيل أعلى ما يمكن. فهذا يساعدنا إن إحنا نحفظ، إن يكون لنا يعني أو إن نستفيد بشكل أكبر، فإن نطلق البرامج في الأوقات المتوقع إن الناس يسجلون فيها ويستفيدون فيها بشكل أكبر. نجي للمرحلة الأخيرة اللي هو بعد تسجيل العملاء في الخدمة. يعني عدد أكبر من المسجلين ما يعني أنهم عدد أكبر من الراضين عن الخدمة. فهنا يجي دور قياس تجربة المستخدم والاستفادة والاستثمار من بيانات الفيدباك. فمنها نقدر نعرف إيش الأشياء اللي استمتعوا فيها في البرامج التدريبية على سبيل المثال، وإيش الأشياء اللي ممكن نحسنها في الدورات القادمة. وأكيد يعني المجال مو محدود، بس هذه الخطوات الأساسية أو المراحل الأساسية.
جميل جدا والله نورة، إني أسمع كلام زي كذا، وإنه في فعلا شركات ناشئة قاعدة تستثمر البيانات بالطريقة هذه. طيب رقية، نحب نعرف عن رأيك في ما هي الكيفية اللي يمكن أن تساعدك على استهداف جمهورك بشكل أفضل، طبعا قطعا إنها باستخدام البيانات. فما هي الأساليب اللي ممكن تساعدني إني أستهدف جمهوري بشكل أفضل؟
طيب نرجع كذا مع بعض، نبغى نتفق على شيء قبل ما ندخل في استهداف الجمهور. نرجع نتفق على الهرم حقت البيانات. في تحت أسفل الهرم بيكون دائما الرو داتا اللي هي ما بتمثل ولا قيمة ولا معلومة. أول ما ننتقل باستخدام التحليل بننتقل للليفل اللي أعلى اللي هو الليفل إيش؟ ليفل المعلومات. تفسر بس هذه المعلومات نقدر ننتقل للليفل اللي فوقه اللي هي إيش؟ المعرفة. تفسر هذه المعرفة أو تستثمر بقرارات حكيمة بننتقل للليفل اللي هو أقصى الهرم اللي هو إيش؟ الحكمة. فإحنا هنا إذا اتفقنا على التسلسل الهرمي هو already هو موجود التسلسل الهرمي بيانات رو، بيانات خام، ثم معرفة، ثم معلومات، ثم معرفة، ثم حكمة. طيب نيجي على سؤالك اللي هو استهداف الجمهور. إحنا قلنا إيش؟ إنه إحنا نبغى إيش؟ نستهدف الجمهور. طيب أنا بحدد إيش أنا أبغى من جمهور، إيش الأشياء اللي أنا أحتاجها من الجمهور نفسه. مو كل الجمهور اللي بيناسبوا المشروع حقتي أو الشركة حقتي، لا نوعية معينة. خليني كده أوضح بس معنا بمثال. مثلا أنا أبغى أفتح مطعم، المطعم إيش بيقدم؟ خدمات وجبات صحية، صحيح؟ طيب أو اللي هو دايت. طيب مين جمهوري؟ مو كل الناس، لا أكيد أنا بقول بحدد جمهوري مين أو التارجت مين اللي أنا أبغى أوصل له، الشريحة المستهدفة. مثلا الأشخاص اللي أوزانهم فوق الرقم الفلاني، فوق الرقم كده، هذول بيسووا حمية، بيسووا دايت. مثلا الكبار السن اللي بيعانوا من أمراض مزمنة مثلا سكر، ضغط، ما أدري إيش، فهذول بيتابعوا نظام غذائي وممكن أن يكونون زباين عندي. مثلا الناس اللي عندهم سلوك كذا بشكل عام، سلوك صحي، ما بيحبوا يأكلوا أي شيء، لازم أكل صحي، سلوكهم بيحبوا العادات الصحية والأشياء هذه، فهذول ممكن أن يكونون من الناس من جمهوري المستهدف. كيف أوصل لهم؟ هذا هو السؤال. هذه هنا أنا حددت بس الوسيلة حتكون فين؟ في البيانات. هستهدفهم عن طريق إيش؟ عن طريق البيانات. البيانات تكون فين؟ موجودة غالبا، وغالبا اللي بيمسك الحملات التسويق شركات معروفة أن عندها بيانات كبيرة، مثل جوجل، مثل تويتر، مثل فيسبوك، عندها بيانات أشخاص كثيرة، فالحملات الإعلانية والتسويق بيكون عندها. ليش؟ لأنها هي تمتلك البيانات، فهي اللي بنسوق عليها أو بنسوي فيها الحملة الإعلانية. طيب الحين أيوة فصلنا إيش؟ فعشان نستهدف لازم يكون عندنا بيانات، ما ينفع استهدف من غير البيانات، فالوصول للجمهور عن طريق البيانات. طيب الحين حققنا أول شرط اللي هو استهداف البيانات. هل يكفي إنه نستهدفهم؟ لا، ما يكفي، نحتاج نحتفظ فيهم. الاحتفاظ بالجمهور أهم من إنه نستهدفهم. طيب جاوا اشتروا مني مرة وأسيبهم كده خلاص؟ لا، لازم أحتفظ فيهم. كمان الداتا ساينس، كمان البيانات بتساعدني على هذا الشيء، يعني بتجيب للجمهور، بتستهدف للجمهور، وكمان بتساعدني احتفظ فيهم. كيف احتفظ فيهم؟ عن طريق ايش؟ عن طريق مثلا في الداتا ساينس مثلا في اللي هو دراسة سلوك المستخدم، تصرفاته، في الريكومنديشن، نظام التوصية، البيرسوناليزيشن، التخصيص او التشخيص، معرفة البرسونا تبع العميل حقتي، سلوكه، بحيث اني اقدر استهدفه. مثلا في شريحة هي اعرف ان هذه الشريحة بتجيني بس لما اسوي عروض.
تمام.
لنفرض انه مثلا انت يا نورة بتجيني اول ما اسوي تخفيض في المطعم حقتي في عرض احصل على وجبة مجانا، تجيني تشتري. فانا خلاص انا عرفت، ايوه عرفت سلوكك وعرفت البرسونا تبعك متى تجيني، فانا بستهدفك بنوع معين من الاعلانات. عارفه انه ايوه عارفه انه مثلا ساره او نورة النشوان، لا هذيلا ما يهمهم التخفيضات، لا هذيلا عندهم شيء معين، عندهم اهم شيء الفاليو، اهم شيء الجوده، اهم شيء مش عارفه ايش، فاستهدفهم بنوعيه معينه او اوجه لهم في حملتي مثلا الاول، يعني شيء كذا الاول من نوعه، الافضل، هذه الكلمات بتجيبهم، لانهم هم بيهتموا بالجوده، بيهتموا بالنوعيه اكثر من العروض وهذه الأشياء. ففهم السلوك المستخدم، فهم البرسونا تبعه، فهم هذه كمان بيقودنا أو قيمة بتعطينا إياها البيانات، الاستهداف والاحتفاظ.
جميل جدا. أنت تقولين إن بناء على المنتج أو بناء على المشروع راح تكون طريقة الاستهداف مختلفة. يعني مثلا المثال اللي أنت قلتيه رقية، إنه في أشخاص راح يهتمون بالكواليتي، في ناس لا راح يهتمون بالأسعار، فتفاوت الاختلاف في استهداف العميل يكون مختلف.
بالضبط.
تمام، جميل جدا. سارة، كونك ريادية وتملكين شركة ناشئة، هل تقدرين تقولين لنا كيف ممكن يكون للبيانات دور في تحسين المنتجات أو الخدمات؟ يعني ما بعد إنك أوكي استهدفت الجمهور الآن، لكن أنا عندي خدمات قائمة ومنتجات قاعدة أقدمها، فكيف أنا ممكن من خلال البيانات أحسن هذه المنتجات أو الخدمات؟
تمام. هي أساساً الواحد لما يبدأ يسوي منتجات ويبغى يطورها لازم يكون عارف أساساً الفئة المستهدفة والجمهور نفسه اللي هو بيقدم له خدمة، هو إيش يحتاج أو إيش يبغى، إيش الخدمات اللي أنا ممكن أوفرها عشان أنا أقدر أطور من أو أحسن من الخدمة اللي أنا بقدمها. مثلاً عندنا في كوانتم أول ما بدأنا بس نقدم عينات ترويجية، سواء كانت كسامبلز يعني أو كبروشورات. كانت هذه أول خدمة إحنا قدمناها، وكنا بنسويها مانيوال، وكان الأوفلاين بروسس. خطوة بخطوة قلبنا الموضوع أوتوميتد، سويناه في النظام، سويناه في السيستم، وطورنا هذا السيستم بحيث إنه اليوم مو بس نقدم هذه الخدمة، لقينا إنه في حملات أو أشياء إضافية أو خدمات إضافية نقدر نضيفها للعميل عشان نطور من الخدمة اللي إحنا قاعد نقدمها. فمثلاً بدنا نوصلهم بشركات التوصيل. مثلاً خلينا نقول إنه في حملة نبغى نعملها مع نعناع مثلاً، جودي تبي تعمل حملة مع نعناع، فإذا تبغى تعمل حملة مع نعناع عندهم منتج يبغوا مثلاً مايونيز يبغوا يحطوه ويبغوا يوزعوه لفئة معينة مستهدفة من الفئة اللي موجودة في النعناع، ويبغوا في نفس الوقت يسووا إعلان في نعناع إنه ترى تقدروا تشتروا هذا المنتج من نعناع من المكان الفلاني وتاخذوا مثلاً عرض أو تاخذوا كذا. فهذه الطريقة نحاول نوصل لمرحلة اللي إحنا نقدر نقدم 360 campaigns، بحيث إنه نغطيها من كل الجهات، من ناحية الديجيتال، من ناحية الفيزيكال برودكت إنه يوصلك وتجربه، من ناحية اللي أنت كعميل تقدر كمان تعطيني أنا فيدباك، أنا أرجعه للجودي وأقول له ترى العميل هذا ما عجبه هذا المنتج بسبب كذا وكذا وكذا، لو حسنته كذا وكذا ممكن تطوروه أكثر. وما نتكلم إحنا على عميل ولا عميلين، نتكلم على 10,000 عميل، نتكلم على 100,000 عميل، نتكلم على 200,000 عميل، على حسب الحملة اللي إحنا قاعد نسويها. فكل هذه المعلومات تساعدنا إحنا نطور كيف نقدر نقدم خدمات تانية، خدمات أحسن، خدمات أفضل. فمثلا قدرنا نطور منتج جديد أو سوينا سيستم جديد تستاهل يقدم فيه بوكسز فيها منتجات سامبلز مجانية تقدم للعميل بناء على الانترست والاهتمامات اللي هو عنده، بحيث إنه إحنا نقدر نوصل هذه المنتجات لباب بيتك مجانا. كل اللي عليك إنك أنت تسويه تعبي شوية معلومات معانا، وأول ما يجيك الصندوق تعطينا رأيك وتعطينا اهتماماتك، بحيث إنه إحنا نقدر نرجعها هذه للعملاء حقوننا ويدونا منتجات تانية نقدر نرجعها للعميل يدينا برضو more feedback. فبالتالي إحنا نقدم أشياء مجانية in exchange for الانفورميشن والمعلومات اللي أنت كمان تديني هي، لأن في النهاية كلها مهمة والاهتمام يختلف من شخص لشخص. فصراحة هذه من أهم الأشياء اللي إحنا تساعدنا إنه إحنا نقدر نطور فيها في المنتجات حقتنا وفي الخدمات اللي إحنا نوفرها. ولسه في مرة أشياء كثير إحنا حبة نضيفها، وما نقدر نضيفها يعني مو بس تطلع الفكرة ويلا نطبقها، لا لازم نسوي شيء اسمه viable product. نبدأ ناخذ الفكرة نفسها ونجزئها لجزء صغير ونبدأ نجربها بدأت اشتغلت، لقينا إنه في إقبال، لقينا إنه في كذا، يلا نبدأ نطورها ونسويها full-fledged product، نبدأ ندخله في البرودكت والمنصة الأساسية حقت كوانتم حقتنا ونوفرها وتكون موجودة للعملاء حقنا نقدر نستخدمها.
جميل جدا سارة، فعلا جميل جدا. طيب سارة، رغم الأثر العائد من تفعيل دور البيانات وكيف تستفيدون من البيانات في ريادة الأعمال أو بالأصح في تحسين منتجاتكم وفهم الشريحة الخاصة بالعملاء اللي موجودين عندكم،
هل تشوفين إن في مشاكل أو نقاط تحتاج إلى تحسين؟ يعني لا زالت يعني تواجهون مشاكل معينة تحتاجون إنكم تحسنونها عشان تقدرون فعلا تستفيدون من البيانات؟
أكيد، يعني إحنا اليوم البيانات زي ما كنت بتكلم عنها بتجينا من مصادر مختلفة، بتجينا من العميل نفسه، بتجينا من شركائنا اللي بيوصلوا المنتجات، بتجينا من المستخدم النهائي اللي بيستخدم ويرجع يدينا الفيدباك حقه ويدينا فيه. بتجينا كمان من إنه إحنا لازم نشوف إيش بيصير في مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي ونفهم أكثر كيف الحملة هذه كيف كان الصدى حقها، هل كان إيجابي هل كان سلبي، ولازم نجمعها كلها في مكان واحد ونحللها ونبدأ نسوي تقارير نرجع فيها للعميل الأساسي عشان على أساسها هو يقدر يطور ويكبرها. ولهذه الأشياء كلها حنحتاج ناس تشتغل في هذا المجال. الحمد لله يعني في السعودية صار هذا الموجود، المجال نفسه موجود، صار الناس في كورسز موجودة يقدروا ياخذوها، في ورش عمل، في مؤتمرات زي مؤتمر اللي احنا حاضرينه اليوم، ففي حماس وفي ناس مهتمة في هذا المجال. لكن نجي نتكلم على إنه لسه في نقص في هذا المجال، يعني نحتاج ناس أكثر شغوفة، نحتاج ناس مثلا تطور نفسها في مجالات معينة، فحتلاقي إنه في ناس مهتمة بس لسه ما اشتغلت على نفسها أو ما طورت من نفسها، سواء كانت في مشاريع شخصية أو تشتغل مع شركات ناشئة مثلا، إنها تقدر تطور من هذه الأشياء اللي هي عندها عشان يقدروا يقدموا هذه الخدمة بشكل أفضل. أو تلاقي ناس ما شاء الله يعني على طول بدأوا وصاروا ما شاء الله ديتا ساينتست وطوروا نفسهم وراحوا واشتغلوا على طول في مجالات كبيرة، فبالتالي تلاقي في جابس في الماركت ما بين الشركات الناشئة والشركات الكبيرة. وفي هذا المجال نحتاج وعي نفس الأشخاص اللي مهتمين في هذا المجال، إنهم هم يعرفوا نفسهم إيش يبغوا يشتغلوا، إيش يبغوا يعملوا، إيش يبغوا يسووا، كيف ممكن يطوروا من نفسهم، كيف يقدروا يوصلوا للمرحلة اللي هم يبغوا يتمنوها، وفين يحتاجوا يروحوا عشان يوصلوا لهذه المرحلة. فمثلا إذا جو في شركة ستارت اب، فهم هل يعرفوا إن هم مثلا ما حيكونوا بس يشتغلوا في مجال واحد، حيكونوا يشتغلوا في مجالات مختلفة. إذا راحوا شركة كبيرة، هل هم عارفين إن هم حيكونوا في مجال متخصص لازم يطوروا في هذا المجال ويكبروا في هذا المجال. فهذه بعض المشاكل اللي لسه أغلب الناس لسه ما هم متفقينها أو ما هم عارفينها، فيحتاجوا صراحة إنهم يشوفوها ويطوروا نفسهم وكمان يدخلوا سوق العمل. لما الواحد يدخل سوق العمل لو ما لقى وظيفة أو شيء اللي هو يتمناه، ما يوقف ويحط رجل على رجل، يشتغل على نفسه أكثر، يطور من نفسه، يشوف إيش في شيء أو استفسار معين كان في باله يبغى يدور في السوق يبغى يعرفه. زي مثلا أمس بسوي انترفيو لوحدة وكانت بتقول إنه والله في شيء كان نفسها تعرفه، إنه ليش الناس تختار آبل على أندرويد أو أندرويد على آبل. وجلسنا نتناقش فيها أبو 10 دقائق إنه كيف حتقدر تلاقي هذه المعلومات، فين ممكن تلاقيها، إيش الأشياء اللي لازم تطور فيها. وهذا سؤال كان كيوريوس، هي كانت فضولية تبغى تعرف هذا الشيء، وكان تقدر إنها تدور هذه المعلومات تطلعها، وبعدين لو تطلع النتائج تحطها في اللينكدين أو أي أحد يجي يبغى أو يدور عليها أو كذا حيلاقي هذه المعلومة، وحيعرف إنه هذه إنسانة اشتغلت على نفسها واشتغلت وإيش الأشياء اللي تعرف تستخدمها في الخدمات اللي تقدمها، بس من شو
جميل جدا سارة. أعتقد يحتاج لنا جلسة خاصة أو سيشن ليش الناس تفضل أبل على أندرويد، وندخل هواوي بالموضوع التنافس. طيب، شفنا أثر البيانات الملموس والواضح ومن طريقة استخدام البيانات، لكن قطعا هناك تحديات قد تواجه رواد الأعمال أو أصحاب المنشآت الصغيرة في تفعيل دور البيانات في منشآتهم. فلو ننطلق مع نورة وتكلمنا عن هذا الموضوع، وننطلق إلى رقية بهذا الخصوص أيضا.
التحديات طبعا كثيرة. يمكن أشوف أكبر تحدي أن علم البيانات إلى اليوم كل شخص أو كل جهة تنظر لها بمنظور مختلف. يعني في ناس يركزون على الجانب أو يخلونها مشابهة للبزنس أناليست رول، يركزون فيها على دراسة البيانات واستخراج إنسايتس ملهمة منها، وبينما فيه جهات أو أشخاص آخرين يركزون على الجانب البحثي فيها، على آلية عمل الخوارزميات اللي تحلل البيانات وكيفية المقارنة بينها. وبرأيي يعني أن علم البيانات يكون أو عالمة البيانات المفترض تكون ملمة بجميع جوانب دورة علم البيانات، مو بالضرورة أنها تعرف تفاصيل آلية عمل الخوارزميات، لأن أشوف يعني أنا أقارنها بالبرمجة، أن إحنا نقدر نستخدم مكتبات كثيرة ونعيد استخدامها ونستفيد منها بدون ما يكون عندنا إلمام بآلية عمل الدوال بالتفصيل قد ما هو إيش النتيجة من استخدام كل دالة. الجانب الثاني التحدي الثاني اللي هو أنه ضروري يكون في علم البيانات أو يعني ميزة إضافية وضرورية لعالم البيانات إنه يكون عنده دومين experience في المجال اللي هو بيشتغل فيه. يعني زي المثال اللي ذكرته رقية في مجال الدايت، المفترض يكون عند الشخص خبرة في هذا الدومين حتى يكون عنده قدرة أكبر إنه يستخدم علم البيانات ويستفيد منه. وبنفس الوقت غالباً للأسف يعني اللي يدخلون هذا المجال دائماً يبدون من الصفر. قد ما يكون استخدامك أو استفادتك من مصادر أو مشاريع بنوها غيرك راح تقدرين توصلين لنتائج أكبر. أيضاً يعني مهارة مهمة ويفتقدها بعض علماء البيانات إنه القدرة على فهم البيانات والقدرة على التنبؤ بها بدون استخدام يعني خوارزميات أو إنه يكون عند الإنسان هذه القدرة البديهية. فهذه باختصار اللي أشوفها التحديات اللي يواجهها علم البيانات.
جميل جدا، شكرا نورة، يعطيك العافية. رقية، وجهة نظرك أو رأيك في هذا الموضوع؟
ما قصرت نورة النشوان، ما قصرت، ذكرت تحديات كثيرة، بس التحديات اللي أنا خطرت في بالي هي من وجهة نظر ممكن يكون من وجهة نظر عالم البيانات نفسه أو من وجهة نظر الستارت اب. عالم البيانات اللي بيشتغل في الستارت اب عادة بنعرف إنه الستارت اب بتبدأ من الصفر، ما في عندها بيانات. فإذا قلنا ماذا لو لم أمتلك البيانات، هذا التحدي. يعني لما يكون ما عندي بيانات كيف أسوي؟ ماذا لو لم أمتلك البيانات؟ ماذا لو لم يحق لي الوصول للبيانات؟ ما كنت قادرة إني أوصل للبيانات، ما أمتلكها، ما أقدر أوصل لها، أو وصلت لها بس البيانات قديمة غير محدثة، غير صالحة للاستخدام. هذه في نفس البيانات، تحديات في نفس البيانات، الامتلاك، الوصول، التقادم، الاستمرارية، هل هي بتستمر أو ممكن أحصل عليها فترة وجيزة وبعدين إنها تنقطع، يعني ما في مصدر ثابت للحصول عليها. فهذا أشوفه تحدي في البيانات نفسه، وكثير بيواجه الناس اللي بتحاول إنها تفتح ستارت اب. وكمان كل شخص يعني بيشتغل في الستارت اب ويبغى بيانات. خلينا ناخذ مثال حقت سارة، لأنه كذا عجبني. أنا أبغى أسوي ستارت اب، وأبغى أعرف الناس اللي مثلا اللي ممكن ينزلوا أبليكيشن حقتي باستخدام أندرويد أو iOS، كيف أحصل على بيانات. يعني لسه أنا بسوي أبحاث السوق، لسه ما بدأت بسوي أبحاث السوق. فطريقة حصولنا على البيانات هذه هي واحد من التحديات. ثاني شيء مش بس إنه الحصول على البيانات، من له حق الوصول. يعني مثلا الحين بدأ شوية يظهر على الساحة اللي هو حوكمة البيانات، من له الحق في الوصول. فهذه الأشياء من الأشياء اللي تكون واضحة، يعني هل البيانات تكون متاحة لكل شخص، ومين إيش المتاح وإيش اللي مش متاح، طريقة تشارك البيانات كيف أقدر أحصل عليها. فهذه أشوفها من التحديات اللي بتواجه كل شخص، خصوصا إذا كان هو مو صاحب شركة كبيرة، لأن أصحاب الشركة الكبيرة غالبا بتكون الداتا عندهم بتشيل من العمليات اليومية مع الكاستمر، مع العملاء.
صحيح. فأعتقد أن أغلب الشركات الريادية في مجال علم البيانات هي شركات تقدم خدمات في علم البيانات، لكن منتجاتها ليست قائمة على البيانات، أو فكرة الشركة الريادية قائمة على البيانات. مثل ما ذكرت رقية، لنقص البيانات، كونها غير محدثة، ومين له الأحقية بالوصول. شكرا لك رقية. سارة، هل تقدرين تتكلمين لنا من وجهة نظرك كريادي ما هي القوة أو نقاط التميز للمحللين في الشركات الناشئة؟ يعني أنت ذكرت جاب في السوق إن الأشخاص اللي قاعدين يشتغلون على نفسهم بشكل قوي جدا ويبرزون في المجال قاعدين يروحون لشركات كبيرة جدا. تكلم عن وجهة نظرك في هذا الموضوع في ريادي، وإيش القوة اللي فعلا تميز المحللين في شركات الناشئة؟
تمام. لما نيجي نتكلم على ريادة الأعمال عندنا مثلا في كوانتم، من أهم الأشياء اللي إحنا نحاول نركز فيها إنه الشخص اللي يجي عندنا ما يكون بس يشتغل كمحلل بيانات، يعني لازم يكون يسوي كل شيء. لأنه لما تكون بتتكلم عن شركة ناشئة أنت ما عندك المجال إنه أنت عندك 7 موظفين يكونوا كلهم بس يشتغلوا على البيانات. لسه أنت شركة ناشئة بتكبري بتطوري بتحسني من نفسك، فأنت لازم تبدأي بشخص شخصين. هذا إذا مو نفس الفاوندرز هم اللي أساسا يكونوا بيسووا كل شيء في البداية. فلازم الواحد اللي يكون لازم يخدم في هذا المجال لازم يكون إنسان شغوف، لازم يكون إنسان مستعد إنه يجرب أكثر من شيء، لازم يكون إنسان عنده حس بالمسؤولية إنه هو يقدر يطور ويحسن من هذا الشيء ويثبت ليش هذا الطريقة أفضل من الطريقة الثانية. يعني مثلا إحنا عندنا في كوانتم الحين عندنا مثلا محلل البيانات لازم يعني دوره الأساسي إنه هو يكون حلقة الوصل ما بين الناس في الجزء التقني عندنا في الشركة مع الناس في الجزء العمليات، عشان هم مع الناس اللي في جزء السيلز والتسويق، حيث أن كل واحد فيهم يحتاج معلومات والمعلومات اللي يحتاجها تكون مختلفة. فلازم يكون في شخص هو الأساس اللي يكون ماسك البيانات ويحللها بالطريقة اللي تحتاج يوصلها للشخص المسؤول. فمثلا العمليات المعلومات اللي يحتاجوها غير عن الناس اللي جايين من جهة التقنية. فمثلا مو كل المعلومات يحتاجوها، فمثلا العمليات يحتاجوا معلومات التوصيل، معلومات الشخص نفسه، بس ما يحتاج يعرفوا إيش اهتمامات هذا الشخص عشان يوصلوا له المعلومة. ففي معلومات لازم زي ما كانت تكلم رقية على موضوع الحوكمة، ففي حوكمة والشخص حق الداتا اللي موجود الحين تحليل البيانات هو هذا الشخص اللي يسوي هذه الحوكمة في الوضع الحالي. فاليوم هو نفس هذا الشخص هو اللي بيسوي التنظيف، هو نفسه اللي بيسوي التحليل، هو نفسه اللي بيسوي التقارير، هو نفسه اللي بيسوي الفيجواليزيشنز، ويحاول كمان يعطي كومنتات وملاحظات لفريق التقني عشان يقدر يطور بطريقة استخراج المعلومات اللي هو يحتاجها. يحاول يفكر في كيف في طرق ممكن يتكلم فيها مع الفريق التحليلي أو فريق البرودكت ديفلوبمنت عندنا، إنه كيف نقدر نطور منتجات تساعدنا نجيب معلومات أكثر تخدمهم في الجزء حق التقني. في الستارت اب لازم الشخص اللي يكون في هذا المجال مو أهم شيء يكون إنه هو اللي دارس اللي عنده أكثر خبرة في هذا الموضوع كمجال علمي. أهم شيء يكون شخص مستعد إنه يتعلم، شغوف في هذا المجال، مستعد إنه يطور من نفسه، ومستعد إنه يسوي اللي يحتاج يسويه عشان يقدر يطور من هذا الدور اللي هو ماسكه الحين.
جميل جدا، شكرا لك يا سارة. طيب لو بناخذكم لختام هذه الجلسة، يعني قطعا من هو خلف الشاشات يعني أشخاص يا يعملون في هذا المجال أو مهتمين أو باحثين في علم البيانات، فودي من وجهة نظركم تقولوا لنا كيف يتميز محلل البيانات عن غيره، أو وش قوة التميز، وهل في خبرات أو مهارات معينة يفضلها رواد الأعمال حتى يستقطبون مثلا المحللين؟ نبدأ معاك سارة.
تمام. إحنا صراحة أهم شيء عندنا لما نيجي ندور على أحد مناسب في هذا المجال، أهم شيء يكون عنده الشغف. هذا نقطة رقم 1. لو ما عنده الشغف ما عنده مجال إنه يكون موجود عندنا في الكونتنت. الشيء الثاني لازم يكون إنسان يحب يطور من نفسه ويحب يتعلم، لأنه كل يوم والتاني بتيجي أشياء جديدة، بتيجي معلومات جديدة، بالذات في مجال تحليل البيانات. لغات جديدة، بايثون، بتلاقي أدوات جديدة، تابلو، ألتريكس، كل هذه الأدوات كل ما لهم بيطوروا أشياء جديدة في نفس الأداء، غير في أدوات جديدة بتطلع، وكل شركة بتختلف في الطريقة اللي هي بتستخدمها. فلازم يكون مستمر في إنه يطور من نفسه ويحسن من نفسه. أهم شيء عندنا إنه كمان يكون عنده إنه مخه منفتح إنه يستوعب أكثر من بس مجاله، لأنه لازم يكون عنده business sense، بحيث إنه يفهم هذا المجال الشخص اللي في العمليات إيش المعلومات اللي حيحتاجها، فكيف أنا أقدر أكتب له تقرير يفهمها وهي طايرة بدون ما أنا أحتاج أدخل وأعقد له الدنيا، وفي النهاية هو ما يكون فاهم بالضبط أنا في النهاية إيش بحاول أقدم له. وهذه من أكبر المشاكل اللي بتواجهنا لما بنكون بنسوي مقابلات شخصية أو بنقابل ناس. واحدة من أهم الأشياء اللي بنسويها بنخليهم يقوموا يعرضوا قدامنا، يسووا عندهم بزنس كيس يسووها وبعدين يعرضوا قدامنا، لأنه مهم جدا إنهم المعلومات والشغل والتحليل اللي أنت تعبتي عليه وطورتيه وسويتيه تقدري تطلعي قدام الناس وتشرحيها بطريقة مبسطة، بطريقة سهلة، بحيث إنه الشغل كله التعب كله يكون سهل وسلس لأي أحد يقدر يستوعبه. وهذه فائدة وأهمية ودور أي شخص في مجال تحليل البيانات.
جميل جدا. نشوف رأيك أستاذة نورة في هذا الموضوع.
طيب أنا بتكلم من وجهة نظر كوفاوندر أو شريك مؤسس الكود فور جيرلز. فإحنا لما نبحث عن مدربة في مجال علم البيانات يهمنا أول شيء أنها طبقت المعرفة. يعني يمكن تجينا أكثر من سيرة ذاتية فيها نفس الكورسات، وهذا شيء جميل، بس بنفس الوقت أكيد البنت اللي طبقت الشيء اللي تعلمته في مشروع استفادت فيه من علم البيانات، سواء كان بمشروع أولي أو بفكرة ابتكارية، أكيد راح يكون لها الأولوية. من ناحية ثانية يعني كمدربة إحنا يهمنا كثير إنها يكون عندها قدرة على إيصال المعلومة، خصوصاً في مجال علم البيانات، لأن الحضور بيكونون من مجالات مختلفة، ناس متخصصين في الإحصاء، ناس متخصصين في البرمجة، فضروري إنه يكون عندها قدرة إنها توصل معلومة لناس من خلفيات مختلفة. وبنفس الوقت حتى لو ما كان عند الطالبة أي خلفية سابقة، قادرة على إنها توصلها المعلومة من البداية. فهذه أكثر ميزتين إحنا نبحث عنها لما نبحث عن عالمة بيانات تقدم في كود فور جيرلز.
بالنسبة لي طبعا إيش ممكن يميز الشخص اللي يتقدم لوظيفة. أنا بشوف إنه هذه وجهة نظر شخصية، يعني أكثر شيء بيميز الشخص هو مهاراته مقدرته على التفكير، مقدرته على التحليل، مقدرته على حل المشكلات، مقدرته على التفكير خارج الصندوق، مهارات التواصل. المهارات هذه الناعمة اللي هي بشكل عام، لأنها إيش؟ لأنها هذه ما تكتسب بالتعلم، لا، هذه مهارات تكون موجودة، قدرات موجودة في الشخص نفسه مهما تعلم. الكودينج ما بيديه هذه المهارات قد ما هو إيش هو جوته، إيش القدرات حقته، إيش السكيلز اللي حاول يطورها. فبعتقد إنه علم البيانات هو إيش؟ هو علم، بس طريقة توظيفه بتختلف من شخص إلى شخص آخر. نفس الشيء في البرمجة. البرمجة ممكن أي شخص يتعلم الأكواد، الفور لوب، الوايل، مش عارفة إيش، الإف ستيتمنت، هذه الأشياء ممكن أي شخص يتعلمها، بس مين اللي مبدع؟ مين اللي يقدر يوظفها؟ مين اللي يقدر يحل فيها مشكلة حقيقية؟ نفس الشيء عالم البيانات أو اللي بيشتغل في علم البيانات عنده كل التولز، كل مكتبات البايثون، كل الآر ومش عارف إيش، وغير الابليكيشن اللي بتساعد مثلا تابلو وغيره، أو الباور بي آي. فهذه هي تولز، هي موجودة عنده، بس كيف يستخدمها، كيف يوظفها، هذه بترجع إلى إيش؟ إلى طريقته هو في الإبداع، طريقته في التفكير، طريقته في حل المشكلات، طريقته في التحليل. فهذه الأشياء بتهمني كمان. وكمان أكيد بيميزه مهاراته، يعني كيف بيتواصل مع الناس، كيف بيوصل المعلومة للشخص اللي فوقه، مديره أو موظفيه. يعني بتظل الكالتشر والفاليو هذه مهم كثير، يعني بيكون مريح في البيئة، والبيئة كمان تدي راحة، مريحة في البيئة اللي بيشتغل فيها.
يعطيك العافية سارة، ويعطيك العافية نور. شكرا لكم ولوقتكم، للتجربة الثرية اللي انطلقنا فيها معاكم. شكرا لكل الناس اللي خلف الشاشة والمنظمين. حاليا راح نفتح المجال، أي أحد عنده سؤال يتفضل يرسل السؤال عشان نسأله ضيفات الكلمات.
في سؤال لك يا سارة. كذا صوتي واضح، تسمعوني؟
ايوه نسمعك.
نسمعك.
في سؤال لك يا سارة، أعطينا تعريف أكثر أو عرفين على شركة كوانتم.
تمام. شركة كوانتم هي شركة تقنية تعمل في مجال التسويق. مجالنا أكثر إننا نساعد عملائنا زي مثلا شركات يونيليفر، P&G، أو أي شركة ناشئة عندها سواء خدمات أو عندها منتجات تبغى توصلها ليد مستخدمينها. إحنا نقدر نساعدهم في هذا المجال، بحيث إنه نفعلها عن طريق النظام والمنصة حقت كوانتم، بحيث إنه أي أحد يقدر يدخل على المنصة حقتنا يعبي فيها بيانات شركته، يدخل يعبي إيش المنتج أو الخدمة اللي يبغى يتكلم عنها أو يبغى يوصلها ليد العميل كمنتج محسوس أو كبروشور محسوس، يقدم كل هذه الأشياء موجودة في الموقع. وبعدين يجي على شيء اسمه الماركت بليس، اللي هي حيلاقي كل شركائنا اللي موجودين، كانوا نعناع، سواء كانوا لقمتي، هانجر ستيشن إلى آخره. حيلاقوا كل هذه الناس موجودين عندنا في المنصة. حيقدروا يختاروا يبغوا يشتغلوا مع مين، إيش الكميات اللي يبغوا يشتغلوها مع مين، ويقدروا يحطوا يختاروا هذه الأشياء. وعندنا خوارزمية تشتغل على إنها تحاول تربطهم ما بين أفضل الناس بناء على المعايير اللي العميل نفسها حطها في البداية. لما نخلص هذه النقطة إحنا نبدأ نتواصل مع شركائنا، نبدأ نفعل هذه النقطة، بحيث إنه كوانتم كشركة تشتغل أونلاين، في مجال كبير من جزء شغلنا أوفلاين، السبلاي تشين واللوجيستكس اللي هي سلسلة الإمداد، بحيث إنه إحنا ناخذ المنتج من العميل ونوصلها إلى باب بيت عميله هو أو المستخدم حقه هو، بحيث إنه خلاص إحنا مسؤولين نروح نجيب المنتج، نحطها في المستودعات، نوزعها حوالين المملكة بناء على الفئة المستهدفة اللي هم يستهدفوها. نتعامل مع شركات التوصيل سواء كانوا كريم أو سنسا أو ساودي بوست، كل الشركات اللي إحنا أساساً بنتعامل معاها، بحيث إنه إحنا نضمن إنه المنتج يوصل للعميل اللي في الفئة المستهدفة اللي عميلنا طالبها، توصل له لباب بيته. وبهذه الطريقة إحنا نقدر نقلل من عملية العشوائية في هذا المجال الترويجي، بحيث إنه توصل للشخص لباب بيته. نتأكد إنه في 100% ضمان إنه الشخص حيشوفها، لأنه إحنا حتكون موجودة مع الطلبية اللي هو أساساً طالبها ودافع لها، راح يكون في شيء مجاني جاي معاه، فأكيد 100% إنه هو حيشوفها. ويعتمد على العميل نفسه، سواء كان يبغى يستخدمها، يجربها، يعطينا رأيه فيها، كل هذا راجع للعميل النهائي. وغالبا إنه هو بيعطينا هذه المعلومات، لأنه في النهاية بتخدم العميل النهائي، وبناخذ من آرائهم وهذه الأشياء نسوي فيها تقارير تتقدم للعميل الأساسي عشان يقدر يطور من المنتج اللي هو أساسا سواله حملة إعلانية معنا. إن شاء الله كذا أكون شرحتها بطريقة وافية.
جميل. إن شاء الله نشوفها من أكبر الشركات الريادية في البلد بإذن الله يا سارة. في سؤال آخر، كيف ممكن أكتسب خبرة بالمجال اللي بتبتدئ فيه؟ السؤال ما هو موجه لأحد معين، فاللي
تمام ممكن أنا أجاوب عليه. أنا لما بدأت في هذا المجال بدأت صراحة إني أخذت كورس أونلاين على يوداسيتي، بس عشان أبغى أعرف إيش الموضوع. صراحة بدأت فيه في مجال جوجل أناليتكس، عشان حسيت إنه هو شيء كبير بادئ وشيء جديد، وأبغى أعرف ليش الناس مهتمة فيه. فبدأت أطور بنفسي، ولقيت إنه عندي فضول أعرف ليش الناس تضغط على هذه الكلمة وما تضغط على هذه الكلمة، ليش الناس تدور على هذا الشيء وما تفضل تدور على هذا الشيء. ولقيت إنه المجال هذا يعني يحتاج فضول، ويحتاج شخص يعني حقيقي ما يقدر يعني ينام لما يلاقي هذا الجواب، ولازم يطور من نفسه باستمرار. يعني جوجل أناليتكس إحنا نتكلم على أشياء هذه في 2011 2012، ذاك الوقت إلى اليوم الأشياء اللي تطورت والمجالات تطورت. صارت عندنا شركات خاصة متخصصة في listening و sentimental analysis، تحليل، وفي تويتر وفي كل هذه الأشياء، والدول بتستخدمها. يعني طورنا بمجال مرة كبير، فالواحد إذا بيبدأ يطور في نفسه، يمسكها بمشروع، فكر في سؤال مثلا زي السؤال حق إيش أفضل آبل سامسونج ولا هواوي. شو إيش في سؤال حوالينك، هل الناس تفضل الموز ولا البرتقال؟ ما يفرق إيش هو السؤال، أهم شيء أنت أو أنت تكون مهتمة فيه وتبي تعرفي أكثر عن هذا المجال، تبدأي تبحثي تدوري أوكي فين أقدر ألاقي معلومات عن هذا الشيء، إيش في معلومات أقدر أستفيد منها، كيف أقدر أنظف هذه المعلومات، كيف لما أنظفها أقدر أحللها، طب لما أحللها كيف أنا أبغى أبين للناس هذه التحاليل بطريقة أو أعرضها بطريقة حلوة بطريقة مناسبة. لما أعرضها طيب بعدين أبغى أسوي فيها تقرير، فين أنزلها عشان أنا سويتها صح لنفسي بس كمان أبغى الناس تستفيد. أقدر أنزلها في بنترست، أقدر أنزلها في لينكدين، أقدر أرسلها أو أكون جزء من منصات أو تليجرام لمجالات معينة. طب المجالات كبيرة، الواحد ما يحتاج إنه هو يضيع في هذا الموضوع، ويبدأ من البداية إنه يطور من نفسه، وبعدها إن شاء الله الأمور حتنفتح بإذن الله.
حابة أضيف إجابة لهذا السؤال وإجابة كمان للأدوات اللي ممكن تستخدم في تحليل العلمي أو في علم البيانات بشكل عام. بالنسبة للبداية أنا بدأت ببرنامج اسمه مايكروسوفت بروفيشنال بروجرام في الداتا ساينس، للأسف ما هو موجود حالياً، بس أنصح ببرامج مشابهة تكون شاملة فيها أكثر من كورس، بدل يعني ما تاخذون كورس وبعدها تضيعون عشان الخطوة الثانية. في برامج في علم البيانات سواء في كورسيرا، في يوداسيتي، أو يعني في مواقع كثيرة زي إدكس، تلقون فيها أكثر من كورس، بروجرام كامل يغطي كل الجوانب زي ما ذكرت عفاف، اللي هو مثلا جمع البيانات وتحليلها بالإكسل، بعدين نجي لمرحلة بناء الموديل، بعدين أكثر من كورس، وفي النهاية مشروع نهائي. فهذه الكورسات المكثفة غالبا فائدتها أكبر. وأعقب على سارة أيضا مهم جدا أنك تبنين مشروع، لأن يعني مهما أخذتي من كورسات لما تجين تطبقين هنا بيفرق معك. أما بالنسبة لجزئية الأدوات اللي ممكن تستخدم في علم البيانات، في أداة في IBM أو بلاتفورم اسمها واتسون ستوديو، يجمع أكثر من تول، يعني ممكن تبنون فيه موديل from A to Z، أو يبدأ من collection للديتا إلى ما تطلعون بالنتيجة النهائية prediction model أو أيا كان. فمن ضمن التولز اللي embedded أو موجودة داخله حاجة اسمها SPSS modeler، أشوفها حاجة مرة حلوة للمبتدئين. هي دراج اند دروب المودلز أو أي خطوة من خطوات علم البيانات تلقونها كبوكس، تعملون له دراج اند دروب وبس تعملون specification إيش البيانات اللي تبغون تدخلونها، مثلا لو هو prediction model إيش الموديل اللي تختارونه، والattributes تغيرونها وتجربون. يعني حلو كبداية. أيضا فيه الجوبيتر نوت بوكس إذا أنتم متعمقين وحابين أنكم تبنون نموذج بلغة البايثون أو بلغة الآر موجودة. أيضا اللي يميزه أن في أدوات لها علاقة بالذكاء الاصطناعي مطورتها IBM وموجودة في هذا البلاتفورم، زي مثلا الفيجوال ريكوجنيشن، أنك تدربين نموذج أنه يتنبأ بالصور بناء على يعني الموديل جاهز للاستخدام، بس أنت اللي عليك أنك تزودينه بالبيانات، الصور اللي يتعلم على أساسها to predict the future images أو to classify the images. فهذه واحدة من الأدوات اللي جدا فادتني. واتسون ستوديو.
جميلة جدا الصراحة النصايح. ممكن أنا أضيف كمان، مع إنه كل النقاط ما شاء الله غطوها، بس يعني هتكلم عن تجربتي الشخصية في كيف إني تعلمت. في البداية بدأت بتطبيق عملي، يعني لما دخلت بالتطبيقات العملية، كنت أشوف مقاطع اليوتيوب وأطبقها. كان عندي ضعف في إنه أفهم الأشياء النظرية، يعني بسوي sentiment analysis بس مش عارفة إيش الكونسبت اللي وراها. فهي تجربة شخصية، بدأت أشوف مقاطع يوتيوب وأطبق فيها مشروع وأطبق وراها. كذا بدأت فترة بسيطة، بعدين لا، رجعت كذا جلست أشوف الستبس اللي مفروض إني أتبعها أو الطريقة الصحيحة لإني أدخل بالمجال عن فهم، مش عن تطبيق، مش عن تجديد. فسويت كده خطوات. أول شيء البايثون، نخلص على البايثون ندخل على الكونسبت حقت الماشين ليرنينج، المكتبات اللي هي مثلا مكتبة السايكت ليرنينج والأشياء هذه اللي هي البيسك. بعدها ندخل على ليفل اللي هو إيش الفيجواليزيشن، أو قبلها الليفل حقت الفيجواليزيشن، كل التولز اللي ممكن إنه تسوي فيجواليزيشن. المكتبات مثلا الباندا والأشياء هذه اللي بتسوي تنظيف البيانات وبتسوي بري بروسيسنج للبيانات والأشياء والخطوات هذه. بعدها الكونسبت حقت المشين ليرنينج والالغوريثم اللي موجوده، ومكتبات زي اللي هي السايكت ليرنينج اللي هي تكون كل شيء فيها جاهز مع شويه خلفيه في الرياضيه. يعني الكونسبت بنشوفه بنرجع، كل شيء بيواجهني برجع ببحث عنه. بعدها اللي هو شويه ندخل ديب في الديب ليرنينج، في التنسر فلو، في القراءه، عفوا المكتبات اللي هي حقت الكراس والتنسر فلو، والمكتبات اللي هي خاصة بالتعلم العميق ومفاهيم الالغوريثم حقت التعلم العميق، CNN والRNN والأشياء هذه. فأشوف إنه الستبس إنه لو حتى حطيته خطة بلان إنه أنا هاخذ في هذه الأشياء، الكورس الفلاني أخلص بعد كل فترة مشروع، كل فترة أخلص مشروع، والمشاريع يعني بتثبت المعلومة، فحتجمع بين الأشياء النظرية والأشياء العملية إن شاء الله، وإن شاء الله موفقين.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. أعتقد أن ما في أسئلة زيادة، وهذه فرصتكم تسألون. ما شاء الله تبارك الله، عندنا نخبة من العاملين والمهتمين في مجال البيانات في هذه الجلسة الحوارية. أتوقع أنها فرصة جميلة جدا أنكم تسألونهم. لكن إلى الآن ما في سؤال معين.
نرى في واحدة بس سألت عن كوانتم إذا نقدم خدمات للقطاع الصحي.
Yes, exactly. I think it's
تمام. بالنسبة للي سألت عن إذا نقدم خدمات للقطاع الصحي، إحنا نقدم الخدمات لأي أحد في أي قطاع، لأنه في النهاية إذا عندك بروشور أو عندك منتج أو عندك شيء تقدميه، زي مثلا اشتغلنا مع الحلواني، بحيث اشتغلنا معاهم إنه قدمنا زي سانيتايزرز صغيرة في حملة توعوية بالتعاون مع لفرص، ونشرناها وأرسلناها في مجالات مرة كبيرة، واشتغلنا مع وزارة الصحة برضو في حملة توعوية. ففي النهاية يعتمد إيش هي الحملة اللي أنت تبغوها. موجودين عندنا الشباب في الفريق العمل يقدر يساعدوكم في أنكم حتى تطوروا من الفكرة وتحسنوها وتوصلوا للكمية والفئة المستهدفة اللي تبغوا توصلوا لها. تواصلوا معنا على موقعنا quantum.com.sa، وبإذن الله حنقدر نخدمكم في أي مجال تحبون.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. أعتقد أنه انتهت جلستنا الحوارية. أتمنى أنكم استمتعتم وأضافت لكم، وقطعا أنها أضافت لكم. نشوفكم إن شاء الله على خير، وشكرا لكم جميعا. كان معكم نورة زياد، وألتقيكم إن شاء الله في جلسة حوارية يوم الأحد في سدايا بإذن الله. شكرا.
يعطيكم العافية. مع السلامة. شكرا.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا. شكرا جزيلا، شرفتونا ونورتونا.
What a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you very much for the moderator and for the panelists for this very enriching discussion. Indeed, we are thrilled. And it is my pleasure to conclude this event today. I would like to thank you all for making this event happening. I would like to thank my data science leader, my very inspiring presenters who came from different parts of the kingdoms, from different organizations. They spend with us time today to share their experiences, to share their knowledge and their thoughts in the field of data science and entrepreneurship and the enterprise. We learned through our welcoming speech from Dr. Mervet Shoman how Ifat University create the skills that is required for the market for data scientists, and in collaboration with international organizations, we are ensuring that our alumni and our students are meeting the top qualities for that field. Ms. Amadou Khan enlightened us with a very refreshing keynote speech, and she advised us to listen to the data. Dr. Samantha Horstman told us about the e-factories and all the beautiful things that happens there. And we learned from Ms. Haneen and Ms. Dua in Saudi Box how the data science can help us with the antibody libraries to create or discover vaccines in very efficient ways. Dr. Sarah and her beautiful panelists from WAID told us about unlocking the entrepreneurship success opportunities through the data sciences. And we shifted to the enterprise with the leadership of Ms. Leila Bukhari, who told us about the enterprise data strategies, and a beautiful set of speeches about recruitment optimization, pricing strategies, cybersecurity, image processing, data languages for non-native speakers, AI in asset management, and lastly, we concluded with this beautiful panel discussion. Each one of these presentations added a lot of value to us, and I hope the audience also find it interesting. I would like to thank you, the audience, for this beautiful interaction that we had. I want to ask, thank you for these questions. And I would like to thank the sponsors for their wonderful support to make this event the best way possible. Thank you, Stanford University. Thank you, Arifat University, Women Tech Maker, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Sedaya, and Bayani Yoon, and all the beautiful sponsors for these events. And I would like to give special thanks to my co-ambassadors, Ms. Ruqya and Ms. Tasneem, for their support in organizing this event. We were happy to be with you. I hope that you enjoyed the event as much as we did. And we are excited to see you again, inshallah, next year with another interesting theme for women in data science. And lastly, I would like to invite you to attend the following event for Women in Data Science in Tabuk and Job that starts in 4 days. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
السلام عليكم. الصوت واضح كذا؟
أيوة تفضلي.
تمام. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. نرحب بالحضور الكريم المنضم إلى هذا البث من داخل المملكة وخارجها. الجولة السادسة من ملتقى المرأة في علم البيانات تأتيكم اليوم من تبوك والجوف بعنوان علم البيانات والمدن الذكية. Good afternoon everyone, and I'm delighted to have you all in this live stream of women in the data science. The women in the data science goals are to inspire, educate, and support women in the field of the data science, helping them to gain exposure for their work, increase networking connections, and to continue to pursue opportunities related to the data science and AI. معكم من جودة الجهني، سفيرة جامعة ستانفورد الملتقى في تبوك، أستاذ مساعد في علوم الحاسب الآلي، متخصصة في الذكاء الاصطناعي. أشكر جميع الرعاة والمنظمون، كما أشكر العطاء الرقمي، وأخص بالشكر الدكتورة أسيل الداود من مجتمع بيانيون. تقوم معظم الدول اليوم بتبني التقنيات الذكية والاستفادة منها لتطوير الخدمات العامة وجعل الحياة اليومية للسكان أسهل. كما تسعى العديد من المدن حالياً إلى الاستفادة من علم البيانات والتقنيات المتقدمة مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي، التعلم الآلي، وإنترنت الأشياء وما إلى ذلك لتسهيل حياة السكان اليومية. كما أظهر تقرير نافيجنت ريسيرش نمو الإيرادات السنوية لسوق تكنولوجيا المدن الذكية في العالم من 97 مليار دولار في عام 2019 إلى 263 مليار دولار بحلول عام 2028. ستكون البداية معي لنتعرف على مستقبل المدن الذكية Future of the Smart Cities. معكم من جود عبد الله الجهني، أستاذ مساعد في علوم الحاسب من جامعة تبوك، مهتمة ومتخصصة بالذكاء الاصطناعي. أشغل حالياً منصب وكيلة كلية الحاسبات وتقنية المعلومات بجامعة تبوك شطر الطالبات، حاصلة على درجة الماجستير من جامعة فلوريدا انستيتيوت اوف تكنولوجي USA، ودرجة الدكتوراه من جامعة بانغور يونايتد كينجدوم. حاصل على العديد من الجوائز والتكريمات أثناء دراسة الماجستير والدكتوراه. تم تقديم مشروع تشخيص صعوبات النطق عند الأطفال باستخدام الروبوت، والذي تم قبوله في معرض جنيف الدولي للابتكار. أشرفت على العديد من أبحاث طالبات الدراسات العليا، بالإضافة إلى تحكيم عدد من البحوث العلمية المقدمة في مؤتمر IEEE. هذه المحاور بإذن الله نحن نتكلم عنها في هذه الجلسة. أول شيء نتعرف على ما المقصود بالمدن الذكية. المدن الذكية هي المدن التي تستخدم البيانات وتقنية الاتصالات لتحسين كفاءة ونوعية الحياة للأفراد والعيش المستدام في عالم حضري. مصطلح طبعاً اللي هو الحضري هو مصطلح معروف لدى المهندسين المعماريين. أصبح العالم اليوم مهتم بالمدن الذكية أكثر من السابق. حسب ما نشر في منظمة كوبنهاجن كاباسيتي، في كل أسبوع ينتقل 1,000,000 شخص من المناطق الريفية إلى المدن. أيضاً أكثر من 75 من البوبوليشنز في العالم يسكنون في المدن. من المتوقع أن يرتفع هذا العدد إلى 90% بحلول عام 2050، مما يشكل ضغط متزايد على هذه المدن. طبعاً يؤدي ذلك إلى زيادة في انبعاثات غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون وزيادة في استهلاك الطاقة، مما يستدعي إيجاد حلول ذكية لبيئة مستدامة. لكن السؤال الأهم: What makes a city smart? The short answer is data. البيانات التي تم جمعها عن السيتي أو عن المدن باستخدام different resources تسمح لنا بخلق مدن ذكية. طبعاً البيانات لوحدها لا تعطينا أي معنى، قد تكون خليط من الأرقام أو الكلمات أو الرموز. معالجة هذه البيانات وتحليلها لتكون مفيدة by cleaning or by simple descriptive statistics، بحيث تعطينا معلومات عن ماهية هذه البيانات. إضافة خبراتنا السابقة إلى هذه المعلومات تعطينا النوليدج أو المعرفة، وتستخدم هذه المعرفة في اتخاذ القرارات وحل المشكلات، وهذا يقودنا إلى الويزدوم، وهو القرار المتخذ بالفعل بناء على المعرفة. لذلك أهمية البيانات كبيرة جدا، لأن كل المعلومات اللي نحصل عليها في مواقع الإنترنت أو في السوشيال ميديا هي بالنهاية تعتمد على البيانات. لذلك نشأ عندنا ما يسمى بعلم البيانات أو الداتا ساينس. علم البيانات هو العلم الذي يقوم على استخدام الأساليب العلمية وخوارزميات تعلم الآلة لاستخدام أو لاستخراج المعرفة من خلال فهم وتحليل البيانات. علم البيانات ارتبط في البداية في علوم الإحصاء والرياضيات وجمع العينات وتحليل لهذه العينات، ثم أصبح يعتمد بالإضافة إلى السابق تقنيات تعلم الآلة والذكاء الاصطناعي ومعالجة البيانات الضخمة أو البيج داتا. Smart cities are based on data science, big data and Internet of Things. تعتمد المدن الذكية على 3 تقنيات شهيرة وهي البيج داتا، الداتا ساينس and Internet of Things. نتكلم بإيجاز عن هذه التقنيات. أولاً البيج داتا. اليوم أصبح حجم البيانات ضخم جداً، لذلك ظهر لدينا مفهوم البيج داتا. أسباب تضخم هذه البيانات بدأت منذ ظهور الإنترنت، بعد ذلك ظهر السوشيال ميديا، أصبح الناس يضعون أو post some images أو فيديو أو text، طبعاً كل هذه تعتبر بيانات. بعد ذلك ظهر السمارت ديفايس، سهلت للناس الوصول إلى مواقع الإنترنت بالإضافة إلى السوشيال ميديا، فأدى ذلك إلى زيادة البيانات ودراسة سلوك الناس من خلال المواقع التي يزورونها. ظهرت الإي-سيرفيس أو الخدمات الإلكترونية سواء المقدمة من الشركات أو الحكومات، طبعاً وفرت بيانات لأصحاب القرار. بعد ذلك ظهرت عندنا الكلاود كومبيوتينج أو الحوسبة السحابية، سمحت للأشخاص أو الشركات باستخدام الكلاود لتخزين بياناتها مما زاد في حجم البيانات. ظهرت آخر شيء عندي اللي هو الإنترنت أوف ثينجز، أصبحت الأجهزة تتواصل مع بعضها البعض بواسطة السمارت سنسورز لإرسال واستقبال البيانات. زي ما عرضنا كل هذه الوسائل من الإنترنت إلى إنترنت أوف ثينجز أدت إلى زيادة وتضخم البيانات. طبعا هنا يوضح عندنا مراحل سير العمل في البيانات الضخمة. أول شيء ديتا كولكشنز، طبعا تجميع البيانات من مصادر مختلفة زي ما ذكرنا الإنترنت، السوشيال ميديا وغيرها. طبعا ساعدتنا تقنية الكلاود كومبيوتينج في تجميع هذه البيانات ووضعها في مكان واحد. بعد ذلك عندنا الديتا ستريمينج، تدفق البيانات في المدن الذكية، طبعا يكون بشكل مستمر وهائل، لذلك لابد من توفر تقنيات تأخذ هذه البيانات الضخمة بدون فقدانها. ثالث مرحلة الديتا ستورج، غالبا البيانات اللي تجي من مصادر مختلفة تكون منظمة أو عفوا تكون غير منظمة وغير مهيكلة Unstructured data، لذلك ظهرت تقنيات لتخزين هذه البيانات الضخمة الغير مهيكلة مثل NoSQL، أشهرها Amazon Dynamic Database. Data Visualizations، وهي عرض البيانات بعد تخزينها على الداتابيس، أشهرها تقنية D3.js، وهي عبارة عن مكتبة تسمح بالتعامل مع كل أنواع البيانات الضخمة بشكل سهل وسريع. الميزة في هذه التقنية أنه يمكن عرض البيانات أثناء تدفقها، وهذا طبعا يتناسب مع بيانات المدن الذكية. والمهم في Data Visualization أنها تسمح لنا بعرض تقرير عن البيانات الموجودة عندنا، أيضا البحث داخل هذه البيانات. آخر مرحلة Data Analysis، وهي أهم مرحلة، تحليل هذه البيانات الضخمة باستخدام عدة لغات، أشهرها لغة البايثون والآر. طبعا تعتبر هذه اللغتين أشهر لغتين لدراسة وتحليل البيانات. طبعا بما أن تكلمنا عن البيج داتا لابد نذكر هدوب. هدوب هي تقنية شهيرة ظهرت مع بداية ظهور البيج داتا، طبعا تعطينا كل التقنيات اللي تساعدنا على التحكم في الداتا كولكشنز، الداتا ستريمينج اند ستورج وغيرها. طبعا فيها مجموعة من الأدوات والأنظمة كلها مجانية. تعتبر هدوب هي التقنية الرائدة في مجال البيج داتا والداتا ساينس. من ضمن التقنيات المهمة في المدن الذكية اللي هي Internet of Things. طبعا Internet of Things يكون الاتصال بين الأجهزة مع بعضها البعض وتبادل البيانات كل إنسان باستخدام سمارت سنسورز وبعض التطبيقات وغيرها من الأجهزة. طبعا في الإنترنت اوف ثينجز لابد أن يكون الاتصال آمن، أيضا لابد أن يكون قوي وسريع، لذلك ظهرت بروتوكولات مخصصة للإنترنت اوف ثينجز مثل MQTT. الداتا اللي تتم جمعها بواسطة Internet of Things Sensors and Devices يتم تخزينها في خدمة كلاود، لذلك تعتبر الحوسبة السحابية أو Cloud Computing إحدى أهم التقنيات في المدن الذكية. زي ما ذكرنا حجم البيانات ضخمة والديتا ستريمينج أو تدفق البيانات سريع جدا، لذلك ظهرت زي ما ذكرنا عندنا تقنية كلاود كومبيوتينج. الكلاود كومبيوتينج باختصار هي خدمة استضافة عبر الإنترنت بحيث تمكن الشركات والحكومات من الاستفادة من التقنيات الخاصة بتخزين البيانات والقيام بعمليات معالجة لهذه البيانات عبر الإنترنت. طبعا في ميزات كثيرة للكلاود كومبيوتينج، منها المرونة، الدفع حسب الاستخدام، سهولة النقل، السرعة والأمان. في عدد كبير من مزودي الخدمة أو ما يسمى بكلاود كومبيوتينج سيرفيس بروفدر. طبعا أشهرهم اللي هو أمازون ويب سيرفيس التي بدأت في عام 2006 وكانت أول من بدأ بتقديم خدمات كلاود كومبيوتينج. بعد ذلك في عام 2010 جاءت عندنا اللي هو مايكروسوفت أجور، قدمت خدمات جدا مميزة في هذا المجال، تلتها جوجل كلاود بلاتفورم واي بي ام كلاود. طبعا الخدمات الأساسية تقدمها مزودي الخدمة أو كلاود كومبيوتينج هي الفيرتشوال برايفت كلاود، الكمبيوت، ستورج والديتابيز. أول خدمات هي فيرتشوال برايفت كلاود أو الشبكة الافتراضية. من خلال الكلاود كومبيوتينج تنتقل اللي هو مركز البيانات الخاص فينا أو بالشركات إلى شبكات افتراضية نؤسسها على كلاود ويمكن تقسيمها إلى شبكات فرعية. بعد ذلك الكمبيوت أو الخوادم بحيث نحصل على سيرفر بالمواصفات اللي محتاجينها زي المعالج، الأوبريتنج سيستم، الميموريز وغيرها. في الحقيقة في ميزة موجودة في أمازون وطبعا وبعض مزودي الخدمة، وهي توفر أدفايزر يساعد على تحديد أفضل اللي هو سيرفر أو أفضل خادم بناء على احتياجات هذه المنظمات أو المؤسسات. وفي الوقت الحالي ظهر ما يسمى بسيرفرلس بحيث يتم بناء التطبيق دون الحاجة إلى سيرفر ولا أوبريتنج سيستم، فقط أضع الكود الخاص فيها وفي هذه اللي هو الشركة. طبعا التكلفة راح تكون أقل من ناحية السيرفر مانجمنت وتكلفة الصيانة. ستورج تقدمها معظم مزودي الخدمات الكلاود بحيث تسمح للشركات أو الأشخاص بتخزين بياناتهم. الداتابيز أو الداتابيز مانجمنت الخدمة تقدمها كلاود كومبيوتينج، هي خدمات طبعا متكاملة بحيث توفر الصيانة، الدعم، المونيتور للديتا. أيضا اللي هو توفر اللي هو أنواع مختلفة من الداتابيز سواء كانت البيانات structures أو unstructures، بالإضافة إلى الواير هاوس داتابيز المستخدمة في أنظمة الذكاء الاصطناعي. طبعا في اكسترا سيرفيس تقدمها بعض مزودي الخدمات، وأكثر مجالين عليهم طلب حاليا هي الانترنت اوف ثينجز والديتا ساينس. طبعا في خدمات كثيرة جدا تقدمها هذه أو مزودي الخدمة. طبعا بعد ما عرفنا التقنيات المستخدمة في المدن الذكية أصبح الآن من السهل فهم الستركشرز الخاص بالسمارت سيتي. كما واضح عندنا في الشكل عندي مجموعة من سمارت تكنولوجيز مثل سمارت هوم، سمارت اندستري، سمارت هيلث وغيرها. يتم جمع هذه البيانات من خلال sensor devices and other device بحيث يتم جمعها في cloud computing. تخزن في قواعد بيانات تسمى ب NoSQL. زي ما ذكرنا البيانات التي يتم جمعها في المدن الذكية هي بيانات غير مهيكلة وغير منظمة، لذلك سوف نستخدم أو تستخدم هذا النوع من البيانات. بعد كذا يتم معالجتها باستخدام الماشين ليرنينج algorithms وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي للتنبؤ أو الحصول على معلومات تفيد أصحاب القرار. في هذا الشكل يوضح عندنا اللايرز للسمارت سيتيز. فعندنا على سبيل المثال أول طبقة أو الفيرست لايرز يتم جمع البيانات من مصادر مختلفة كما واضح عندنا. بعد كذا في الطبقة الثانية يتم تخزين هذه البيانات الغير مهيكلة في قواعد بيانات. هذه قواعد بيانات طبعا هذه قواعد بيانات تقدر تتعامل مع هذا النوع من البيانات. يتم تخزينها كما ذكرنا في كلاود كومبيوتينج بواسطة إحدى مزودي الخدمة زي ما ذكرنا الأمازون ويب سيرفيس أو الأجورز. في داخل هذا اللايرز يتم معالجة البيانات وتحليلها بواسطة تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي وخوارزميات تعلم الآلة. طبعا معالجة هذه البيانات تكون بشكل سريع جدا يتناسب مع بيئة المدن الذكية. في آخر layers اللي هو application service. For example we have recommended fraud detections, sentimented analysis. طبعا في هذه اللي هو الطبقة people and machine directly interact with each other to make smart decisions بناء طبعا على المراحل السابقة. طبعا اللي هو عندنا بعض الاستراتيجيات أو أهم الاستراتيجيات للمدن الذكية: smart economy, smart governments, smart environment, smart transportations, smart community, smart communications and smart livings. أول شيء عندنا اللي هو smart اللي هو communities أو الاقتصاد اللي هو الذكي. طبعا يعني زيادة الإنتاجية على مستوى الشركات والحكومات بتقديم تسهيلات للمستثمرين لتقديم أفكار جديدة تخدم المستقبل، بالإضافة إلى تعزيز مفهوم التنمية والاستدامة للاستثمارات الذكية. أهم هذه المجالات ريادة الأعمال، الإنتاجية والقدرة التنافسية، بحيث اللي هو تعزز مبادرات ريادة الأعمال الجديدة والذكية وزيادة القدرة التنافسية والإنتاجية العالية بهدف تحسين الحياة. طبعا في smart governments أو في الحكومات الذكية لا يقتصر الأمر على ما يسمى ب electronic governments أو الحكومة الإلكترونية، إنما لابد من استخدام البيانات الضخمة بالإضافة إلى تقنيات blockchain وإنترنت of things وتقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي لتقديم وتطوير خدماتها بكفاءة عالية and to optimize decision making equality، بالإضافة إلى توفير open data بحيث يسمح للمبرمجين من الاستفادة من هذه البيانات لتطوير الخدمات الإلكترونية. بناء مدينة ذكية يساعد على المحافظة طبعا على البيئة ومواردها الطبيعية باستخدام الديتا ساينس والاي اي، بحيث يمكن التنبؤ بمخاطر المحتملة التي قد تهدد البيئة وتحقق الاستدامة البيئية، بالإضافة إلى استخدام الطاقة النظيفة طبعا يقلل من انبعاثات غاز ثاني أكسيد الكربون. طبعا في Smart Transportations طبعا تعتبر البيانات كما ذكرنا هي المفتاح الأساسي لبناء منظومة نقل متكاملة وتكون أكثر أمان من حيث اللي هو تقليل الحوادث المرورية. أيضا يسمح المسؤولين بأنه يعملوا له monitor operations بشكل أفضل لحركات المرور والازدحام في الطرق. طبعا Smart Vehicles, Smart Parking كلها تعتبر من مميزات المدن الذكية. Smart Community طبعا يتم الانتقال من مجتمع مستخدم للتكنولوجيا إلى مجتمع مبتكر قادر على حل المشكلات بطريقة مبتكرة. أيضا طبعا مجتمع ذكي يحافظ على استدامة الموارد المتاحة. طبعا في الاتصال الذكي أو Smart Communications يعتبر اللي هو الاتصال من أهم العناصر التي تؤدي إلى تنفيذ وتطوير المدن الذكية من خلال إنشاء بنية تحتية قوية لغطاء الاتصال. أيضا ذكرنا أن المدن الذكية تعتمد بشكل أساسي على ما يسمى بالريل تايم داتا. طبعا بدون الإنترنت سيكون من الصعب بل من المستحيل تجميع هذه البيانات وربط الأجهزة مع بعضها البعض. طبعا سمارت ليفينج هو ناتج لكل التقنيات اللي تكلمنا عنها زي البيج داتا، انترنت اوف ثينجز، كلاود كومبيوتينج، بالإضافة إلى تطبيقات سمارت سيتي ابلكيشنز مثل اللي هو سمارت هومز، سمارت هيلث. التحديات المدن الذكية كثيرة، طبعا على سبيل الذكر لا الحصر data integrations and analytics. زي ما ذكرنا أو زي ما أشرنا أن المدن الذكية تحتاج إلى كم هائل من البيانات اللي هي البيج داتا، وبالتالي عملية integrations سيكون اللي هو صعب أو سيكون اللي هو big challenge. digital security and privacy تعتبر طبعا من big challenge لأن هذه البيانات الضخمة يتم تجميعها من خلال different devices إلى cloud، وبالتالي لابد من حماية هذه البيانات من الاختراقات أو الاستخدام الخاطئ. lack of awarenesses أو قلة الوعي قد تكون إحدى التحديات، لذلك من المهم التوعية بأهمية مثل هذه المشاريع الذكية والفوائد الجوهرية لهذه المدن وتوفير الاستدامة والرفاهية ورفع الاقتصاد. أيضا من ضمن التحديات اللي هي تقنيات الاتصال، طبعا لابد أن تكون تقنيات الاتصال اللي هو قوية طبعا لإنجاح أي مدينة ذكية، لذلك قد يكون هذا أكبر تحدي تواجه أي مدينة ذكية، بحيث أن لو حصل عندي مشكلة في الاتصال طبعا راح تتوقف الآلاف بل ملايين الأجهزة والشبكات عن العمل. طبعا أطلق صاحب السمو الملكي ولي العهد الأمير محمد بن سلمان الرؤية المتكاملة والطموحة، وهي رؤية اليوم، حيث ستكون نموذجا ليس فقط إقليميا إنما عالميا. أيضا تعتبر اليوم ليس فقط مدينة ذكية، إنما ستكون مدينة معرفية أو إدراكية، بحيث تعتمد على البيانات الضخمة بشكل كبير، بالإضافة إلى تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتقنيات المتقدمة في التعلم والمستمر. هنا اقتباس من كلمة صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان ولي العهد ورئيس مجلس إدارة شركة نيوم. I presented to you the line, a city of 1 million of residents with a length of 170 kilometers that preserves 95% of nature within Neom with 0 cars, 0 streets and 0 carbon emissions. شكرا لاستماعكم وفي استقبال أسئلتكم. طبعا في هنا سؤال اللي هو ما هي أهمية البيانات المفتوحة؟ طبعا شكرا للسائل أو السائلة. طبعا البيانات المفتوحة تعتبر مهمة جدا للشركات والحكومات ونمو الاقتصاد، أيضا اللي هو تحفيز القدرة التنافسية، زي ما ذكرت في إحدى السلايدات إنه يسمح ويشجع المبرمجين على الاستفادة من البيانات في تطوير الخدمات الإلكترونية. أيضا من المهم جدا إنه نفهم إنه بناء مدينة ذكية مثلا في السعودية يختلف تماما عن بناء مدينة ذكية مثلا في أسبانيا أو إيطاليا، لأنه يعتمد الدرجة الأولى على البيانات في كل مدينة. فبالتالي نعم تعتبر البيانات مهمة جدا لتطوير أي مدينة ذكية. نظرا لضيق الوقت سوف ننتقل إلى الأستاذة هديل محمد الحيدان للحديث عن التعرف على الأحرف العربية المكتوبة بخط اليد باستخدام الشبكة العصبية. الأستاذة هديل فنانة تشكيلية وأخصائية تحليل بيانات، حاصلة على ماجستير تحليل البيانات من جامعة دبلن التقنية، وإحدى منسوبات إمارة منطقة تبوك. حياك الله أستاذة هديل.
شكرا دكتور على تعريفي. وفي بادئ ذي بدء وبعد السلام تحية طيبة ومباركة للجميع. قبل أن أبدأ بمشاركتي أود أن أقول أن تمكين المرأة من ركائز استراتيجية قطاع البيانات، وأنا سعيدة لوجودي ومشاركتي بين كوكبة من العالمات والمتخصصات في علم البيانات، وهذا الملتقى الذي يسعى لبناء منظومة رقمية تحتضن وتستقطب العقول والمهارات النسائية الداعمة لعملية التحول الرقمي وزيادة استدامة فرص العمل النوعي للمرأة في مجال البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي. ومشاركتي الأولى في هذا الملتقى ستكون عن التعرف على الأحرف العربية المكتوبة بخط اليد باستخدام الشبكات العصبية الاصطناعية. بس عفوا كيف حرك الشاشة؟ عفوا بس معليش. كذا تمام. طبعا راح أبدأ مشاركتي بهذا الموضوع. يجبرنا النمو الهائل للبيانات التي حدثت في السنوات الأخيرة على إيجاد طرق لتحليل البيانات وإكستراكت من خلال extract the knowledge from information. ويوجد عدة أشكال للبيانات مثل التكست والإيميجز والبيبرز and any other data source. لنفترض أن لدينا بيانات بنكية تتعلق ب100,000 عميل، وأن لدى البنك تاريخ بيانات ل10 سنوات لهؤلاء العملاء. الكيس ستادي أوف داتا أناليسيز لهذا البنك هي معرفة ما إذا كان أي عميل جديد لهذا البنك سيأخذ قرضاً أم لا، بناء على العملاء الذين حصلوا على قروض من خلال historical data. بهذه الطريقة يستخرج البنك المعرفة من البيانات، وسيتم تطبيق العديد من الحلول بناء على هذه المعرفة. وأيضاً في الإيميجز داتا we can show text مثل الملفات PDF التي تحتوي على الباينري داتا فورمز وتكون التكست فيها. لكن حنا نبغى نتحدث عن الصور التي تحتوي على بيانات مكتوبة بخط اليد. هناك نوعين للتعرف على الأحرف المكتوبة: التعرف على النصوص أو الأحرف المكتوبة بالآلة أو مكتوبة بخط اليد. المكتوبة بخط اليد نوعين: أونلاين وأوفلاين. الأونلاين يعني قدرة الكمبيوتر على استقبال وتفسير حركة القلم اللي هو البين تيبس موفمنت. أما الأوفلاين هو قدرة الكمبيوتر على استقبال وتفسير مدخل مكتوب من مصدر كمستند مصور بكاميرا أو ماسحة ضوئية، والذي يعرف طبعاً بالأوفلاين اللي هو بالصورة باليسار. وهذا طبعاً الموضوع اللي أنا حابة أتكلم عنه وأسلط الضوء عليه. بشكل عام يعد حرف الكتابة اليدوية أكثر صعوبة من التعرف على الحروف المطبوعة، لأن الكاتب نفسه لا يعيد كتابة الحرف بالشكل نفسه تماماً عند إعادة الحرف نفسه في موقع آخر من الكتابة. كذلك فإن الأشخاص المختلفين لا تتطابق كتاباتهم نهائياً مهما حاولوا ذلك. إن عملية التعرف على الكتابة المتصلة مثل العربي أصعب من عملية التعرف على الكتابة المكونة من حروف مقطعة مثل الإنجليزي. بالإضافة إلى مسألة فصل الحروف عن بعضها، مسألة كتابة بعض الحروف متداخلة عمودياً، أي بعضها أعلى من بعض، وقد يؤدي ذلك إلى تداخل الحروف والكلمات مع بعضها. أيضاً تتأثر بعوامل متنوعة مثل أسلوب كل كاتب وجودة الورق، وعوامل أخرى تتحكم فيها حالة الكتابة اللي هو يسمونها جيومتريك. يتم حفظ معظم البيانات ومعالجتها باستخدام الكمبيوترز، ويتم جمع هذه البيانات عادة في الأوراق، وبالتالي يجب تحويل البيانات التي تم جمعها إلى كمبيوتر داتا. أفضل طريقة لتحويل البيانات المصورة هي استخدام Images Recognition Systems، وهي برامج يمكنها استخراج النصوص من الصور. والفوائد الرئيسية لاستخدام هذه الأنظمة هي زيادة سرعة الوصول إلى البيانات بسبب إمكانية البحث عن البيانات وتحريرها مقارنة بالصور، وتقليل المساحة المطلوبة لحفظ البيانات، حيث أن الملفات النصية التي يتم استخراجها من الصور تأخذ مساحة أقل من ملفات الصور. وبسبب أهمية اللغة العربية فقد تم عمل العديد من البحوث لتحسين أنظمة الحروف العربية المكتوبة بخط اليد. أي أحد فينا لما يشوف الصورة هذه عنده القدرة على التعرف عليها بأنها زرافة، على الرغم من كونها سمينة وبشكل غريب. نحن نتعرف على الصور والأشياء على الفور، حتى لو تم تقديم هذه الصور في شكل مختلف عما رأيناه من قبل. نقوم ذلك سبحان الله مع 80 مليار خلية عصبية في دماغنا تعمل معا لنقل المعلومات، فكيف عقولنا يعني سبحان الله تستطيع فعل هذا بكل سلاسة وبدون مجهود. هذا النظام الرائع من الخلايا العصبية هو أيضاً مصدر إلهام لتقنية التعلم الآلي المستخدمة على نطاق واسع، والتي تسمى الشبكات العصبية الاصطناعية اللي هو ANN. الشبكات العصبية الاصطناعية عبارة عن برامج أو أنظمة تعتمد من حيث المبدأ على محاكاة عمل عصبونات الدماغ من أجل معالجة البيانات وإنجاز مهام في مجالات متنوعة. تتضمن الشبكات العصبية العديد من وحدات المعالجة التي تسمى عقد أو خلايا عصبية متصلة معاً لتشكل شبكة من العقد، وكل اتصال بين هذه العقد يملك مجموعة من القيم تدعى أوزان تسهم في تحديد القيم الناتجة عن كل عنصر معالجة بناء على القيم الداخلة لهذا العنصر. طبعا تتكون هذه النتوركس من 3 طبقات مثل الموجودة بالصورة. أول طبقة اسمها الانبوت لاير، والثاني طبقة اللي هي اسمها هيدن لاير، وآخر طبقة اللي هي اوتبوت لاير. الانبوت لاير لا تقوم بأي عملية معالجة، فهي ببساطة مكان لتغذية الشبكة بالبيانات. تقوم طبقة الانبوت لاير بتغذية أو نقل المعلومات للطبقة المخفية. وأما الطبقة المخفية هي اللي يصير فيها كل المعالجة الفعلية للبيانات. ممكن إنها طبعاً الهيدن لاير تتكون من يعني عدة طبقات فرعية تتم فيها المعالجة الفعلية. بعدين الطبقة المخفية تقوم بتغذية طبقة الأوتبوت لاير. تتكون دورة الشبكة العصبية من مرحلتين، training phase و testing phase، اللي هي مرحلة التدريب ومرحلة الاختبار. training phase يتكون من عدة تكرارات، حيث في كل تكرار يتم تحديد الخطأ، وهو الفرق بين الاستجابة المتوقعة للشبكة والاستجابة الفعلية، ثم تستخدم في كل خلية لتعيين الأوزان للمدخلات. يعتبر توفير نظام التعرف على الحروف العربية مهمة صعبة، لأن اللغة العربية تحمل منحنيات ورسوم معقدة بأشكال وطرق متعددة لكتابة حرف معين، وهذه الصعوبة تجعلنا نحاول على لإيجاد خوارزمية مناسبة تتعامل مع الأشكال المعقدة بهدف بناء نموذج مدرب لديه سرعة معالجة عالية ودقة تصنيف عالية. يأتي ال ANN اللي هو الشبكات العصبية كحل مناسب بهدف توفير نظام فعال للتعرف على الأحرف العربية، ولكن نحتاج إلى معلومات لإدخالها في الشبكة العصبية لتمكينها من بناء نموذج تدريبي واختباره، وهالشيء يصير من خلال استخدام عملية الفيتشر اكستراكشن بروسيس التي تعمل على استخراج بيانات مثل curves والألوان من التريننج إيمج وتشكيلها كباينري كيرفز تفيد الشبكات العصبية الاصطناعية. أيضاً نستخدم ميزة الكارل كود ماب فيتشر مع ميزة الإدجز ريشيو فيتشر لاستخراج الكالر كود من كل بيكسل في التريننج إيمجز، ولتحديد البوتوم رايتنج لاين ليكون بمثابة الإدجز فيتشر التي تمنح الشبكة العصبية المعرفة الأساسية للعمل عليها. أيضاً يتم استخدام فلتر يسمى جابر لاستخراج كثافة الألوان للمنحنيات المتقاطعة داخل صورة التدريب. تأتي النتائج طبعاً بقيم إيجابية بعد ما نعمل عملية التدريب. طبعاً لما يكون عندنا داتا سيت ممكن نقسمها زي ما قلنا للتريننج images والتستنج images، نقسمها لقسمين. أول شيء ونعمل عليها تدريب، ثم نقوم بعملية الاختبار. طبعاً لما تعطينا النتائج بهذه الحالة أعطتنا نتائج بقيم إيجابية، واستطاع يعني الشبكة العصبية استطاعت أنها تتعرف على هذه الأحرف. فتعرفت المنهجية وصنفتها مثلا عندنا يعني من بين الأحرف حرف الواو، قدرت أنها تصنفها وتعرفت عليها بنسبة 97% من الدقة. لكن مثلا عندنا حرف التاء المنهجية أعطتها 91% من الدقة. ليش حرف التاء أعطتها هذه النسبة 91 بينما الواو 79؟ لأن الواو حرف فريد ما له يعني حرف مشابه بالأحرف العربية، بينما حرف التاء يوجد أحرف مشابهة لها مثل الباء والتاء. فالشبكة العصبية ال ANN تثبت أنها مناسبة لتوفير حل عالي لمهام التعرف على الأحرف العربية، خاصة الأحرف المكتوبة بخط اليد. ولكن طبعا في بعض الحالات محددة يكون فيها التفضيل اللي هو استخدام ال ANN، لكن بالنسبة لي إن شاء الله في بحوث قادمة في اقتراحات أخرى لاستخدام نوع آخر من الشبكات اسمها CNN، وهي طبعا النوعين هذه كلاهما فريد من نوعه في كيفية عملها رياضيا ويجعلها أفضل في حل مشكلات معينة. لكن بالنسبة للCNN كثير من البحوث أثبتت أنها أكثر قوة ودقة لحل مشاكل التصنيف. ال ANN مناسبة لبعض المشكلات اللي تكون فيها مجموعة البيانات محدودة ومدخلات الصور محدودة. أما ال CNN فهي يعني حل أكثر شيوعاً لمشكلات مثل التي تعتمد على التعرف على الصور بالذات. وفي ختام مشاركتي أتوجه بجزيل الشكر والامتنان لجميع القائمين على هذا الصرح العظيم الذي يجعل من استعراض التجارب والخبرات من خلال الجلسات الحوارية وورش العمل الأمر اليسير للمهتمين والمهتمات والاستفادة من تجارب الآخرين وتوسعة مداركهم في هذا المجال. وأشكركم كثير ونراكم إن شاء الله في مشاركات قادمة وثرية بإذن الله.
يعطيك العافية أستاذة هدين. تقليل الانبعاثات الضارة بالبيئة، توفير الطاقة، الاعتماد على ثورة الاتصالات والحلول الذكية وعوامل أخرى يتم جمعها وتحليلها، ثم تحديد إذا كانت المدينة ذكية أو لا. أيضا بناء على قدرات وإدارة التغيير، تطوير المباني التي تلبي معايير المباني الخضراء، إدارة استهلاك المياه، إنتاج الطاقة المتجددة والنظيفة، حكومة ذكية، نظام نقل مبتكر، حياة ذكية، اقتصاد ذكي، جميعها عناصر مهمة لبناء المدن الذكية. كما أن تعاون القطاع الخاص مع المجتمع الأكاديمي ضروري جدا لدعم الأبحاث والحلول المبتكرة. في الختام نشكر جميع من حضر وتابع الملتقى عبر هذا البث، نشكر جميع المنظمين والرعاة، نشكر العطاء الرقمي، كما نشكر مجتمع بيانيون. نذكركم أن الحدث لا يزال مستمر في باقي مناطق المملكة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.